Monday yesterday, we heard from companies from all over biotech, hearing updates on blood volume, on COVID, on cancer, on immunology. It was an exciting day. I learned a ton. If you're excited to be here, drop a 1 in the chat. We are going to continue to hear from just brilliant minds in biotech. It's going to be an exciting day of information. A couple housekeeping. If you are on YouTube, you can drop questions for me in the chat. I will do my best to communicate them to the executives if they would like to take questions throughout the day. We are going to keep this thing moving, presentations, panels, discussions, but we do want your engagement. We want your participation, and so do these companies. That goes for those on the platform. If you are watching this via the platform, please do drop questions for me. I will again communicate them over as best as possible and if time allows. Also, please do facilitate conversations. You know, these events are meant for you all to meet on the platform. So utilize it to your best ability. If you have any questions, always reach out to us, events@benzinga.com. All right, so please, I believe we are going to be having an exciting day of knowledge. So share it with your friends. Share it on Twitter. Tag us, Benzinga. Maybe there are some interesting giveaways. Maybe not. We'll see. But please do. You know, shoot us a tweet. Maybe we can send you a piece of swag or something of the nature. We are going to be recording this. So all of these items are going to be ready for you to watch again on YouTube at any point following their presentations. You can rewind during the day. You can go watch it later. We'll premiere it again later this weekend, I think. So these sessions are evergreen. This is one of many events Benzinga will be putting on this year. Next one for us is our boot camp, teaching the retail investor market to trade in certain markets, April 10th. After that, we have one focused on clean technology. Already several thousand people signed up for that one, April 22nd. And we're going to keep rolling and bringing you all opportunities. But again, this is for you. Engage with us. Send me questions. Send me comments. All right. So we're going to get started pretty shortly here with an interesting company, Kiromic BioPharma. Very cool, I would say, cancer-focused treatment among many other things. But if you want to switch over between tracks at any point, come to our track. We're the cool kids track. But all of that information is in the description below. Keep both tracks up. I do. Secondly, you can see the agenda on bzsmallcap.com. All right, so Benzinga is a content engine. We put out content every day. If you don't know, Benzinga Pro is the best place, I think, to get your data for stock investing, for investing in anything. I have it up right now. I have all these companies' information up. It is super easy, super efficient, and you can really formulate it to what you all desire. It's a very cool tool. That's Benzinga Pro. Benzinga.com. Benzinga.com/money if you're interested in learning more about brokerages or investing. There is tons that we offer through Benzinga. And if you have any questions whatsoever, email us. We will always respond as best as possible. Follow me, Elliot Lane 10 on Twitter. I do try and post as much about companies and interesting updates and news as possible. And catch me every day starting on Monday, back on Monday for the Cannabis Insider Show at 4:30. Whew, that was a lot. I think I got through everything that needed to get through. Again, we're pumped to have you. I'm going to be seeing you throughout the day. Throw questions in the chat. This is for you. I'm here to communicate those to the executives if there is time allowed. Let us get started. First up, we have our friends at Kiromic BioPharma. This is Tony Tontat. He will be joined by Dr. Maurizio Chiriva. Tony, welcome. How are you? Oh, I need you to unmute there, my friend. There you go.
Good morning, sir. Thank you.
Oh, we are excited to have you. You are the first of the day, but we are kicking off with a bang, in my opinion. If you'd like to go ahead and get started, I'm going to hop off and let you do it.
Yes, good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining the Kiromic BioPharma presentation. And on the call with me today is Dr. Maurizio Chiriva, who will be, hang on a second, I want to make sure that I have my notes up, okay? And Dr. Chiriva is the founder and scientific officer of Kiromic BioPharma. My name is Tony Tontat. I am the CFO and COO of Kiromic. So on the call today, we're going to offer you the generalist presentation, which is not as dense on the scientific side as the normal presentation that we have on our website. So off we go, right? So if you are thinking about investing, please think about the following, right? Kiromic is, let me make sure I get my notes up. Okay, when you're thinking about cancers, please think about solid tumors and liquid cancers. Specifically, liquid cancers are all the cancers that go through your circulatory system, and solid cancers are all the cancer cells that sit on all of our organs. Kiromic is a 100% solid cancer company, right? Next, when you're thinking about treatments for cancer, there is the small molecule version, which is the ones that are made in the laboratory, and there are the live cell version. On the live cell version, what we have is a T cell that is extracted from a patient, gene edited, and given back to the same patient. Kiromic is 100% a live cell therapy company. So we don't use synthetic lab created molecules, but rather a human live cell. And when it comes to the human live cell, we also have the allogenic, which is coming from the donor, different than what is given from taken from the patient. So in the allogenic version, Kiromic takes donor T cells, gamma delta T cell to be precise, and we extract that, we gene edit that, and we expand that for up to 500 patients can receive the same dose from a single donor. So that said, if I had to sum up Kiromic in the following catchwords, right, that would be solid tumors, allogenic, off the shelf, CAR T therapy. So there you go. And to top it off, what Curomic has is an AI engine that can select biomarkers in a few hours versus the classic version, which requires up to 3 days and $100 million to select new biomarkers for cancers. So that's it. I will stop and take a pause and see if Elliot or any of you guys have questions for our team. Please go ahead, Elliot.
Hey, yeah, that was quick. Yeah, so I guess in regards to, I mean, we don't have any questions from the chat right now, but I can throw you a few if you'd like
Yeah,
from
please do.
myself. All right. So can you tell us what is the difference between? I believe you had news about the IND you filed in December to the IND you're planning in Q2.
Yes, yes, yes. And so in December, thank you, Elliot. In December, we had filed 2 IND for the first ever human trials, right? So in when we spoke to the FDA, we decided that it would be better instead of just focusing on just ovarian cancer, our new IND, which are planned to be submitted in 2Q 2021, those IND are going to be open enrollment. This means that instead of just focusing on ovarian cancer, we would also add all eligible solid malignancies, meaning lung, prostate, colorectal, and other solid tumors to it. So it's actually very positive to be able to expand the IND and open enrollment indications. Does that answer your question there, Elliot?
Yeah, absolutely. Very nice.
Okay, so that's it. Do you have further questions? Otherwise, I'll go through the catalyst modules for our viewers quickly.
Please do continue, and we'll hit questions at the end, Tony. Thanks.
Okay, excellent, sir. So our catalyst module is as follow, right? It comes out from our March 9th, 2021 press release directly on our website. So in 2Q 2021, the company is planning to file 2 new IND with open enrollment. This means that we will be able to treat all solid tumor indications. And that said, after we file the IND is authorization from the FDA for the company to begin in human trials. After we file the IND, 30 days later, we are expecting the FDA to come back to us and give us a full authorization to begin in human trial. And then in 3Q 2021, we are expecting for the first ever in human dosing of our CAR T allogenic off-the-shelf therapy. And then in 4Q 2021, that's approximately what, 6 to 7 months from where we are today. We will be getting back the first safety and efficacy data from our first in-human trial for solid tumors. That concludes my catalyst module. Do you have any questions from the audience or from yourself, Elliot?
None for this module at the moment. Thank you.
Okay, so that's it. I think what would be nice is for us to go through the comparable modules. On this page, on the screen share, can you please scroll down to page 28 for me? Oh, I see right there. Boom, comparables. Thank you, Elliot. So on this page, we're going to talk about the comparables for Kiromic. It's very interesting because on the left side are all the artificial intelligent engine companies that are working in cancer. And on the right side are all the companies that are working on live cell therapies, otherwise known as CAR T, very similar to what Kiromic is doing. And they serve as the two group, the left side and the right side, serve as a good comparable for Kiromic because none of them do perfectly what Kiromic does, right? So I'll just start on the bottom of this page with Lantern Pharma. Lantern Pharma has a wonderful engine that is AI. They go through databases of clinical trials and they salvage one of these clinical trials and go and redo the trial for a new indication or the same indication. So that's it. Lantern Pharma is an AI engine for clinical trial salvage. I hope that helps you guys understand how Kiromic works, right? And so next comparable is BioXcel. BioXcel has a wonderful AI engine that goes through and comb through databases of off-patented drugs, and they rescue one of those programs and they redo it for a new indication. So that's it. There is an AI engine for extending patent lives on old drugs. And then Black Diamond and Schrodinger, these are two guys that have raised a lot of money, big gigantic IPO done by the biggest investment banks. And these people are, they have AI engines, very similar to Kiromic, but we don't share our codes with them and they don't share their codes with us. So that's it. We're all three of us, Kiromic, Schrodinger, and Black Diamond, are all having AI engines that work on neoantigen discovery, otherwise known as biomarkers. So that's it. Elliot, that should give you and the audience on the call today a very good sense of how the market values AI engines, right? In particular in oncology. And then on the right side are all the companies working on live cell therapy, just like Kiromic. The bottom two of them, Juno and Kite, both of them have been taken out at $11 and $9 billion. And then you see the guys at the top. I think this is an old presentation. The new one is being updated, but Fate Therapeutics is now up at $8.7 billion from when this slide was made, right? So that's it. Does the market love live cell therapy for cancer? I believe the answer is yes. And if you look at the whole entire array of comparables for Kiromic, you're going to find out that Kiromic at trading at less than $100 million presents an excellent valuation gap for investors to examine further. Does that help, Elliot?
Absolutely. It seems like a great value.
Yes, it certainly is, right? Certainly it hopefully that gives you some ideas about how to invest a little bit of your money as well.
Absolutely, my friend. That's what we're all here for.
Yes. So you have other questions for us?
Yeah, we do have a question from the chat from Jason L. So do you ever worry that having open enrollment could limit the effect that your therapy has? It really specifically toward tumor type.
So if I can recast a question very quickly, Elliot. So Jason would like to know if open enrollment limits our potential versus the old one, which is just ovarian, correct?
And he says, if it only works in one solid tumor type, it wouldn't be fully seen in open enrollment for all solid tumors. It was the clarification to that question.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure if I understand the question because going from a very narrow indication of ovarian, which is what we wanted to do at the beginning, right? Because we were worried that many investors on the IPO wanted to have a super focused company, right? And so after we had done the IND, we talked with FDA, we got authorization for open enrollment, which expands it from ovarian to all the other solid tumors as well. So if you can have one type of ice cream, meaning vanilla, and then you now can have an option of vanilla, rum raisin, chocolate chip, strawberry, that's very positive, I would think, right? I hope I answered
Absolutely.
the question.
I think you did. That was great. Thanks, Tony.
Dr. Kriva, can you jump in and explain to us why open enrollment is so good for the company, sir?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Zontat. The reason why an open enrollment it's actually will be positive for any company has a product that is able to enroll patients with a particular characteristic and credential. So what we have done here in Kiromic, with our therapy that is able to target patients that express a particular protein, thanks to our AI engine, we predicted that the expressions of these particular targets are actually in more than one indications. So that allows us to be more flexible to an open enrollment to achieve our goal in less time. So in other words, we can achieve our goal of safety and efficacy faster because we are able to do an open enrollment compared to a specific indications of which a limited of the recruitment of patients a cohort.
Right.
I think that clarifies very well.
So Elliot, if you can think about it, and we go back to the ice cream analogy, right? If you have 35 flavors and you have 100 people in your shop looking for ice cream, and you have every flavor under the sun, chances are you're going to be able to serve 100 patients, 100 clients with ice cream a lot faster if you have 35 flavors versus having one, right? So
Absolutely.
that's that open enrollment give us many more choices and actually is good for the company because that means we're going to reach full enrollment a lot faster than we could with just ovarian.
I love that analogy. Perfect.
Okay,
Do you want to keep going? Would you like to go ahead and do questions now? We have about 7 minutes left, or if you have anything else in the presentation.
Let's just keep it to just Q&A.
All right, perfect. So actually, would Dr. Kariva, excuse me, care to add anything to the question before regarding the IND you're planning in Q2, or would you like me to move to the next question?
Please go to the next question, sir.
All right. So how about an update on any GMP manufacturing preparations?
Excellent. Dr. Kriva, please help us, sir.
Yes, we had a very good news. We able to complete our GMP facility, but I would like to just spend a few seconds to describe what is entitled on this particular building. The facility must be, of course, certified, stock with scientific equipment, reagents, also has to be designed, and with specifications in the ISO 7008, means that has a particular characteristics which can be used for clinical grade and human study. So as of today, we are running tests and batches and validations of T cells for with a purity of a gamma delta of over 99%. So we are very excited to share with the rest of the world that our GMP is actually ready to go, and we should be ready in the third quarter of 2021 to supply our clinical trials. And each patient will receive a minimum of 50 million cells live, and we are extremely excited indeed. Thank you.
So Elliot, just so you know, the GMP stands for Good Manufacturing Practices. Most of the companies engage in live cell therapy for cancer, they do have to contract someone else outside who has a GMP facility ready to rent to them, right? So in the case that Kiromic has this capacity of GMP manufacturing directly inside a company, that just means that we're going to supply our own trial and not have to rely on any external vendors, which translates to something very practical, a faster enrollment and a lower chances of the trial not being supplied properly, because we control the supply of cells and the expansion of cells in our own GMP manufacturing.
So you maintain control and you're able to do it faster. Seems like a very positive note there.
Yeah, it's just like McDonald's, right? They go out and they buy the farms. They also make their own buns. They also grow their own lettuce. So they control the whole entire upstream. That's what Kiromic has done with the GMP, sir.
Fantastic. All right, I don't have any more questions from the chat. I will say, would you like to give maybe one final thought here, or a couple final thoughts on Kiromic and you're, the moving forward into 2021. I think the GMP actually sheds a lot of light there, but I think there's a lot to be excited for here, Tony.
Yes. So if I had to have something for the audience to walk away with about Kiromic, it is the following, right? In the world of cancer, we had a choice to treat it with small molecule or live cell therapy directly from one human to another. Only 2 companies have succeeded in doing that so far. And of those 2 companies, they succeeded and they only do it in hematological indications, meaning leukemia. Kiromic, when we start our first in human trial, it will be absolutely spectacular because this is a chance to go and treat for the first time on Earth, the solid tumors, right? And other companies have done so far, they have tried it, they have not succeeded, but you can just see that Fate Therapeutics trading at $8 billion for having started their first in human in solid tumors using live cell. So you can just imagine what kind of explosive valuation Kiromic is going to transform itself into when we begin our first in human in 3Q 2021.
That is really exciting. I am definitely going to be keeping an eye on you. Really, congratulations to, I think, a very exciting start to your 2021. Is there an email, maybe an investor relations email that any interested party on the YouTube side could reach out to?
Yes, you can go to Kiromic, KIROMIC.com, and you can go to the investor section, and there you can have a chance to drop questions in for our management and our investor relation departments to go and reply. We thank everybody very much, and we certainly look forward to all and any questions that you have for us.
Absolutely. And then on the event platform side, I highly recommend setting meetings with Tony and Dr. Kiriva. Obviously, a ton of insight there. Tony, Dr. Kiriva, thank you so much for being with us today. I think a killer way to start off the day. Probably wasn't the best term there. I apologize. A wonderful way to start off the day. Thank you all very much.
Well, Elliot, thank you for joining the call. We hope that you never need cancer therapy, but for the world of cancer out there, I tell you the minutes count, and we look forward to being able to bring this to the world. Thank you, Elliot.
Tony.
Thank you.
Thank you both so much. All right, so I think we had a wonderful discussion here with Tony and Dr. Kiriva. Again, thank you both. Please continue to drop your questions in. Tony wanted them. We want your questions. These executives want to hear from you. This is for you. I would love to hear your questions. That being said, we're going to keep moving right along with another very interesting pharmaceutical company. This is Hepion Pharmaceuticals. Dr. Robert T. Foster. They are listed on the NASDAQ, HEPA. Also, I don't think I mentioned Kiromic was listed on the NASDAQ, KRBP. But this is Hepion, HEPA. Dr. Foster, once you bring your camera and mic on, you beat me to it, sir. How are you?
There we go. Pretty good, pretty good. I'm doing well.
Great.
Just trying to get all my screens working here this morning.
Oh, I feel you. I have one here, I have one here, and I have one here. So I'm with you.
I'm just
trying to monitor all these chats. But my friend, whenever you're ready, we can get going. But obviously take your time. But we'd love to hear about you as well.
Sure thing. Happy to get right into it. I don't know if I'm going to see if I could share this screen for you.
I think you just did. Yep, cool. There it is.
It's working, huh? Jeez. So they can actually teach an old dog new tricks, I guess.
Prime example, nonsense.
Yeah, perfect. So I can dive right into it if you like.
Please do.
Good stuff. Okay. So, well, good morning. My name is Robert Foster. I'm the CEO of Hepion Pharmaceuticals. We're headquartered in Edison, New Jersey. And today I'll be providing an update on our clinical program for NASH. And we'll also talk about some of our programs that are being driven by our proprietary AI artificial platform. Page 2, of course, I know people have seen lots of these. They are forward-looking statements, but I would also encourage people to pay close attention and read these, especially in the world of biotech. They're quite meaningful. So I'll just jump right here into the first page is really kind of the meat of the presentation. And here I'll talk about the need and the opportunity that exists within the drug development space for NASH. First off, I'd like to talk about what exactly is NASH. NASH stands for non-alcoholic steatohepatitis. NASH is a more or NAFLD, which stands for non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. So livers in about 25%. So if you think about it, 1 in 4 people. So there's a lot of work that remains to be done still in the NASH drug development space. So Hepion's approach to look at NASH drug development is to take one asset or one molecule, and here I'm going to call our molecule CRV431, of course, just one of those code names. So CRV, and I'll oftentimes call it just CRV, but CRV431 is an orally active once-a-day molecule that targets a multiple disease processes within a disease of NASH. So here we talk about CRV, which is a cyclophilin inhibitor. That's a novel class of compounds in NASH right now. This CRV targets toxic lipid species, targets cell death, targets inflammation, fibrosis, and liver cancer. So in one molecule, we're getting all these different actions, and we think that that's a smart strategy and what we'll call our first smart strategy. Moving on to our second smart strategy, most drugs in our clinical trials, we want to track the disease progression, but on the flip side, we also want to track the disease regression. We want to be able to predict who will best respond to CRV431. And the figure on the right of this page really pulls together and summarizes the areas of expertise that our clinical pharmacology and analytics group is pulling together in the AI. So we're doing our best to think about our drug development in a smart way so that we're not wasting a lot of time, effort, and money as we move forward. This page 8, provides an overview of our CRV program and indications that we're pursuing. As mentioned, NASH is clearly our lead program, but we may develop CRV for COVID-19 and potentially also for chronic hepatitis B if opportunities to obtain external sources of funding arise. And in this regard, I guess we'll be opportunistic if the opportunity, of course, comes up. Our phase 2A program in NASH is now approximately just over 50% completed, but we do have open INDs or investigational new drug applications with the FDA for these additional 2 indications. So how did we get to where we are today? So the road leading to CRV 431 was an interesting road, I would say. The first molecule that's similar to our molecule in the way that the chemistry or the chemical structure is called cyclosporin. Cyclosporin came into clinical development about 40 years ago, so it's not a new drug, that's for sure. Cyclosporin is an immunosuppressive drug and is used primarily in organ transplantation and autoimmune disease treatment. The cyclosporin structure is shown on the left-hand side of this page. The first drug that we discovered back in the 1990s was developed into phase 2 for organ transplantation and autoimmune disease, and that drug's called voclosporin. And this molecule was designed by us to be a strongly immunosuppressive drug by introducing chemical modifications on amino acid 1. Voclosporin just received FDA approval for the treatment of lupus nephritis. That was January 22nd of this year. So we're immensely proud of that. But when we designed CRV431, our goal was to completely eliminate immunosuppression, so completely different than cyclosporin or voclosporin. And what we wanted to do was enhance cyclophilin inhibition. And we did this by making chemical changes to cyclosporin. These 2 molecules, CRV431 and voclosporin, are shown in the middle of this page right here. And on the right-hand side of the page, this indicates that CRV is an extremely potent inhibitor of all isoforms of cyclophilins. Again, there's 17 different types in the human body, and we have a Ki here of only 1 nanomolar, showing the really high potency. Cyclophilins have been shown to play negative roles in quite a number of diseases, including liver diseases, NASH, fibrosis, viral infections, and many others. And I've shown this at the bottom of this page, and that's why, going back to the pipeline, if you want to call it development pipeline, we have these open INDs to attack some of these indications. This page outlines in more detail our mode of action of CRV431. So CRV interacts, as I mentioned, with the cyclophilins, which in turn regulate structure as well as activity of many of the proteins in the body. So here, now I'm going to talk about 3 important cyclophilins. The first called cyclophilin A, which is secreted by injured cells, and it acts as a pro-inflammatory cytokine that binds to CD147. And CRV can inhibit this process of this binding and can thus inhibit inflammation. The second cyclophilin, called cyclophilin B or CYP-B, is found in the endoplasmic reticulum and promotes fibrotic scarring. CYP-B inhibition stops the formation of the collagen triple helix and further inhibits the cross-linking of collagen fibers. And then the last cyclophilin here, cyclophilin D on this page, found in the mitochondria, promotes mitochondrial pore opening, leading to cell necrosis or death. So inhibiting this cyclophilin's activity should help to protect from cell injury and cell death. This page, page 11, summarizes our preclinical antifibrotic efficacy study findings. As we know, fibrosis is a response to chronic injury and is a major cause of organ dysfunction that we need to treat in NASH patients. In human cell cultures at the top of this page, we showed that CRV could reduce fibrotic gene expression and could reduce procollagen and fibronectin secretion. We also, in the middle of the page here, conducted 2 human explant studies. And one of these studies was of liver tissue, and the other study was of IPF, or idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis. So this is lung tissue. And in both cases, we saw a reduction of inflammatory and fibrotic gene expression and protein secretion. And we observed a reduction in fibrosis in both of these explant models. And then finally, at the bottom of the page, we also conducted a number of in vivo animal efficacy studies. And this was actually about 10 different separate non-clinical studies. And regardless of which study we looked at, we saw statistically significant and consistent reductions in fibrosis. And these studies were all conducted by external third-party laboratories. So the big question, of course, when it comes to drug development, especially preclinical or non-clinical, is, how relevant are these animal models? Well, they're quite relevant. I think they tend to recapitulate the human disease. But what's important also is that we've done so many models here that our level of confidence in terms of efficacy that we expect to see clinically, we feel pretty good about. This page gives a flavor of our proprietary AI that was developed by our group. We're using our AI for what we call multi-omic analysis, for looking at thousands and thousands of data points. So these data points are comprised of, again, multi-omics, which include proteomics, metabolomics, lipidomics, genomics, transcriptomics, so whatever we can do for omics, and whatever we can glean from our non-clinical or clinical data. And here we're trying to identify biomarkers that can help guide us as we move forward on our clinical trial program. Okay. This page here, just making sure I get to the right page here. Yeah, this page is an illustration of how we're using our bioinformatics and our AI to look at our data. Sorry about that little glitch there. I had too many screens going here. On the left-hand side of the page, we're giving a sample here of a heat map of some standard differentially expressed genes. So this heat map has been built such that each of the columns in this map represent one patient at both the beginning and the end of receiving a 75 milligram once daily oral dosing of CRV-431 in our ongoing phase 2A clinical trial. So this heat map shows a fair amount of variability amongst gene expression, but there's some definite patterns you can see emerging. Certainly, if you take a step back, you can see some of the patterns. But the heat map on the right-hand side has been generated after our AI machine learning and responder analysis. And this map of genes shows far less variability and different patterns emerging that are quite pronounced. So it's this type of analyses that we'll be using to help guide us as we advance in the clinic, so that we can optimize patient outcomes through trial enrichment and a priori responder analysis. So what I really mean by that is that we'd like to be able to do this type of analysis before we get into the trial, so we can predict ahead of time, or a priori, who will best respond to our drug. This page summarizes our clinical program rollout. Our phase 1 program has completely been done. Our phase 2A program, as I mentioned, for NASH, it's about 50% or more done. And the phase 2B program will start in about Q3 of this year. This page outlines our phase 1 studies that have been completed with doses ranging from a low of 75 milligrams all the way up to 525 milligrams. Each one of these studies demonstrated that CRV was well tolerated and safe, and we characterized the pharmacokinetics, or the PK. We didn't see any SAEs, that's standard serious adverse events, and the few adverse events, or AEs, that were observed were mostly unrelated to study drug and were mild in nature. All vital signs and ECGs remain normal. So overall, we don't have any concerns regarding CRV's safety and tolerability profile, and that's whether or not we look at any of our non-clinical or preclinical data, as well as this human data. And importantly, the drug concentrations that were observed from our PK analysis indicated that the concentrations of CRV were in the same concentration range that were associated with efficacy from our preclinical studies. This page 16 summarizes our phase 2A study designed for NASH. The objectives of this study are to evaluate safety and tolerability of CRV given at 75 milligrams and 225 milligrams. Again, this is oral dosing once a day for 28 days. In this case, to NASH subjects having either F2 or F3 fibrosis. Antifibrotic activity will be assessed, as well as certain exploratory biomarkers as outlined on the page. This study is currently being conducted at 10 different centers in the US and is a single blind placebo-controlled study. And the univariate endpoints that we're looking at here include AST, liver transaminase, PRO-C3, ELF score, which is an enhanced liver fibrosis score, and an ultrasound, in this case called a FibroScan. We'll be using our AI to explore the biomarkers in patients receiving CRV, so we can further enhance patient and biomarker selection as we move forward into our phase 2B study. And the goal, again, with the AI is to enrich the study design of our phase 2B, as well as our phase 3 program. Again, it's all about enrichment of this study. And of course, or the future studies. And as we gather more data, we'll continue to just refine the AI as well and get it to continually learn and hone, get optimized. So as we move forward in the clinic, we'll be able to apply it. This page summarizes our phase 2B study design for the NASH subjects. The objectives of the phase 2B program, again, this is to be starting later this year, will be to evaluate 2 different doses, again, 75 and 225 milligrams of CRV. This is given, again, once orally, daily to the NASH subjects with either F2 or F3 fibrosis. And similarly with the phase 2A study that's ongoing, we'll be measuring antifibrotic activity, looking for at least a 1-point reduction in fibrosis score, and we'll also monitor the biomarkers. The study will be conducted at least 28 sites in the US and will be a triple-blind, placebo-controlled study in about 300 patients. Patients will receive CRV 431 or placebo in a 2-to-1 randomization, and we'll use the AI again to conduct multi-omic, multivariate endpoint analyses in addition to the univariate analyses. And in this case, we'll also be doing biopsies.
Dr. Foster, about 30 seconds remaining if you want to give a few final thoughts here.
Okay, will do. So here's a list of what we got in terms of anticipated events. So again, phase 2A wrap up, phase 2B kickoff, and we'll continue to refine the AI. And then just as a summary here, this is 2 value drivers of the assets within our company. So we've got the CRV, we've got the AI, and we've got a lot of experience going on here. And then recently we've taken out a large extent of the financing risks that companies like ours encounter. We've raised recently about 123 million, just shy of 123 million in the last few months. So we've got a strong balance sheet. So really that's the company. And I'd like to thank you for your time and attention.
Very, very interesting. I think the future of AI and data is undervalued right now, and you seem to be on the forefront of it.
Yeah, most definitely. I would say that's absolutely correct. AI is going to, I think it's going to optimize efficiencies when it comes to drug development.
Absolutely. You have an email there, rfoster@hepionpharma.com for any questions.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for being here with us. We look forward to hearing any updates from you. Again, NASDAQ listed HEPA. Thank you again, Dr. Foster.
Thank you so much.
Fantastic. All right, 2 amazing presentations to start off the day. Everybody, we are thrilled to have you with us. It has been an exciting start to the day. Please drop any questions into the chat. Engage with us. I will pass them along if time allows. Next up, we are going to keep going though. We're just rolling today. GeoVax Labs. That's GeoVax Labs, and we have David Dodd, the chairman and CEO, listed on the NASDAQ. GeoVX. Mr. Dodd, how are you? Or Dr. Dodd? Mr. Dodd.
It's David Dodd. Thank you.
David Dodd. David it is.
I hold nothing against doctors, but I'm not.
I hold something. No, I'm just kidding. David, it's a pleasure to have you. I'm going to let you jump right in, sir.
All right. Thank you. And thank you for this opportunity to participate in this conference. We've been quite excited about it. So please take note, every one of our forward-looking statements. And I just want to say, to the viewers, we really appreciate your potential interest in GeoVax. We believe we have a very exciting and compelling investment opportunity as a company, but most importantly, we think we're going to change the course of healthcare worldwide through the application of our technology and our areas of expertise. So GeoVax, we're a clinical stage company developing vaccines and cancer immunotherapies. The vaccines are focused on various infectious diseases. We'll discuss that during this presentation. We have a novel proprietary with strong IP platform, which we'll talk about. At the end of September of last year, we recapitalized the company. We raised cash. We've since then raised additional cash. We have a runway today through 2023, so we're well equipped to move things into clinical development, further into clinical development, I should say, over this next 12 to 15 months. And we also are now NASDAQ listed. GeoVX is our NASDAQ symbol. So again, thank you for your potential interest. Our focus in terms of our pipeline, as illustrated in this chart, is really our primary focus today is on our COVID-19 programs, which I'll spend some time talking about, and our immuno-oncology. The areas in which we are developing products all provide significant commercial opportunity, but most importantly, they address major medical needs on a worldwide basis. It's very exciting to be part of this team and part of this ongoing effort. I'm going to take a moment, just tell you a little bit about the backbone, because that is really what does differentiate us from other companies. All companies that are in pursuit of vaccines are attempting to achieve one overall goal, and that is for a particular targeted pathogen or cancer, or whatever it is they're focused on. One is attempting to design a product that will basically educate and prepare the human body to be able to defend against that body, or to utilize the technology to enhance the therapeutic effect, perhaps of an existing therapy in combination with it. So it's just different approaches of how one goes about doing that. We use a virus that's known as modified vaccinia ankara, or MVA. MVA was originally developed as a smallpox vaccine in the 1960s, specifically for people who had weak immune systems. They were immunocompromised. They had comorbidity conditions. It is exquisitely safe. It's been tested and evaluated in over 150,000+ people worldwide. Following the successful development of MVA as a smallpox vaccine, it was repurposed at the NIH in the US to become a vaccine carrier by a team there. And it is widely utilized today as a vaccine carrier because it brings the safety. It does not replicate in mammalian cells, but it does replicate in avian, duck or chicken cells. So you have the exquisite safety and the ability to produce millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions of the product. One of the benefits of the technology is that you're able to develop single dose protection without adjuvants or boosters necessary. And that is a real change. And also it can be lyophilized so that one has the opportunity for minimal to no refrigeration. And a major benefit is that because there are existing products already on the market using MVA, it is well accepted and has been well validated by regulatory authorities worldwide. And I'll comment to that degree in a minute relative to an exemption we've received from the US FDA relative to our COVID-19 vaccine program. The major difference of using MVA, which is illustrated in this cartoon, is that one is able to encode or incorporate multiple viral protein components. So for instance, in some instances, you have a target such as COVID-19, everyone targets the spike or the S protein. The opportunity we have is we're able to encode multiple components or proteins into the construct. That MVA virus, once it's been encoded with the desired genetic material, is then injected into a patient, and it generates virus-like particles or VLPs in that patient. And what that ends up doing is generating not only antibody immunity, but also T cell or cellular immunity, resulting in very broad-based immune response, which gives you strong durability, the potential for a single dose, and typically the lack of need for adjuvants or follow-on boosters. So that's the advantage that we tend to have with this technology. So as an example, with our COVID-19 program, we have 4 vaccines we've constructed. All of them utilize the spike protein, which is really the basis for the Moderna product, the BioNTech, the J&J, the AstraZeneca, but we also have constructs, we incorporate other components. And we do this because we're looking for a broader immune response. Our goal is to deliver to the marketplace a single dose product that encompasses variants before they emerge, rather than having to chase the evolving virus, which is what will have to be done with the current products that are already approved. Those are good products. They have high efficacy. They're able to produce hundreds of millions very quickly, but what they'll have to typically do is be reconfigured just as an annual flu vaccine. Our approach takes an approach that tries to encompass what the evolving variants will be, so that we are not chasing the virus. In May of last year, the FDA issued us in writing an exemption from having to do the standard FDA toxicology because of the overall acceptance of MVA. That will save us over $1 million as we proceed and speed up our time to the clinic. So that's an exciting part of what we have behind that. The same technology, though, has also been well validated in a host of other infectious diseases. For instance, in the Ebola Zaire strain, we showed 100% protection with a single dose, requiring no boosters and no adjuvants. We're the only vaccine against Ebola that has shown that through a non-human primate model. We're ready and prepared today to go forward into human testing. The Lassa fever, which is also a related hemorrhagic fever vaccine, the Sudan and Marburg, all of those have shown 100% protection in various animal models. We're very encouraged about that, and you'll hear more about that. Same thing with the same technology in Zika virus. We showed 100% protection in our animal models. So we're very excited. All of this has resulted in the support we've received right now through the U.S. Army. They are fully supporting us at no cost to our shareholders in a non-dilutive manner through non-human primate testing of our Lassa vaccine. We expect results in the first half of this year, as well as they're committed to producing our cGMP material to go into the clinic. For the Marburg and Sudan vaccines, again, other hemorrhagic fever or cousins of Ebola, we're being supported through a non-dilutive manner through the NIH preclinical services, again, with results expected in the first half of this year. All of these have very high fatality rates, as much as 90%, and that compares to our COVID-19, which has a fatality rate of 1.5 to 2 or so. So we can see these are very deadly diseases. They're at the top of the list of the federal government's bioterrorism stockpile program, and we expect with successful results that we'll be a part of that with our Ebola, our Lassa, our Marburg, and Sudan. COVID-19, we're in animal testing. We'll be announcing results in the first half of this year. And we recently announced an award funding from NIH. We expect with positive results, we'll be funded to be able to accelerate that into clinical development through NIH and BARDA and others. Malaria, we have constructed several candidates that have been tested at NIH. That has resulted in our ability to focus on what will be our one construct to optimize you're familiar with malaria, there is only one vaccine in the world. It requires 4 doses and only has an efficacy rate of 30 to 40%. We think if we can demonstrate that in a single dose with good efficacy, we'll have a true blockbuster there. We do have 6 candidates for the FDA's priority review program. The company has an HIV vaccine for the strain that's common in the developed world. It's the most advanced. Most exciting is, however, that we have applied the same approach to immuno-oncology, and our approach is to generate a vaccine based on a tumor-associated antigen, combining that with an immune checkpoint inhibitor and being able to enhance the performance and utility of that checkpoint inhibitor. In a humanized mouse model, as this slide illustrates, we had one cohort against a human tumor. That's the black line that the tumor continued to grow. In the bottom line, which is the cohort that received our construct of an MVA VLP MACH1 tumor-associated antigen in conjunction with an immune checkpoint inhibitor, at day 30, we saw the tumor growth arrest and begin to decline. And that was better than any of the other individual components. It was a difference of about 60% between the cohort that received no treatment in a prevention model, which we actually did to be able to evaluate in the context of preventing against recurrence of cancers. Here we used our MVA VLP MACH1 tumor-associated antigen with a peptide, no checkpoint inhibitor, but the cohort that was that had no cancer but that had no vaccine, 100% produced the tumor, 100% prevention. So from a recurrence standpoint, we think that this approach is very encouraging, and that's why we're focused on moving this into the clinic as soon as possible. Very strong IP, growing IP and strengthening IP portfolio that we do have behind the company. And I just want to basically conclude by emphasizing our focus today is that we're well funded, we're financed through 2023. We're financed to be able to move into the clinic with our COVID-19, which we also expect to be supported in an accelerated manner by the NIH and by BARDA. And then immuno-oncology, we're working in conjunction with other parties to move that into the clinic as quickly as possible. Frankly, our hemorrhagic fevers, Zika, those are being funded, as well as HIV, non-dilutive basis. They do not impact really any of our resources, but we do think that as those results come out, we will see those advance with government support into the clinic and eventually to being part of the government stockpile program. So this, in our opinion, we have a very exciting opportunity behind GeoVax, differentiated technology, well validated and on the cusp of generating significant value for our investors, but most importantly for those in need of certain medical prevention and treatments worldwide. Thank you.
Thank you, David. That was really, really interesting. You have your hands in quite a lot there, and quite a lot of very important facets of biotech. I personally have a question.
Sure.
I was looking at your website actually last night, and it mentioned your technology really helped for standard refrigeration temperatures. So, kind of thinking to the rollout of the vaccine we're seeing right now for COVID and the storage necessary for that vaccine, I'm curious if your technology will translate to the COVID vaccine or what exactly that means. I mean, this could be a kind of baseline question and not as important, but I was just curious.
It's a very important question, and the answer is yes, it will. We anticipate, and our focus is delivering a single dose of vaccine against, in fact, a universal coronavirus vaccine is what we are focused on, that will encompass what may be emerging variants before they become evident. So that would be a single dose universal that basically requires minimal to no refrigeration. So the simplicity there will enable people worldwide to be able to benefit from the efficacy benefits of the vaccine, but from a supply chain, we will then be able to deliver, because we all know that multiple dosing is always more complicated to get people to follow up appropriately. And also the refrigeration in combination with that means that there's certain parts, not only outside the United States, but within the United States, in which is very difficult to be able to get people to consistently come back on time, be where they need to be. So if you can do it single dose, without boosters or minimal boosters, no adjuvants, and not having the requirements of refrigeration, then you've got a real winner. And that's the basis of our approach.
Absolutely. Very exciting. Fantastic. So I guess another one from, actually, we do have one from the chat. Given the well-known safety of MVA, can we expect the COVID vaccine to move into the clinic before end of year 2021? That's from GVC.
No, it will not move in between before the end of the year 2021, because we expect in first half the animal results that will enable us what to focus on. We will be back in touch as we're in continuous discussions with NIH and with BARDA. They know our technology. In January, we announced funding from NIH to advance and accelerate our technology. What we do expect is that based upon obviously successful results coming out of this animal testing, we will then be able to accelerate. So it would be going into early 2022 that we would go into that, but we would then expect to be able to move fairly quickly into to a definitive time period in the clinical.
I was muted. This actually brings me up to an interesting question that we heard a lot about yesterday, seeing as how COVID isn't going anywhere. So, you know, the timeline here, it's not like you're playing catch up to an endpoint with Pfizer, Moderna, and Johnson & Johnson. You are creating something that, I mean, this will be utilized, you know, moving forward as COVID will be here, you know, moving forward. Correct?
Exactly. And these are, you know, fortunately, there's a low fatality rate for all intents and purposes when one looks at the SARS-CoV-2. But we're seeing these just as we anticipated, which we actually started this focus at the end of January of last year. We expected there would be that was the basis of all of our assumptions. They're going to be emerging variants. There's going to be a need for vaccines for people who are immune compromised. They may not be the same ones that go to younger parts of the population. And so that has been our focus all along. We were not as well capitalized before we did the refinancing and the uplisting, which we did at the end of September. So with the resources that we've brought into the company and a follow-on financing, all in the last 7 months, we're now able to accelerate. And with the involvement and support of NIH as well as BARDA and others, we think we'll be able to accelerate. So our goal is not to be the first one out there, obviously, but I mean, we could have been if we had received $2 billion or so funding as others, but recognizing that there was a need for ones that with proven fast production capability, which is the benefit of the mRNA. But what we will be able to do is hopefully be able to replicate what we've shown before, bring forward a vaccine that is simpler, and that is simpler not only in the context of being able to produce, but mostly to be able to distribute and get it to people who need it and have them protected. Fantastic.
David, you've got me curious, my friend. Awesome presentation. Really appreciate your answers to those questions and looking forward to hearing more from GeoVax. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. And thank you to all of the participants. Thank you.
Of course. All right. That was David A. Dodd, Chairman and CEO of GeoVax Labs, NASDAQ listed GOVX. Fantastic presentation. We'll see you soon, David. We are going to keep moving along to our friend, everybody's favorite, we'll say. He is a zinger, if there ever was one, Joel Elkinen. You probably saw him this morning on Pre-Market Prep. He's on there every day. I have been waiting for this, but he is talking to us about trading biotech stocks and what we need to know. Joel, just get your camera and mic on, my friend, and we will get going. I'm excited. I've been waiting for this all day.
Good morning. Thanks for that introduction. I don't know if I'm everyone's favorite person, but I will take that. Second of all, boy, oh boy, am I out of my league here. That presentation was just unbelievable. The knowledge and also the actual presentation. I do this first. Let me start out by apologizing. My PowerPoint Google Doc person who is going to help me with my PowerPoint presentation, my lovely daughter, Dana, my email to her was still sitting on my desk this morning. So I'm not going to have a pretty presentation, but I hope it's informative. and it's going to be pretty general. So I'm just going to rip through what was supposed to be a nice looking PowerPoint, and then I will go through it again, and we can ask some questions or just do general market talk here. But I even found a nice little thing there, ways to invest and analyze in biotech stocks. And folks, I just want you to let you know from my own personal portfolio, the only biotech stocks I own are probably part of some larger funds and ETFs. So they're not my expertise, but we talk about them a lot on the pre-market prep show. So I'm just going to throw you what knowledge I have, and then we can do whatever questions afterwards. But first things first, and I'm sure a lot of people all know this, the PDUFA dates. If you're investing in a company, when are the big announcements coming? What is the stock reaction coming to that? I'm sure you all have to, that site bookmark if you're a biotech investor. The only thing I would stress here, and we can talk about this more the second time around, is know the competitors in this space, know the competing companies, because your stock may be doing very well and they may have something in the pipeline. But if another company that it's competing with comes out with something good, that might have a negative impact on your stock, and also the other way around. I know that if something comes out bad, I know with the whole what's going on with Biogen and Lilly and the battle um, for Alzheimer's disease. So be aware of the dates, not only for your company, but other companies in the space, because that can have an impact on your price, even though they haven't reported yet. The other thing, this is a small cap conference, so this might not be as relevant, but how big is the company you're investing in? As you can see, and I can show you the charts for Pfizer versus Moderna. Pfizer is a huge company. Having the COVID-19 vaccine, that doesn't really move the needle for them, whereas Moderna, a smaller company, it had a bigger impact on the share price. So we could talk about that. Also, I mean, y'all are doing your research. If you're investing in a company that has one drug and a lot of the outcome is going to be based on that one drug. So you just have to be careful. Small, with this being a small cap conference, I'm sure these companies aren't as well diversified. But that's one thing that you really have to keep in mind. If you're investing in that company for the one drug doesn't come through, you know what that result is going to be, the share price. Holding into big announcements. Now, I'm sure you people are building positions ahead of these big announcements. Look where you're at. Profit or loss heading into the announcement. What are your expectations both on the upside and the downside? What is your maximum amount of pain? What's your threshold? Is this, a big part of your portfolio, or is this just a speculative part of your portfolio? Options are another way to trade these kind of events. Of course, they really juice up the premium. Going into the announcements, both on the call side and the put side. So if you're going to be trading the options markets, perhaps start a strategy, a couple months out, both buying and selling options, to take advantage of some of the, the huge premiums and not have it all work against you. The also good thing about options is if you can define your risk. And that's a lot about, my training and my investing is, defining risk. So options can be a way to do that too. Another thing to consider when you're talking about these option strategies, stock replacement strategy. Perhaps you're playing a stock into a big announcement and you got a nice lead. There's good expectations. It's, maybe some of the news is already priced in. There's nothing wrong with taking out, some of the profits and doing a stock replacement strategy. And what do I mean by that is, you take some of your profits that you have from actually owning the stock and you can purchase calls and participate in the upside that way. Also, you can, if you got some nice profit going into an actual report, perhaps use some puts and protect yourself on the downside. But I'm not sure if all the stocks that we're talking about here have a liquid options markets, but I know for some of the bigger cap stocks that something is available. The other thing, I think that you have to note the price action on days of major announcements. Is there follow through on the good news? Does it come out, pop $4 or $5 or whatever percentage, and then the news, then it sells off? Then perhaps people are taking profits into it. Vice versa, if it's something that's really really bad news, right? Does it does it sell off and find a bottom and rebound? So I think when you're trading these stocks on the announcements, I think it's good to have your expectations lined up ahead of time, and then see what write down that closing price on day. What did the big money say? What did Wall Street have to say about the actual outcome of the event? Basic technical analysis. I mean, when news comes out, technicals can go out the door, but I could pull up some charts afterwards and perhaps illustrate some basics of technical analysis: double tops, double bottoms, multiple closes in the same area. Besides from that, we also like to note areas of consolidation. Those areas are just as important after a big move as the market digests the information. Bulls and bears square off, and sometimes a move out of a consolidation area could be a good key to further price action. I'm not sure with the stocks that you guys cover or looking at here if there's much analyst action on these ratings and price targets. I did look at some of the bigger stocks, and there are some analysts that closely follow these trials and things that are going on. So you really really need to be find out if there's any big guns in the space, what they're saying, what their price targets are, if it has expectations, within your parameters. So that's just something to keep an eye on. Also, the other thing too, if you are going the analyst route here, you are following the Wall Street analysts, be careful. Because a lot of times they can all get tilted in one direction. We kind of call it analyst chase price. If there's good results from a trial, all the analysts are come up and upgrading it kind of after the fact. So keep an eye who the analysts are in the spaces, if they're covering the stock that you're in, and just kind of keep an eye out for the herd mentality when it comes to looking at Wall Street analyst. Also, just I'm sure you guys all keep track of the biotech ETFs. There's the Spider, the XBI. Like to go down and look at those and drill down the components, see how big a percentage are of the index, if there's any rebalancing or things like that. That could have a negative impact on your stock, or it could have a positive impact on your stock if it's being added to one of these indexes. The big ones that I I keep an eye on are the XBI, that's the Spider, S&P Biotech, and also the IBB, that's the Nasdaq Biotech ETFs. I think maybe if you're not trading them, but just look for the overall trend in them. Once again, keeping up on the components. One thing I will say though is watch out for these leveraged ETFs, such as the LABU, that's the S&P Biotech Bull Triple, short-term trading investment only. A lot of decay because of the rebalancing that they go through. So those are really tricky. I'm not sure if we have any day traders in here. Obviously, with biotech stocks, you're more on a buy and a hold kind of position. So look at it from that perspective. If you're looking at these leveraged ETFs, Also, I just want to talk about, asset allocation. Uh, these are speculative stocks. You can hit home runs with them, but just look to see what percentage it is of your portfolio, how it will affect what your overall investment horizon. And obviously don't get too tilted or get too opinionated on something. Use that as as a part of your regular asset allocation. You can if you're doing your own investing or consulting, your own investment advisor. The other thing too, and I just think that one thing you really have to be aware of is stock offerings. And what you have here, with some of these stocks, is they come out with some excellent results. And what they do is they get a big appreciation in their stock price, correct? But what are they going to do? What do they need to do more research? Do they need to get money to market the drug? So a lot of times, what you'll see, big stocks, small stocks, if they have good results, that they turn around and do a stock offering, and it's usually at a lower price than where it's currently trading at. And so what you have to do is when it comes out with that offering price, you have to be able to swallow that pill, how it fits in with your investment horizon, and then keep an eye on the the offering price. I mean, the company, whether it's coming from existing shareholders or whether it's coming from the street. So a lot of things to keep an eye on. But a lot of times what you see with this, with the stock offerings, they are at a lower price, and it's always good to keep an eye on that. So those are just some basics here that I go through when we talk about these stocks on the show. I could go into a little bit of technical analysis if you want. Elliot, I just blew through a lot of stuff there pretty quickly. So I don't know if there's any questions come out, if we want to look at some charts on any of these things, or people have any particular questions.
Why don't we? I mean, why don't we look at one of these players, if you don't mind, on, say we'll do one of the COVID players we talked to yesterday. We have some comments in the chat about ADTX, ADTX.
Okay.
Very cool tech company.
Okay. All right. So just quickly here, I'm going to share my screen. This is what I share with the pre-market prep crew every morning, and just a little bit time frames, folks, investment horizons. I like to look at, I have, what was the stock that you wanted me?
ADTX.
ADTX. Okay. So I look at this and I look at different time frames. I think when you're looking at stocks, commodities, whatever you're investing in, look at things within different time frames, right? And so I have the 15-minute chart. That's the upper left. Upper right, I have a daily chart. And then down here is a 30-minute chart. And then I think what probably most important to your long-term investor, look at the monthly chart. I would look to see what the news was this in July. It was actually a positive trial. I would look at the daily price action on that day. This was July of last year. Obviously, it had some positive news. And here's an instance where the news was faded on this. People took profits into it. It resettled in the following month. So I will look at this $2 area. It's not only a 15-minute, 30-minute daily. Here's a monthly area where people were interested in the stock. $2 area, a big area of consolidation. You had some good news in January on this. You got the pop. Once again, the good news is faded. So it didn't come back quite down to the $2 area, but I think what you want to be aware in this one is the good news has been faded.
What's one of your favorites?
I preface this by saying that I don't really invest a lot in this sector because of the risk and rewards are hard, but The ones that I follow the most would be your big guns, your BIIB, your Biogen. Now, they are a bigger company. They have been struggling with the results. Actually, it was very weird that the way that the panel talked about the results of the Alzheimer's drug and then how they actually treated it. So to me, I would look at this one, it's had its ups, it's had its downs, but this one, if in fact, they can get approval on this drug, this stock is going to be trading much higher. So I would look at, the big gun here, Biogen. I know Lilly came out with some, some positive news. That was a couple weeks ago. But then again, look at the price action on what happened when that news actually came out. So a lot of times when these good results come out, a lot of times it could be a good profit, a profit taking opportunity. Or if not, if you're not taking profits into these kind of events, maybe not chasing the price action on the upside. So I would say the big guns, if you want to be diversified, look at the XBI, which doesn't have the healthiest looking trend. Excuse me, let me pull that up, XBI for you. At least with these indexes, when you're going with the overall, you're going with a lot of big stocks in the index. So you're not really subject to test results for one company. You're looking at an overall trend. So there's the XBI is one, and then the other major ETF, you can keep an eye on that. As you can see, the trend is not real. You had a nice run up in these, and they come down. Now that might be some market factors as well. So that's just that's what I look at with the indexes and also those two bigger stocks that I mentioned.
So one question I have for you, a lot of companies here are still in the clinical phase. Some do have commercial products, but let's look at one that's very close, I would say, to going from the clinical stage to a commercial product. And we actually just heard from them, HEPA, Hepion Pharmaceuticals, NASH focused, and AI, lots of AI and data.
All right. You said yep.
HEPA.
Okay. Let's take a look at the chart on this one. You had some good news, right, in early February. And once again, there was some profit taking in it. It's been sitting at this $2 area for a long time. Also, its stock did some reverse splits. So if it's coming up, at least when you're looking at this stock from this perspective, your risk is pretty well defined, right? If you're buying it in the 180 to $2 area, daily resistance, I see, sellers here just over 220. So once again, these stocks are tough and you got to do your homework. And then finally, when, you have the news and it comes out, then you got to see whether people are actually chasing the good results or they're taking profits into it.
Interesting stuff, Joel. Do you have a favorite place to look at research for biotech focused stocks?
I would just say that that PDUFA site that I'm sure you all have bookmarked. I would go there. I would keep an eye on the competitors in the space because, as I said earlier in the presentation, when news comes out, regarding a drug in your arena, bad news for that drug may be good news for your company. So that would be the main thing that I would focus on, and also just keep an eye on the overall price action in the ETFs.
Beautiful. Joel, really appreciate you being here. Awesome little presentation. I wish we had 2 hours more of it, my friend.
Okay. All right.
Thanks, Joel. Be well, my friend.
Some good information. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. You can see Joel every weekday, 8 a.m. pre-market prep. We'll see him tomorrow morning, but we're going to keep it rolling here. Thanks again, Joel. Thanks again to everybody in the chat. Your questions are always welcome. Your comments, talk to me. I'll talk back when I'm not talking to these wonderful executives we have here. Very exciting interview coming up next. I would love to go ahead and bring our friend and colleague, RJ Archambault. He is Benzinga's Investor Relations Manager. I'm going to let him introduce the next guest. This is an exciting interview. RJ, take it away.
Hey, folks. Thanks, Elliot. Again, I'm RJ. I manage investor relations at Benzinga, and I have the pleasure to talk to a friend and a person I've had the privilege to work for a little bit, Dr. David Cooper, who is the former CSO and COO of Quest Diagnostics and is the current founder and CEO of the Phyto Medical Group. So Dr. Cooper, thanks for joining me today.
Thank you for inviting me, RJ. Good to see you.
No problem. Nice to see you.
I see you have a new growth too.
That's right. I'm in the world of COVID. I've let it all go.
Well, I can't do that anymore. It doesn't work for me.
You look good, my friend, nonetheless.
Okay.
So, getting into this, the track we're on today is speaking to investors about immunology and unmet medical needs and some of the companies that are addressing that. And it's really pertinent to bring you in. I would love you to first address on the immunology side. You have really, pertinent background in epidemics in the United States. And I just wanted to get your take on, COVID and the world of post-COVID, or the world in COVID on the long term, so investors can figure out what to expect and where to put their money behind companies that are going to help us solve the problems we have there.
Okay, well, thanks, RJ. You've asked me to make a couple comments on this just yesterday or so, and I thought about this, and I may say some things here that you haven't heard from other people, mainly because maybe they just haven't been asked that same type of question, correct? I mean, first, we're all trying to live with this outbreak. I mean, how we change our professional lives, our personal lives, our corporate lives, just struggling to figure out how to do this. Unfortunately, I think the bottom line is this is not going to end anytime soon. And it's going to continue to impact our lives, personally, professionally, and economically. And therefore, I think when I thought about it last night, this is appropriate to this conference because there is an opportunity to simultaneously serve the public as well as have a good bottom line if you look at this from the business aspect, right? And so now a couple 30,000, maybe it's 60,000 foot comments on the science and what's happening right now. First, I mean, it's obvious, but for someone like myself who spent their entire life doing molecular pathology, molecular diagnostics in cancer and infectious disease especially, science, as simple as it sounds, science, not politics, did not drive our initial response. And so when people from around the world first started talking to me, and I have ex-students at the CDC and all over NIH, et cetera, and large companies across the country, I wasn't too concerned, truthfully. I thought that we had the ERs, we had the respiratory people to handle it, et cetera, and the testing. But there was no plan put in place federally, and just state by state couldn't handle this. So having lost 500,000 lives more than we expected, at least, was unexpected. Now, the late recognition and marshaling of political will, scientific manufacturing capabilities, we're the only nation on earth that, if we could have done this early, could have intervened successfully to stop a pandemic. But instead, we allowed it to become a virus that we have to live with, not end. If we had mass socially distanced, tested, and tracked from the beginning, we would now be using 4 available vaccines to treat the world and not ourselves. This has led to some conclusions that I think are pretty obvious now. We have to overcome vaccine hesitancy. It has multiple reasons. There's a racist history of past biomedical research, unfortunately. There are current political divides, unfortunately. And there's a long known anti-vax history percentage within our general population. They have to be overcome. COVID will be with us, as is the flu, necessitating continuous vigilance by public health. But unlike the flu, despite outbreaks, year-round, it's not going to vanish. Deep nucleic acid sequencing to cover additional variants throughout the country to track infectivity, lethality, and prepare additional booster immunizations is absolutely necessary and crucial. And this is going to sound strange, but an active and ongoing effort to maintain herd immunity here in the US as well as abroad, which would work closely with the WHO, is going to be a necessity. And I guess the bottom line is for me is COVID control does not end with our borders.
Yeah, I think that's an important point. You know, if we want to get back to the true global economy and get back to life, you know, as we know it, I think we're going to have to really help shoulder that burden. I think a lot of the companies we've been hearing from today are helping address that in the long term with testing and such. So I appreciate that aspect and that kind of thought leadership you have for us there. I think that'll inform, you know, what companies will be addressing these issues long term to help us with the testing, tracing, and getting back to the global economy. So with that little section, I appreciate that. Let's move on to addressing unmet medical needs. And one of the reasons I asked you to come here for this as well is I had the privilege to work with you on some projects where you helped me understand, you know, in order to make the cannabis plant more of a medicine, there's a lot of data collection that needs to be done. And we've seen a lot of companies here that are going through the traditional FDA process. But for us investors, I think you've identified with your experience a shorter path to commercialization that investors might be able to look at and diversify their portfolios to help have cannabis truly meet these unmet medical needs sooner. So without further ado, please dive in and I'll ask some questions where I can.
Okay, well, maybe a little light on the other ways to go through it, but there are, and we can talk about that. I want to set this premise though for the change in the culture, okay, which is both, it's personal, it's regulatory, and obviously with the commercial companies that are involved in this. And that is that I've looked at it as three phases. And I gave this paper to the FDA back in 2019, who promptly ignored it. But I think it's completely relevant and even more relevant today, which is, you know, cannabis started off for us, you know, 1,000 years later from China and other places in the world, India, as a recreational use drug, right? Okay, I was at Berkeley in 1967, let's not talk about it, but you know, it was everywhere. The second part is there were products that people started to use to feel better. There was entrepreneurial growth. You know, we were just coming through that section now that lasted several years and made a lot of people some good money. And also it helped a number of people with anxiety and other symptoms that could be addressed by the plant. And now we're at a point where we're making that next jump, I believe. You know, I think now that it's beyond what you feel, that the consumer health world is now empowered. There's exploding R&D in academic institutions. The NIH has now put across some significant money for research and grants. And there are, I think what I'm really getting at, that it's really important now to be indication specific in this field. You know, you don't want to say, oh, this is just going to make you feel good. You're going to say, okay, this goes after depression. This goes after, in one case, our case, phytodendral gingivitis or stomatitis, you know, or, you know, people have already attacked autism, but there are other parts of autism because it's a global type disease. So there are various symptoms like aggression inside it, et cetera. But you need to be indication specific. Now, how do you get that? How do you get there? I mean, you know, and to get there is interesting because one of the things that I've found here is that the current regulatory space forces a square peg into a really small round hole. You know, when you're talking about the plant, you know, when you're talking about these plants, they're extraordinarily safe. Okay, they've been found, they've been used like, you know, for 1,000 years or so, and we even have human analogs within our own biology, the endocannabinoids and ECS system, right? And so, and millions of experienced users with virtually very small and minor side effects. In the pharmaceutical industry, you have new chemical entities, you have biologics, both large and immunogenic, many of them are xenomolecules, and they've never seen by man, and we lose, get this, 200,000 people a year to pharmacy drugs that are approved, okay? Now we treat lots more than that, obviously, but that's, there's a lot of a risk involved with this. And one of the things I think that's coming through that pharma has done a lot, I've worked with them closely for years and still do advise and consult with some of the largest ones on their programs. And, you know, but they do some things wonderful. I mean, you know, but obviously they've been single entity based. they've looked at one molecule. They've tried to build from that. And when you attack this body's receptors with a single molecule that's been chemically modified, it's never seen, it's going to bind a lot of places. And that may cause a lot of problems. Now, in the plant, you have a similar problem in the sense of if you give a whole plant, you're giving thousands of molecules, but at a reduced dose. But it's also a plant that, in the sense of cannabis and hemp, that grew up fighting off infections, that grew up, looking for nutrients. It found ways to pollinate itself, etc. So it's a very broad-based and capable plant. And there's a lot of data, and I have to say, I didn't believe in a lot of this stuff when I started a couple of years ago. And RJ was one of the ones with his friend Drew who helped me see the light about things like the entourage effect, which I just call synergy between different molecules in the plant. And so that synergy is extraordinarily important to how well that plant works. And I think that may be off the subject a little bit, but what RJ is talking about is that one of the keys now going forward is if you're serious about this, you need to do controlled studies. And the first step in that is to get institutional review board approval. Now, for short term for that, it's called IRBs. Now, IRBs can be private or at academic institutions. I've had a very good relationship when I was an academic at University of Pittsburgh and Duke, obviously with my own institutional IRBs. Now that I'm in private enterprise, I found that the private IRBs are much easier to work with, at least for mine. I have a couple of favorites, and I'm not going to share them. I'm keeping them close to my vest. And we can get, because we have experience now, I can submit an IRB and have it approved in a couple of weeks. Okay, once you know how to construct one and how to have it move through. Now, what do IRBs do? They're made up of scientists, of clinicians, of people from the local community, of an ethicist, often of a pharmacist or someone in that field. And when they review your pilot studies, they conduct a benefit risk analysis to make sure that their primary thing is this going to be safe? Is this going to be a safe study to be conducted? Okay, and are they responsible? They're responsible for scientific, ethical, and regulatory components. Now, the key to an IRB, and you can design studies in lots of ways, a single entity, et cetera, but the real classic way is what we call placebo-controlled. And that is you give the drug, you give your component, and you give something that's got all your components except the active ingredient, that placebo. And right. There are various ways to do this: double-blind placebos, dose escalation to see what's the best dose. All of that is fine minutia that we can't go into today. But the key here is to prove that it has an effect. And what we use there are things called empirics. And I have a PhD in chemistry as well. And empirics is the basis of this. Can you measure something? Don't just say, "Oh, people feel better." No, can you put a number behind it? Can you do math on it? Can you do statistics on it? And one of the challenges we've had in some, right now I have a couple IRBs in place and 4 clinical studies ongoing. And one of the challenges for one of my companies has been there's never been empirics in one of the indications that we're working on. How do we do that, right? And so, finding a way to work with the clinicians that are in that field, with a statistician, and then along with your IRB to go to them and say, "Hey, what do you think about this? Is this going to be good enough?" So, it's much easier to work with your local IRB than go to the FDA. Now, there are things your IRB has a decision to make about what you do. Does it immediately have to go to the FDA? Do you need a pre-IND meeting? All those kind of things. I'm not going to get in that today, but right. There are lots of studies that can be done short of going to the FDA for approval of something that will teach you whether or not this is going to be a product that has efficacy, can be empirically measured, safe, before you go the whole way to the commercialization process. Now, the alternatives of that are a number, and we can talk about that at some other time. But I think those are important things to mention. So being indication specific, formulating, in our case, we do case studies, and then we do test studies where it's a smaller number of patients that as we continue to improve our formulation until we believe it's then ready for clinical trials. And then after clinical trials, having positive empirics and safety, that's when we go to make the commercialization phase. Right. And so I'll leave you with a quote that I made, again, that the FDA reneged on, which is the focus of the cannabis industry will shift from aiding the individual in how they wish to feel to R&D to prove safety and efficacy with the plant's novel chemistries and provide solutions targeted to specific indications. The transition period's winners will exhibit an ability to transform and adapt to ever-increasing regulatory and medical science standards. Development of advanced nutraceuticals is a critical first step. And I hope I didn't run over time because I'm an ex-professor and all we know how to do is talk.
Thank you so much, my friend Elliot. Appreciate the time.
RJ, Dr. Cooper, really interesting discussion. Very close to home to Benzinga as well. So we appreciate you all being here.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right, fantastic. I hope you all were able to see that. If not, please do rewind. Super interesting stuff. Dr. Cooper, RJ, we will see you both soon. Be well. I mean, two fantastic pieces of thought leadership, I think, with Joel and then Dr. Cooper led by RJ. But let's keep moving. Super cool company coming up. CFO and COO of Amryt Pharma, Rory Nealon, is here with us. NASDAQ listed AMYT. And you are going to see why this has been one of my favorites for several weeks now. Even before I talked to their CEO, Rory, I'm super excited to hear your presentation, my friend. How are you?
Great, thank you. Great indeed. First time on Benzinga, so looking forward to it.
Oh, we're excited to have you. I'm going to let you jump right in. Feel free to share your screen and get started.
Sure. Okay. So look, this is a large deck. This is the deck that's on our website. So it's quite intensive and we won't have time in the 15 minutes I have. So I will be skipping through various slides as we're going along. Anybody who's interested in the presentation, I'd encourage you at some point to look at the disclaimer and then also the forward-looking statements. They're your typical disclaimers you see at the start of all of these presentations. So let me jump straight in slide 4. So what is Amryt? Amryt is a company that myself and Joe Wiley, our CEO, set up back in 2015 to acquire, develop, and commercialize assets in the rare and orphan disease area. Keywords are acquire, develop, and commercialize, and you see all 3 words as we go through the pitch. As of today, we're somewhat unique in that we have 2 commercial products which are growing organically, that are global. We have a development pipeline, and yet we're EBITDA profitable. And I'll challenge you to find too many companies that can say all of the above. Like I said, founded in 2015, a UK company headquartered out of Dublin, Ireland, and with a US headquarters in Boston following the acquisition of a company called Agerian in 2019, and I'll talk to that later on. From a listing perspective, we are listed in both London and in NASDAQ. Just be careful, there's a 5-to-1 ratio between the ordinary shares in London and the ADSs on NASDAQ if you're comparing the pricing. And to give you a feel for the size of the company, our revenues have grown, and these are pro forma combined numbers until the date of acquisition of Agerian in September 19, have grown from 136 million in 2018 to 154 million in 2019, 182 million you can see on the screen there in 2020, and we've given guidance of 200 to 205 for next year. And we're throwing off EBITDA. We threw off 30 million of EBITDA, 182 million of revenues last year, and that closely approximates our cash flows with a very strong balance sheet with 119 million on the balance sheet. I won't go through every point in every slide, like I said, in the interest of time, but the point to touch on here is this gives you a feel for the growth last year on the bar chart on the right-hand side. So 154 million to 182. You can see there are 2 products within that. We'll talk to those later on. Metroleptin has grown by 25% and lamicipide by about 10% year on year. And the one point I'd make on this slide is the header almost at the top. We bought this business Agerian in September 19. And we have successfully executed on all of our promises and integrated flawlessly. We took a business, 2 loss-making businesses, put them together, made it EBITDA profitable in less than 6 months. In those 6 months, we moved a lot of the jobs from Boston to Ireland with a view to reducing costs. And we did that when COVID was taking off and our revenues grew. That's what I mean by integrating flawlessly. And we'd love to do more of the same. In terms of slide 6, we genuinely have a global infrastructure. Again, I would challenge you to find too many 500 million market caps that have an infrastructure like ours. We are a fully fledged infrastructure, everything from sales and marketing to medical affairs, patient support, patient services, market access, supply chain, PV, quality, regulatory, finance, HR, et cetera, et cetera. And that's an expensive thing to put together, but we have done it on a global basis. So we have our own direct sales force in the States, likewise in the EU5, larger territories. In the smaller EU23, we work with distributors, likewise in Canada and Russia. We have a hybrid model in both LATAM and the Middle East where we have our own boots on the ground working embedded with our local partners. And I guess the one place of substance we're not is in Japan, where, to be candid, both products were out licensed to Japan before we bought the business in Agerian. So very quickly in terms of our history, I won't go through all this, but like I said, formed in 2015, IPO'd in 2016 when we got our first asset, this Oleogel S10 or EB, epidermolysis bullosa asset I'll shortly talk to. That we acquired that on the day we IPO'd in London. And we in-licensed in December 2016 a product called Lojuxta from a company called Agerian in Boston. And we doubled the revenues of that in the ensuing 2 years. And that got noticed by both the bondholders of Agerian and also the board of Agerian. And I'll come back to that in just a second. In 2017, we started our EB study based on with this product, Aliogel S10. In 2018, we got a pediatric rare disease designation from the FDA, which is important when it comes to getting a priority review voucher, and we'll talk to that later on. We in-licensed a gene therapy platform in 2018. In 2019, Agerian itself got into trouble. They were way over-levered, the balance sheet needed to be fixed, and the bondholders backed us to take on their business. So basically, they saw what we did with their product Lojuxta in Europe in the previous 2 years, what we had done, understood our deep knowledge of the business and the products, and backed us to take that business out of bankruptcy, which we had done in September of 19. And like I said, made it EBITDA profitable in less than 6 months, which is a phenomenal achievement. In 2020, we listed on NASDAQ in July and then read out phase 3 data in what is a potentially $1 billion market opportunity in EB in September and October of last year. In terms of the pipeline on slide 9, we have 4 products. The first is called Lamicipide, otherwise known as Juxtapid in the States and Lojuxta in Europe, for the treatment of homozygous familial hypercholesterolemia in adults. I'll talk more about that later on. It's on market in US and in Europe. But we also, in terms of life cycle opportunities, are currently doing a pediatric study which will allow us to promote the product to kids. We're also about to release data in an equivalent of a phase 2 physician-sponsored study in Northern Italy in a condition called familial chylomicronemia syndrome, which is caused by high triglycerides, which can result in pancreatitis. If that phase 2 equivalent is successful, and if it all stacks up in terms of our conversations with the regulatory authorities, then we would look to start a phase 3 study, probably the back end of this year, and that would double the global market opportunity for this product. Metroleptin is for the treatment of lipodystrophy called Myoleptin in the States, Myoleptin in Europe. In the US, it was approved to treat GL or generalized lipodystrophy only, or 1 per million of the population. In Europe, much more recently, it got approved to treat both GL and PL or partial lipodystrophy, affecting part of the body, or 2 per million of the population. So think of Europe as being, relatively speaking, 2x what the US is. And our opportunity right now is to do a phase 3 study in partial lipodystrophy in the States and double the market opportunity in the States for that product. I'll shortly talk to Aliogel S10, which has just read out its phase 3 data focused in EB or epidermolysis bullosa. We won't have time to talk about our gene therapy platform, again, focused on EB. So moving on to slide 11, what is EB? Epidermolysis bullosa is a defect in the genes that code for the proteins that anchor your skin, or in layman's terms, the Velcro that hold the layers of your skin together is missing. So if you rub your skin robustly like I am now on the camera, everything is fine. If you're an EB patient, that skin would slough off and you'd get what's called a partial thickness wound, or much like a wound when you fall off your bike and cut your knee. The issue is these patients get these typically for the rest of their lives, and the severe ones could have 30–40% of their body surface area affected at any one time, and there are no treatment options available for these kids. So we took a product and we designed a phase 3 study in conjunction with the conversations with the FDA and EMA. It was your typical double-blind randomized placebo-controlled study. The primary endpoint, as you can see in the slide here, was day 45, the proportion of target wounds on active patients versus target wounds on placebo patients healed by day 45. And the good news is in the blue bar at the top. The primary endpoint was met, and the p-value, or measure of statistical significance, was 0.013, which is very good. Moving on to the data, the actual data, this is the data for the study as a whole. I'm going to break it out in just a second. What you can see, if you took our product, you had a 41.3% chance of the wound being healed by day 45, as compared to 28.9% for the control gel or placebo. And that equates to a 44% greater chance of wound healing by day 45. And like I said, a p-value of 0.013. Typically, the regulatory authorities would look for that p-value to be less than 0.05. When we split that out into the subtypes, there are 4 subtypes. We study the 3 most severe. The simplex, which isn't on the slide here, is the most common but least severe. So we studied the 3 severe types, being recessive dystrophic EB, dominant dystrophic EB, and junctional EB. And the key obviously is recessive dystrophic EB, because this is where we estimate about 80% of the revenue opportunity is across all 4 subtypes. And as you can see, the gap has widened. It's gone to 44% versus 26.2, or a 72% greater chance of wound healing by day 45. And the p-value has gone even lower to 0.008. So we're very pleased with those results. In terms of the next steps for us with this product, if you look at this slide, the top half of this slide is the FDA submission. The bottom half is the European EMA submission. We are in March out here in the right and in the middle of the slide here. We are hoping by the end of this month to have filed both with EMA and FDA. So watch out in terms of press releases about same. And then at this point, when we submit to the FDA in March, we will ask for what's called a priority review. If they grant that to us, we expect or hope to get approval from them by November of this year. And if they grant us that priority review and they grant approval in November, we're then eligible to apply for what's called a priority review voucher. These vouchers can typically be sold to third parties, invariably big pharma, and the going rate is about $100 million. So that'll be a very interesting voucher to get our hands on. From a perspective, there are more steps along the way, but fundamentally it's the same approval date. The key date is in December, where the CHMP, which is the last step in the EMA process, we hope to get by then. There is a rubber stamping exercise from the European Commission early in Q1, but this is the key date in terms of approval. So that's the timeline to get our product approved. Suffice to say that product speeds up the wound healing process. I'll very briefly say we do have a gene therapy product, which is preclinical, which aims to get the missing genes back into the cells to make the wounds more robust, but we don't have time to go into that in a lot of detail today. Slide 25 just talks to our commercial products. So metroleptin, like I said, is for the treatment of lipodystrophy. Lipodystrophy is caused by low leptin levels. Leptin measures your body's ability to store fat. You have a horrendous appetite, you're constantly eating and never happy as a result. And despite that high calorific intake, you can get insulin resistant diabetes. Despite not storing any fat, you look skeletal like that picture of the woman in the picture there. But with that, you can get insulin-resistant diabetes, like I said. You can also get high triglycerides, which can result in pancreatitis. Like I said earlier on, approved in the US to treat GL only, or 1 per million of the population. Approved in Europe to treat GL and PL, or 2 per million of the population. And the opportunity for us right now is to get the FDA, which we've agreed with them, the design of a phase 3 study that would double the market in the States if that study was successful. From a revenue perspective, you can see the revenues have grown nicely, 71 to 85 to 107 million. I should say all our numbers are in dollars. Last year we did $107 million. So growing, you could see, by 20 and 25% typically year on year. And think of that $107 million last year in the context of the total market opportunity, which you can see at the top of this slide here, of 530 million. So lots of scope to continue to grow this product. Now, in full disclosure, in that 530, this US, you can almost put a dotted line down the middle. Half is approved already, half needs a phase 3 study for the partial lipodystrophy opportunity. Why we're so excited about this product is look at this slide. The top half is where the product is reimbursed, where we're selling at the moment, where we're getting organic growth. The bottom half of this slide is where reimbursement is yet to be turned on. So think of our business as growing organically in the top half of this slide, but with growth up with step change opportunities in all these other navy blue territories as and when reimbursement gets turned on. In fact, when the April deck gets rolled over, France has just been approved. I think it was this week, so that will move up into the light blue territories. So we're very good at getting the reimbursement tabs turned on. This slide talks about limipide, our other product for the treatment of homozygous familial hypercholesterolemia in adults. It's caused by very high levels of LDL, or bad cholesterol, triggered by double genetic defects from mom and dad. In fact, there's so much cholesterol sloshing around. You can see in this picture, it's coming out through the tendons and the knees for this poor kid. This was approved in 2013 and 2012 in both territories. And from a revenue perspective, you can see it's grown from 64 to 68 to 75 million. So a slower growth profile, been on market for longer. But that's 75 million in the context of a total market opportunity of 250 million. So scope to grow, albeit there's more competition coming in particular for this product, but more so in the US than in Europe. Very quickly to close off then, from a balance sheet perspective, we have 119 million in cash on the balance sheet as at the end of December, up from 67 million at the end of December last year. So our cash is growing. Now, in full disclosure, we did raise roughly 38 million net of costs in December of last year. So stripping out that 38 million, we've grown from 67 to about 81 like for like. So our cash is going up, not down. We don't talk cash runways, which is great. And from a revenue perspective, to repeat what I said earlier on, going clockwise around the slide here, we've grown from 136 to 154 to 182 and given guidance of 200 to 205. So you can see nice organic growth year on year. And that 182 million of revenues threw off 30 million of EBITDA, which closely approximates our cash flow from operations. In fact, we did inherit some fines to the DOJ from legacy Agerian that came out of the bankruptcy process. We're continuing to pay those, but for those fines, our cash would have been 14 million higher last year. And those fines, thankfully, finished in Q1 this year. So once we kick into Q2, you won't see the effect of those fines, and all other things being equal, our cash will grow faster. On the balance sheet, I did allude earlier on to Agerian being put into bankruptcy. The reason being is that they had over 400 million in debt on the balance sheet, of which about 325 was a convertible debenture. You can see the bankruptcy dealt with that. It reduced it from 325 to 125, and that was the reason the bondholders put it in Chapter 11 and backed us to take it out at the back end. The good news is there's no principal repayments for 4 more years till April 25, and it's also the conversion price is $12.95 per share compared to our price on NASDAQ, which is in around 14 these days. So I would also say, if you look at the target share prices from the analysts out there, so Cantor is $45, Leerink and Canaccord at $40, Stifel at $36. So relative to the conversion price, I think it's fair to say everyone expects that to convert and we treat it as quasi-equity and not debt. In fact, if you want to buy this paper in the secondary market, it's going to cost you $1.31 per dollar, which obviously gives some indication of what people see in terms of the conversion option. We also have some term debt, not due for principal repayments until September 24. So if you believe my contention that this is quasi-equity, the convertible debt is quasi-equity, then we've got net cash of about 30 million, being the cash of 119 less the term debt of 86. So quickly, just to wrap up, sorry, on slide 34, if you're interested, you'll see the analysts that cover our stock. To close out on 35, I would sum up by saying we are revenue generating with 2 commercial products that are growing organically, with a development pipeline that's EBITDA profitable and has positive cash flow generation. So not, like I said, not too many people can say that to you. We're growing 4 ways. 1 is organically, I've shown you the numbers. 2 is the life cycle opportunities on our 2 commercial products. So whether it's that pediatric study or the FCS opportunity for limit-bide, or for the metroleptin product, the partial lipodystrophy opportunity in the United States, which would double the market in the US for us. The third way we'd like to grow our business is our own development pipeline. So the EB data, which we just read out in that oleogel asset, will hopefully be the first product to get approved in what is potentially $1 billion market opportunity. And the last way, and this is important, we'd like to do more M&A type activities. We have the infrastructure in place. We have the ability to do these deals. We have an experienced team. We've proven by doing, we'd like to do more of the same. So whether the third product that goes through our infrastructure and pipeline is our own EB asset or another product we might in-license or acquire, we'd like to do more of the same. And the last point to make is we have the financial flexibility. We have enough cash on the balance sheet to do everything I spoke to you about today, with the possible exception of a large M&A deal. Over to questions, please.
Yeah, Roy, you actually just answered mine in terms of M&A. Very curious about what products or companies you're looking for, but I think you may have covered that. But if you want to dive into anything further.
Yeah, it's a good question, to be honest, Elliot. I mean, first of it has to be rare and orphan diseases, okay? The second point would be that there's 2 buckets we would look for. One would be a commercial asset, and our peri-launch, i.e. about to launch. And the reason for that is we genuinely have that infrastructure in place. If we were to go and buy another business, you would very quickly find that we would be able to pull out significant synergies. And for anybody who's interested in our ability to do that, just go back and look at the Agerian deal. The second bucket of assets we'd look at is a more midterm pipeline. So if you remember back to our pipeline slide, we have the preclinical assets, and we have at the back end, coming out at the back end of phase 3, and not a lot in the phase 2, early stage phase 3. So we'd love to do more of that as well. We would also look at global rights to assets, albeit we are offered various businesses that are just ex-US rights, because we're very good at getting the reimbursement tap turned on in the likes of Latin America and Europe and the Middle East. So people would back us to do that. But again, we'd look for all types of assets. So very active on that front, something we've been chasing for a long time. We raised 40 million before Christmas to do exactly that. We don't need that 40 million to run the existing business. It's purely for M&A type opportunities.
Analysts love you, so
indeed.
Here we are. Rory, if you want to touch on anything else regarding your pipeline in the short term, we'd love to hear it, but I think you've covered it pretty extensively. But those phase 3 drugs, I think, are really what people are going to be keeping an eye on.
Well, absolutely, and look, it's that oleogel, you might see it referred to as Filsavaz. That will be the brand name if it gets approved. So whichever name you go by, that's a very significant opportunity, and it is a horrendous condition. It's often referred to as the worst disease you've never heard of, and there are no treatment options available for these poor, and they're mostly kids. No treatment options available. They're typically born, and by virtue of being, moving through the birth canal, they come out with open partial thickness wounds, and it's diagnosed fairly quickly, and it's a truly horrific condition. So these people, the only treatment options really available today are to dress their wounds to prevent infection. So imagine 30% of your body surface area being affected by these wounds. Imagine dressings being on those wounds. Imagine having to change them every day or every other day. And remember when you fell off your bike and cut your knee and you put a Band-Aid on it and you peeled off the edge, but it wasn't quite ready, it was a bit sore? Well, imagine doing that if you're an EB patient where the Velcro isn't there holding the new skin down and you're pulling the new skin with the dressing if the dressing has adhered to the skin. And as a result, these patients invariably are on opioids to handle the pain. So it truly is a horrendous condition. And your heart goes out for these patients. And we are hoping to be the first approved treatment for these, and that we will know hopefully the back end of this year. So it's a massive opportunity for us.
Yeah, fantastic. Awesome. So Rory, thank you so much. That is Amryt Pharma, AMRYT Pharma.com, if I'm not mistaken. If there's an email, can they find it on the site, or do you have a specific one people can reach out to with any questions?
There are contact details on the site. Feel free to reach out to us. Anybody's any questions, we're more than happy to come back to you and have a chat.
Perfect. Rory, thank you so much, sir. Really appreciate you joining us today and looking forward to seeing more on Amryt in the near future.
Indeed. Thanks, Elliot.
All right. Thank you. Again, everybody, that was Rory Nealon, CFO and COO of Amryt Pharma. They are NASDAQ listed, AMYT. I can talk. All right. Awesome company. We're going from one awesome company to the next. Next up, we have NeuroOne Medical Technologies. They're going to be speaking about the advanced neurosurgery Electrobe technology. Very excited. We have their president and CEO, David Rosa, with us. They are OTCQB listed in MTC. Dave, once you get your mic and camera turned on for us, we can get started. But I do see your screen. Beautiful. There we go. How are you,
Sorry
sir?
about that.
No worries.
So I just wanted to let everybody know that I'm actually going to be killing the video. The presentation will be up. I've been dealing with a chronic back issue that prevents me from being able to sit down for any period of time. So literally during the presentation, I'll have to get up and sit down, and so that it doesn't distract any of the viewers. But I just wanted to say hello to everyone.
Well, thank you, Dave. Appreciate that. But we'll let you take it away, and feel free to turn your camera off.
Sounds good. All right, so let's start out with who NeuroOne Medical Technologies is. We are a company, an electrode company, that's really dedicated to making what we refer to as high definition thin film electrode technologies. And these devices are really intended to record electrical activity, stimulate tissue, as well as ablate tissue, all utilizing the same device. And we do this by really using more modern day manufacturing, fully automated systems than what you would see in the marketplace today. And in terms of just maybe giving a snapshot of some other progress the company has made, currently today we do have a 510(k) clearance for our initial device. The technology is commercial. It's being sold by our distribution partner, Zimmer Biomet. We also have some other key partnerships with Mayo Clinic. We've had a co-development partnership in the past with the Cleveland Clinic on one of our devices. Really the markets that we're looking to address initially are epilepsy, but this is really a truly platform technology that can be utilized for other conditions, excuse me, things like Parkinson's disease, which most people are familiar with, back pain due to failed back surgeries, and even some more advanced applications that will rely on artificial intelligence. We'll talk a little bit more about our management team and board and other key players. And really the last comment that I would make is that our portfolio, our patent portfolio is absolutely strong, but also growing. We're really expanding into other areas like coding the devices, that would give them the ability to administer drugs. Obviously, that's a little bit off in the future, but we really think this platform has a lot of flexibility and not only can be used for the applications that I mentioned, but even others like incontinence and hypertension in the cardiovascular space. So why is there an opportunity? The technologies that we're really competing with have really been out there for quite a while. They date back to the 60s. There have been some improvements in some of the stimulating electrodes since then, but most of the companies, most of the major players have really focused their efforts on hardware and software development. So we really felt that there was an opportunity on the electrode side to make some significant improvements. With this initial launch, we're certainly hearing positive feedback regarding some of the advantages that we feel we have with this technology. A little bit about our portfolio. The first two products, which are branded as Evo cortical electrodes and Evo SEEG depth electrodes, both of those devices are used for recording brain activity. The first device, the cortical electrodes, are what do have a 510K clearance that are being marketed today. The depth electrodes are a less invasive approach for really accomplishing the same thing. Those are clearly due to be submitted sometime this year to FDA, but there's been great progress with that. We have a device that is in development that has the ability to combine not only recording, but ablating tissue, and I'll describe that in a few minutes. And then with respect to spinal cord stimulation, really our goal is to be able to place these devices, these electrodes, through a percutaneous stick. Because of the flexibility of the film, we're able to roll it up and do a lot more with it than you would with much thicker, heavier electrodes. And then deep brain stimulation, I've kind of already referred to. These are applications for patients that do have epilepsy, but it's primarily used in patients that have Parkinson's. So in terms of the cortical electrode, these devices are placed through a more invasive procedure, which is really how the majority of these cases were done years ago. It's a smaller percentage of how these procedures are done today. But in essence, the advantages we have, again, are the thinness, the low weight of the product. And the Mayo Clinic actually also did some comparison testing, evaluating really the impact on inflammation of the brain. And they found that these devices, the Evo devices, seem to produce less inflammation than some of the other commercially available devices. And we also have the ability to downsize the contacts. You've probably seen some of the videos or heard some of the hype that Elon Musk has had regarding what they're trying to accomplish at Neuralink. In essence, we're trying to scale the electrodes down in size so that we can actually put thousands of electrodes in the brain. That's the goal. And this technology really allows for us to be able to do that. This is our depth electrode, which is placed through making tiny drill holes in the brain. This device is what I mentioned earlier, that is intended to be submitted to FDA for 510K clearance this year. It really should work seamlessly with Zimmer Biomet's robot. In fact, it's called the ROSA robot, although unfortunately I'm not getting paid any royalties, given that's my last name. But this device has really all the same benefits of the cortical electrode. It's made from the same materials. It's just placed in a less invasive manner. And then I mentioned, our partnership with the Mayo Clinic. Dr. Greg Worrell and Jamie Van Gompel, two very well-known neurosurgeon and neurologist at Mayo, have really helped in development of these devices. We've had this relationship for about 5 years now, and they're still very actively involved in the company and a current shareholder in the company. Zimmer, I mentioned, we have a distribution and development agreement with them. There's a picture of their robot, and you can see actually an electrode actually in the robot arm. But Zimmer has, they're considered to be really the market leader for robotic technology. And the robotic technology in these cases, the intent is to precisely and safely drill holes into the brain tissue, which are identical to where the surgeon wants to place the electrodes. So obviously, think of this as the razor, our device being the razor blade. They should work seamlessly together. They have a large presence in the actually worldwide with this system, and we feel that it will allow us to really penetrate the market quickly. This is our ablation technology. Today, these patients are treated when they come in with epilepsy. There is the diagnostic procedure done with either the cortical or these SEEG electrodes. Then the patient is sent home and scheduled to have a follow-up surgery. And this was a technology that we co-developed with the Cleveland Clinic, whereby you can use the same electrode not only for diagnostic purposes, but also to ablate the targeted brain tissue without having to perform a second surgery or send the patient home. So we're very excited about that. Currently in development, making great progress. And then these are the electrodes that I referenced earlier for deep brain stimulation. Again, the applications today would be epilepsy and Parkinson's and really other motor deficiencies that patients suffer from. But again, these technologies could also be used in spinal cord stimulation, and as I mentioned, more advanced applications that require artificial intelligence. Speaking of, sorry about that. Speaking of spinal cord stimulation, again, I mentioned the idea here is to be able to place these without having to make an incision. And in addition to that, these devices would also have the ability, again, to downsize the contacts so that the doctor is able to stimulate more precisely tissue that he feels will help relieve pain for the patient. All these thin film technologies have that sort of capability. And again, it's one that we feel will play a major role in the future of treating these conditions. Artificial intelligence, clearly when you start to try to deal and treat patients that have spinal cord injuries, that are in wheelchairs, you need to be able to place a lot more electrodes, a lot more data points in the brain, because there's billions of neurons in the brain. So you really need to be able to add thousands and thousands of contacts in the brain. Neuralink with Elon Musk has clearly shown some pretty cool videos of how that might work. We're obviously working towards being able to do the same thing and offer something similar, but in a different way. This again is also something in development that we're really excited about, especially in terms of future potential. Management team, I won't spend a lot of time in, but Mark Christensen co-founded the company. Steve Mertens has an extensive background in early stage as well as advanced stage companies. Carmelo Diaz-Botilla actually was hired after he had left Neuralink, and he's also a key member in terms of our electrode development. Our advisory board, physician advisory board, is comprised of neurosurgeons and neurologists from institutions like Emory, Dr. Gonzalez, formerly of the Cleveland Clinic, and then Drs. Worrell and Van Gompel from the Mayo Clinic. And Vanessa Tolosa also has a long-standing history and a great deal of experience in working with thin film high def electrodes. Our board of directors, Paul Buckman, Ed Anderle, both of those individuals have extensive experience in the neuromodulation space. Currently, Paul is with LivaNova. They clearly have a presence in neuromodulation and treating epilepsy with their technology. Ed's got a storied history really on the business development side. And Jeff's spent quite a bit of time as a CFO of a number of public companies. Here's just a quick snapshot of our trading. We've been somewhere between 90, $110 million market cap, but for an OTC company, we seem to trade, I think, very well. Our goal is to get to NASDAQ, and we've already commented that we've kicked off that process. And in terms of wrapping up, we feel we do have a disruptive technology that has true platform capabilities for all the indications that I mentioned. We're now commercial, starting to generate revenue. Our regulatory processes are fairly well outlined. We've got great partnerships and have had them with Mayo and Cleveland, the Cleveland Clinic, distribution partner in Zimmer Biomet with great capabilities that we think can help us with the first couple devices penetrate the market quickly. And really, you know, we think we have a world-class team that, you know, that's going to accomplish hopefully great things, not only now, but in the future. So with that, I'll turn it over to any questions.
Yes, sir. I have some. I'd love to ask. You know, I was looking up your site and some of the, I will say, limitations surrounding epilepsy therapies. And one of the main ones that came up for me is basically failure to follow the treatment. It seems like this is a very effective way at bypassing that obstacle. I would love your thoughts, and perhaps you can touch on other obstacles of therapy treatments for epilepsy and other, perhaps other, you know, diagnoses that you're treating here, and how this is different from these other therapies.
Yeah, so really the biggest impediment for patients, so there's quite a number of patients, you know, over 3 million a year that, you know, that have epilepsy, but such a low number that actually come in for treatment. And I can show you some pictures regarding how these procedures are done. And if I told you I was going to remove the top part of your skull or drill, you know, 15 holes into your brain tissue to help you, you'd probably say, I'm not too excited to do that. I really don't want to have to experience epilepsy, but it's pretty intimidating. And the drugs that are available have not been as effective, I think, as many of the healthcare practitioners would like. But the invasiveness clearly has been one of the issues. And it's really one of the reasons why there's been an emergence of using robots to drill tiny holes, even though that still sounds you know, pretty daunting. It's much better than having to take the top part of someone's skull off. And when you look at the data, half these patients are, you know, adolescents or neonates, relatively, you know, young people. And when the bones, when you remove the top part of the skull and you look years later at how that heals, there's deformities there. And, you know, when you're talking about teenage girls or really anyone, it's, you know, it can be very intimidating, you know, to have to deal with that. So, you know, being able to continually reduce the invasiveness of these procedures is going to help with the acceptance. And, you know, in the cases of, you know, having to make multiple appointments to come back, you know, first to be diagnosed and then to be treated, you know, the ability to potentially eliminate one of those surgeries. And this is where I think, you know, we have a strong play to be able to tell a patient, like, look, when you come in and have the diagnostic procedure done, it may be the next day, but the intent is, while those devices are in place, is actually to treat you so that you don't have to make multiple appointments and go through this process multiple times. There are other technologies that have also been out there that are obviously trying to do what some of these devices do non-invasively. They've been successful in a small percentage of the cases, but they're clearly not at a point where you're going to see the surgical approach go away. You just hope that, you know, technologies like ours can continue to, you know, to reduce the, you know, the number of procedures that might be required. And then really, you know, when you start looking at more advanced cases, you know, and I use paralysis as one, clearly, if you were to talk to leading experts in this space, they think that artificial intelligence and the ability to add, you know, thousands and thousands of contacts in the brain may be very, very critical in helping, I don't like to use the word cure, but get these people, you know, out of a wheelchair and walking again. And
Right.
So, you know,
Yeah.
there's a lot of technologies out there that are, you know, that are trying to advance the field, and we're learning so much more about the brain and even what stimulation can do in the brain, you know, control mood, deal with depression. It's really an exciting space.
Well, it sounds like you are open to working with these companies, that you can have mutually beneficial products on the market and maybe collaborations similar to the drilling the holes in the skull, if you will, which I find very interesting and very cool that you guys are open to that type of collaboration. One quick confirmation from the chat from Danny Harrison, a time frame for a NASDAQ listing. Correct me if I'm wrong. It's like around 8 to 10-ish months.
Well, it may be that today. So we've submitted our application, but I recently heard that one of the reviewers has 55 applications on his desk right now. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what I was told. So it usually, and it really depends, if you're going to do a financing simultaneous with the uplisting, that takes longer. There's usually more questions involved, more complications. Depends on if you've met all the criteria, but it's usually about a 3-4 month process. And that's allowing time for them to review it, ask questions, respond. But it shouldn't take that long.
I'm happily wrong,
3,
Danny.
4 months.
Yeah, so 3-4 months. That's better news than what I was thinking. So keep an eye on them, Danny. Dave, very interesting. You all are doing some very necessary work, and I'm excited to keep a watch on you all. Thank you so much for being here. Very interesting presentation. Website that they can reach you at.
Yep, it's N as in Nancy, the number 1, M as in Michael, T as in Thomas, C as in Charlie.com.
Perfect. N1mtc.com. We'll drop that in the chats. Again, Dave, thank you so much for being here. This is Dave Rosa, President and CEO of NeuroOne Medical Technologies. We'll talk to you soon, sir.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Bye-bye.
All right. Very cool company. And I think the NASDAQ listing seems to be in a much quicker time frame, Danny, than I said. So my apologies for misleading there. We're going to keep it going, though. We have a very exciting company coming up who I looked at their website. One of my favorite websites, I think, that I've perused from this conference. But we have R. Kirk Huntsman, the chairman and CEO of Vivos Therapeutics. They are listed on the NASDAQ VVOS, Vivos Therapeutics. Kirk, are you with us? You might want to get your mic and camera on there.
All right, here we go. Here, hold on 1 second here. Where's my camera? Start the video. Good morning.
Good morning. Almost to the afternoon Eastern time, but good to have you with us, Kirk. I'm going to let you jump right in. I'm excited to hear about Vivos.
All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Elliot, and appreciate Benzinga for making this possible. So Vivos, if I could, can I get somebody to share the screen so we can pull that up there?
Yeah, we'll get Ed up as a panelist, and then he'll have access to share his screen.
Or okay.
If you want to do Brad.
Okay, Brad's got it?
Brad.
All right. Yeah, I've got Brad Ammon, our Chief Financial Officer, and Ed Lowe, our Investor Relations Officer, with us here this morning. And I appreciate the opportunity to talk. We have an exciting new innovative set of technologies for addressing the market for obstructive sleep apnea. So we deal with sleep and airway issues. Our products are revolutionary in what they do, and they fall into 2 broad categories. We have a diagnostic product that we just announced a few weeks ago called Vivos Score. We'll talk about that in a minute. And then we also have a groundbreaking therapeutic product called the Vivos system. And we'll talk about that and show you why we think this is going to eventually capture a significant amount of the market share. Let's go through, if we could, to the next slide. Let's go through a couple of them here. There we go. So what a lot of people don't realize is that obstructive sleep apnea is a condition that's pervasive around the world. There's 1 billion people on this planet with obstructive sleep apnea. That's 1 in 8 people that are walking around with sleep apnea. 80 to 90% of those people are undiagnosed and untreated. In the United States alone, there's over 54 million just adults, and we can add in another estimated 15 to 20 million children that have this condition. So there's a huge market opportunity just in the United States and Canada, which is the initial focus of our go-to-market strategy. But we see this as a multi-billion-dollar market, total accessible market, total addressable market. And so we see this as a huge opportunity. Our products can address about 80% of the total people that have the condition out there. And so we have indications of use from the FDA to treat mild to moderate sleep apnea. That's by far the majority of the sleep apnea cases. Many of our doctors, however, use our technology to treat severe cases off-label. They use their own discretion with individual patients to treat severe. So we have a product that has broad application with a vast majority of the patients being able to be treated in our technology. Just a little bit about sleep apnea. 1 second here, just go back. So sleep apnea, the severity of sleep apnea is typically measured by something called the apnea-hypopnea index. And essentially what that is it counts the number of times in an hour that a patient experiences an apnea event. Now, an apnea is a cessation of breathing. And in this case, it needs to last at least 10 seconds. So think of somebody with a collapsed airway. They can't get breath. Has to last 10 seconds before the body reacts to it, responds, and opens up. That apnea event has to last at least 10 seconds to be counted. So somebody with let's just say a moderate sleep apnea, let's say their sleep apnea score was 20. That means 20 times an hour, they are gasping for breath for at least 10 seconds. So this is a serious, debilitating, even deadly condition that we now know is comorbid with so many downstream things. We're talking about dementia, early onset Alzheimer's, hypertension, cardiovascular disease, cancer rates in men and women, all sorts of just conditions for children, including bedwetting, ADD, ADHD diagnoses, lower IQ. I mean, this goes on, the list goes on and on and on of all the things that are comorbid with obstructive sleep apnea. So there's two fundamental challenges that present to people. Let's go to the next slide. There's two fundamental challenges that present to people that have obstructive sleep apnea. And providers who are trying to identify and treat it. The first is, how do I know who has it? 80% of the patients are walking around out there. They don't know they have it. They have all of the downstream issues with it, but they sleep through their sleep apnea. So they wake up with they wake up not feeling like they've had a full night's rest. They wake up with maybe they have excessive daytime sleepiness. Maybe they have hypertension. Maybe they have any of those things that we talked about that are downstream from their sleep apnea. But it's only when they get a sleep test, a validating sleep test, that they can have that confirmed. The challenge has been to get that test. And it used to be that a patient was referred to an in-lab overnight sleep test for a polysomnogram. Those polysomnograms, or PSGs as they're called, they used to be very costly. They would take, and they still are to the extent that they're still available, but they are a $2,000 to $3,000 overnight in-lab sleep test. It was the gold standard and remains in certain respects to be the gold standard. The advent of home sleep testing has enabled more and more patients to get tested, but now we've just introduced the world's first wearable technology that actually has a FDA clearance for being a clinically valid, FDA cleared medical grade sleep test. So we can now, with a little ring that goes on your finger, we can now evaluate and establish sleep quality and evaluate for the condition of sleep apnea and actually have a medical diagnosis of that. So we wanted to test this. And so we tested this with 12 of our trained dentists that were out there that were performing and treating sleep apnea. These dentists performed 938 sleep tests over a 3-month period. 56% of the patients that were tested with the Vivos score devices tested positive. 56%. Think about that in the general population. 56% of these patients coming through the dental office were actually testing positive. Now, these are patients of all ethnicities, all ages, both genders. I mean, this is everybody across the board. 56%. But the most interesting aspect of that is that 50% of the patients who did test positive actually went into treatment. And that's what we really want. We want to find patients that not only have this condition, but go into treatment. So as we think about patients' treatment options, we think about, okay, what am I going to do now? So Vivos has a treatment solution. So that was our diagnostic solution. We think it lowers the cost by 90%. And so it's easy to use, it's easy to dispense. And then we get patients to say, okay, what am I going to do? Do I want to go CPAP? Do I want to go into surgery or some sort? Or do I use something now called a Vivos biomimetic oral appliance? These oral appliances are shown on the screen. I know they look a little bit intimidating. They're actually very comfortable to wear. And they actually remodel the tissues of the oral cavity that in turn change the size, shape, and functionality or capacity of the airway. So by wearing these devices, we actually address the fundamental condition, which is the obstruction in the airway. An airway that's too small or that doesn't really function properly because of its size or shape, we actually reposition the tissues and open that airway up. The difference being breathing through a drinking straw versus breathing through a garden hose. Here's an example of what our technology does. On the left, you see a 30-year-old male patient, severe sleep apnea, not obese. It's amazing how many of these patients have this condition and are not obese, not the typical thing we think of. But this patient right here had an airway that was too small and was prone to collapse. We put him in our treatment. After 14 months, the volume of his airway doubled and the size tripled. And you can see that in the two screens there. So these are there's no appliance in the mouth on either one of these pictures. So this is a true before and after. Now that was last taken in 2018. It's now 2021. That 30, what would he be now? 33, 34 years old male is walking around with that airway on the right. He's not in treatment anymore. He's done. So one of the things that's a competitive advantage for our technology is we get patients in and out of treatment in 12 to 24 months. After that, they have a lifetime, as far as we know, at least an extended period of time where they have no sleep apnea or they have reduced sleep apnea symptoms. So that's the benefit. So when somebody goes into an alternative treatment, such as CPAP, they're in there for life. They've got to wear that mask and that whole system for life, every night for the rest of your life, while the underlying condition oftentimes gets worse. So let's go to the next page. People always want to know about the published studies. In 17 published studies, we've reported a mean reduction in AHI of 67%. I would note that in the early stages, when the early studies were conducted and we didn't know all of the things we know about this technology today, we got results in the 35 to 40% range. Now we're getting results that are above the 67.42. So we're seeing an improvement as we improve the protocols, as we adjust for how to customize and design these appliances. We're seeing some amazing results, up to and including almost a complete resolution of the sleep apnea condition. We've treated over 15,000 patients. We have great gross margins. We have on our products, we charge dentists it takes a dentist to use the oral appliance. That's why we go through the dental profession. They collaborate with the sleep specialists in their area, and they work together collaboratively on these cases and on these patients. But to train up the dentists, we charge them $50,000 to enter. You see 28,000 on your screen. We do give them some incentives and whatnot. It nets out about 30 grand. But we actually charge the doctors up front because this is a serious amount of education that they need to apprehend in order to do this. But once they get it, it doesn't take very long, and it's not rocket science, but they do have a learning curve to go through. Once they get that, then they start ordering appliances. We have roughly 80% margins on a blended service and product revenue basis. So we have high gross margins to work with. And this is an example here, 70 to 75% gross margins on our appliances, or over 80% on our services, our educational services training. So that's really the story here at Vivos. That's who we are. We've been around for 4.5 years now. We went public on the NASDAQ at the end of or mid-December of 2020. And so we're a freshly minted public company. We think we have an incredible product offering in terms of both diagnosis and therapy. And the combination and the vertical integration, to our knowledge, with technologies of this caliber is unprecedented. So we're going to be able to diagnose more people and treat more people in what we believe is the world's best therapeutic program. So that's Vivos. That's what we are. I don't know if Elliot, if you want to open it up for some questions, but happy to take some questions for a few minutes.
Yeah, so I have one. I was noticing that it seems like that first step for you all is that self-assessment. Am I correct about that?
Well, we have a self-assessment on the website, but what we want to do is we want to get one of those Vivos score rings into the hands of the patients, let them take an overnight test. Let's see where they're at. Let's evaluate their sleep. Let's see if they have sleep apnea. If they do, we can take further steps in collaboration between the dentist and their physician.
Very cool. I had a follow-up to that, but I think you pretty much gave that away. But you all also have a very interesting evening ahead, if I'm not mistaken. Anything you can tell us now that you maybe you can tease something for us for the 5 o'clock?
Look, yeah, we have today. We're announcing our 2020 earnings, and we'll make a few announcements around that. We think everybody will be smiling by the end.
I love it. That's exciting. Honestly, it sounds like Vivos has huge potential here. And the CPAP, there's a lot more to a CPAP in the sense of, if I'm not mistaken, the cleaning of it, the maintenance, all that type with that type of technology. But
well, I would say this, Elliot, the CPAP therapy is universally despised and hated. Nobody wants to look like Darth Vader in the bedroom. Nobody wants to wear that thing and go through that ordeal. And you're right, there's more downstream issues that people are addressing, such as pneumonia from infectious diseases and whatnot. So the cleaning of it, the maintenance of it, and the cold hard fact is that over the course of time, patients get worse. Their underlying sleep apnea condition gets worse as time goes along in CPAP treatment. So in reality, what we're doing is we're buying patients time to live, to breathe another day. But with Vivos, we can actually fix that problem. We actually take patients out of CPAP on a regular basis.
Wow.
I would refer any listeners here to YouTube and go look up The Science of Sleep Apnea with Dr. Mimi Guarneri and Carrie Dahl and Dr. Tamari Height. If you go there, look that up, The Science of Sleep Apnea. There's episode 1. We have episode 2 going off tonight, right after our earnings call. But they'll be these are medical doctors with dentists collaborating together to talk about our technology and the effects of this technology on their patients in real world type things. Good stuff.
One more question from Madison in the chat. Is the technology underlying the Vivos score, being the diagnostic ring, exclusive to Vivos, or can the company that developed it license it out, or can you license it out if it is yours?
Yeah, so we actually have right here in Colorado, they're actually neighbors of ours here in Colorado that we met, and they have this groundbreaking technology, but they didn't have a go-to-market group or team. And so we worked with them for many months to get an exclusive license for North America to deliver this product to the dental and parts of the medical community. So we have, we're there. They have distributors around the world, other distributors, but in North America, for the dental and parts of the medical community, we actually have a license there. So there's no real difference. I mean, we actually have a close working relationship with them, and I think we'll get the market pretty well covered up there.
About to be like, this market is plenty big.
Yeah, there's lots of room here.
Yeah, so that's exciting, Kirk. I really appreciate you being here with us today. Incredibly interesting company, one that I have already put on a watch list personally. Again, this is Vivos, Vivos Therapeutics, NASDAQ listed VVOS, vivoslife.com. Kirk, one last thought, if you have one.
hey, listen, we think we're the next unicorn in healthcare. And I think those of you who are watching who understand what that means, this is a big deal. This is going places. Our technology is effective. It works. We now have the ability to both diagnose and treat. And so we feel like we have something that's unique in the market. We look forward to having you watch us as we grow.
Fantastic. All right. R. Kirk Huntsman, Chairman, Chief Executive Officer of Vivos Therapeutics. Thank you so much for being here today.
My pleasure. Thank you.
All right, everybody. That was Vivos Therapeutics, VVOS. Very exciting company. Very cool to have them here, and it's super cool how they're rolling it out, the studies they're doing, and also the market that they could control in the very near future. So let's keep it rolling, though. Next up, we have good friends of Benzinga, Rick Iceworth, President and CEO of Alimera Sciences. They are NASDAQ listed, ALIM, AlimeraSciences.com. Rick, welcome, sir. How are you today?
I'm doing great, Elliot. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm going to let you jump right in.
Great. Thank you. Can you guys see my slides?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. Excellent. Well, thanks for having us today. As the first slide says, retina disease is our focus. The company's Alimera Sciences, and I'm Rick Iceworth, the CEO and president here. The retina disease is our focus. Is an important thing to understand about what we have built and are continuing to try to build here at Alimera, for a couple of reasons. Retina is we believe it's an underserved market. There's not a single company out there that we're aware of that is solely catering to the retina physician and their patients. So no companies out there with multiple products that can treat diseases in the back of the eye. And it's also a very efficient space for us to operate in. You'll see when I go through our financials, we're actually operating fairly efficiently now, generating EBITDA as a small company. And that's because, again, retina space is pretty efficient. To give you some perspective, there are about 20,000 ophthalmologists in the United States, but only about 2,000 of those treat retina disease or are considered retina specialists. Same dynamic in other countries around the world that, those physicians that treat retina are fairly a small niche. And we can approach those doctors and commercialize products to them fairly efficiently with a pretty small infrastructure. I'm going to skip past the forward-looking statements, which I'm sure you're all familiar with. A couple of highlights at Alimera. We have what we believe is a very unique asset in our product called Iluvien. And with that asset, we're trying to change the paradigm in the way retina diseases are treated. Iluvien, and I'll take you through this in more detail, is the only what we call non-acute therapy available to treat the recurrence of retinal disease. Most retinal diseases are persistent and chronic. They're not going to go away, so you can't treat them over a short period of time or treat them acutely. They're going to continue to come back, and we have a unique way to treat them over an extended period of time. We have a very established commercial business. We did just under 51 million in revenue in 2020. Importantly, in a challenging year, generated positive EBITDA, and that's coming off of a record year in 2019 of just under 54 million in revenue and getting to break-even EBITDA for the first time. So a very important goal achieved in 2019. We expected to continue to grow at roughly a 20% clip, and that was obviously slowed down by COVID, but we think we can get back to there pretty quickly and continue to leverage what we built. Very leverageable commercial retina presence in the US and in Europe, and I'll take you through that, but we're at the point now, generating EBITDA with the presence we have in the US and Europe. We are ready to find ways to take on additional products to leverage that infrastructure because, frankly, anything we can take to those retina specialists, drops pretty quickly to the bottom line. As a pharmaceutical company, we have an established business, as I said, but we also have the option value for something much greater as we move forward. We're running what is called the New Day study, which is a head-to-head comparison on label use of our drug Iluvien versus what is now the standard of care in our space. And is about a $7.5 billion drug. So there's a lot of room for us to grow, especially if we create the data we think we can in this head-to-head comparison. And then, as I mentioned, building a company around that retina specialist and their patients. Our vision is to do what we say internally is to make Alimera the place to be in retina for physicians, for patients, for employees that want to work in the retina space, and frankly, for partners that want to launch drugs in the retina space as well. Our primary indication to date has been for a disease called diabetic macular edema. DME, as it's referred to, is the leading cause of blindness in diabetic patients. For lack of a better way to explain it, it's when the blood vessels start to leak in the back of the eye. So if you're familiar with diabetics, you've ever seen a diabetic get swollen hands or swollen feet, that's because the blood vessels start to break down in their extremities. and the fluid builds up, and that leads to the swelling. That same thing is happening in the back of the eye. And so I like to say that the movie screen is sort of losing its shape. The retina swells and the vision gets blurry. And so our drug is approved to treat that in the United States and about 17 other countries in Europe. Before I get into exactly how Iluvien works, I made the comparison or the allusion to the challenge in treating these chronic and persistent diseases with acute therapies. Retina specialists are really on an island. They treat these chronic persistent diseases in a different way than people do in other disease states. If you think about the cardiologist in treating, high blood pressure, most people's high blood pressure doesn't go away. They're stuck with it for life. And that cardiologist treats the disease with a daily dose of a systemic ACE inhibitor or or maybe a diuretic or a combination of both, right? They don't treat it acutely, once a month, once every 30 days, once every 60 or 90 days. So they treat it consistently every day to keep it under control. And yet doctors in retina don't do that. They're using bolus injections. So patients are going back to get a needle in the eye to administer a drug once every 1, 2, or 3 months on the outside. And then they have to go back when the disease recurs and comes back. So we're trying to find a way to get physicians in the retina space sort of on par with physicians that are treating chronic diseases and other disease states. This slide here is a very important takeaway. This is looking at the typical DME patient and how they are treated and how they perform on the acute therapies or the short-term therapies. So this sort of highlights the problem that we're trying to solve. If you look at the purplish blue line, that is looking at the anatomy of the patient. So the thickness of the retina. To give you some perspective, the scale on the left is the thickness of the retina, and a normal retina is all the way down there toward the bottom at 200 to 300 microns thick. So this patient's coming in with a very swollen or edematous retina of up over 800 microns. Every one of those arrows growing across the top is the application of one of the shorter term therapies, the short duration therapies. And you can see that they work. They give you a pretty rapid resolution of the edema. The swelling in the retina starts to come down, but the drug wears off pretty quickly. And you get this constant waxing and waning. You get the seesaw of the thickness in the retina over time. And that, of course, leads to, thickening and thinning. The thickening and thinning of the retina leads to, waxing and waning of the patient's vision as well. Very, very frustrating for a patient. My mother-in-law, before she passed away, was a good example of this. The treatment is really customized on a per patient visit because, as I said, some of these drugs last for a month, some last for 2 months, some last for 3 months, depending on the patient. But not only are they customized for the patient, they're customized for each eye because each eye operates a little bit differently. And so my mother-in-law had to be injected once every 5 weeks in one eye, once every 8 weeks in another eye. And so she was constantly going back to the doctor. If you played that out over the course of 3 years, that's about 50 visits over the course of 3 years for injections or needles in the eye. So very frustrating for her, but more frustrating than going back for the injections is waking up one morning, realizing that she can't read the newspaper as well as she could the day before, or she can't see her grandkids as well as she could the day before because that vision is sort of waning as the efficacy of these shorter term drugs wears off. And also importantly, we believe that as the disease waxes and wanes and comes and goes, that damage is accumulating and occurring to the photoreceptors and the neurofiber layers in the eye. And the way you see that in this chart is the yellow line is looking at the functional output or the visual acuity of the patient. So how well they're seeing. You can see this patient starts off seeing about 2200, and periodically to the left, as the anatomy gets better and the retina thins, the visual acuity improves. And that's why you see those yellow spikes up as high as 2080 for this patient. However, the further you get to the right, as the disease has waxed and waned over time and the patient suffered from the disease for a longer period of time, you no longer see those improvements in visual acuity. We believe that's because of the damage that's occurring. So that's another reason we think it's important, not just from a patient satisfaction standpoint, but also to protect the eye longer term, that you've got to keep that retina sort of quieter and flatter for an extended period of time. Which brings us to Iluvien. Our drug as Iluvien is engineered for what we call sustained treatment or consistent therapy. We actually have trademarked it continuous microdosing. Iluvien is that little yellow polyamide tube or plastic tube next to the tip of the pencil. That tube is 3.5 millimeters long and 0.35 millimeters in diameter. It's so small and light that you have to wet the tip of your finger to pick it up. And it's 1/32 the size of a grain of white rice. The tube itself is filled with a polyvinyl alcohol matrix with fluocinolone acetonide, which is a steroid that's used very commonly in dermatology and has been used in the eye before. And then the tube is impermeable everywhere except one end, right? So the plastic sheath itself is impermeable. It's got an impermeable silicone cap on one end, and one end is left open. And that's really the magic of how Iluvien works. It's got a consistent surface area exposed, and therefore a very consistent, what we call again microdose, is released out of the end of the tube every day at about 0.16 micrograms per day, every day for up to 3 years. So the idea is that you can treat the disease with one injection for up to 3 years, as opposed to these recurring injections that are happening every 30, 60, or 90 days in the eye. This is a quick snapshot of how Iluvien works in a clinical setting. This is looking at about 130 patients and 160 eyes that were treated the first year after Iluvien was launched. And what we did is we went back and collected data from the physicians on how they performed on the acute therapies before they received Iluvien, and then how they performed after Iluvien. So the dotted line in the middle is when they got their Iluvien. And then this is sort of stratified, so we can see, how well Iluvien patients work, and arguably patients that were successful in the short-term therapies versus, unsuccessful or refractory. So the green line is looking at patients that were seeing 20, 40 or better at the time they got their Iluvien. So arguably a success, because those patients were driving vision or better on the shorter-term therapies. They were being treated once every 2.9 months. So just under every 3 months, these patients having to go back in for an injection. They got the Iluvien, they maintained that high quality vision at 20, 40 or better, and yet their injection frequency, and therefore the recurrence of the disease was deferred and coming back, went to once every 22 months. So that's an 80 to 85% reduction in the treatment frequency for these patients by getting Iluvien in their eye, and they get very similar visual acuity results. If you look at the worst patients, the bottom blue line, those patients are still being treated once every 3 months, yet they're seeing 2200 or worse, right? So 2200 is about halfway to blinding vision. 2400 is when people start to be considered blind. Importantly, they're still being treated once every 3 months. And that's because of all the comorbidities these diabetic patients have and how crowded the doctor's offices are. The doctors aren't really able to customize all these patients based on the severity of the disease. They were with my mother-in-law. So these patients are still being treated once every 3 months, regardless of how severe the disease is, when maybe they should be treated more frequently. So these patients in the bottom line, they get Iluvien injected in the eye. Their vision, the treatment frequency, is more than cut in half. It goes from once every 3 months to once every about 7. So it's more than a 50% reduction in the recurrence of the disease. But importantly, these patients, where arguably the acute therapies were not working, they get 20 letters of visual acuity improvement. So if you're familiar with the eye chart in your doctor's office, that's about 4 lines on the eye chart. So that's a very material improvement in vision for these patients that, we're not seeing very well under the acute therapies. So sort of the takeaway here is there's not really any reason to wait to put Iluvien on board with the patient, right? And give them that consistent microdosing every day to treat the disease more consistently, because you're going to reduce the recurrence of the disease. You're going to reduce the need for those needles in the eye, and you're going to give those patients a chance to improve or maintain their vision compared to what they were doing on the acute therapies. Now, a lot of people ask, if Iluvien works for 36 months, why are patients being treated once every 7 months on those worst patients, or once every 22 months on the better patients? It simply comes back to varying degrees of severity of the disease, similar to what you would see in any other disease state, right? Using my cardiology example again, some patients need 5 milligrams of an ACE inhibitor. Some people need 10 milligrams of that ACE inhibitor. And some people need an ACE inhibitor and a diuretic, depending again on the severity of their high blood pressure. In the case of Iluvien, the majority of the time, 63% of the cases in this user analysis, they got Iluvien and it worked as monotherapy and they didn't need anything else. But in about a third of the patients where the disease is a little bit more severe, or the disease is a little bit more complex, they do supplement Iluvien with some other things. But again, that's just like adding on a second drug in cardiology, glaucoma, oncology, et cetera, for the more severe patients. Financially, as I said, very successful company. We grew to just under 54 million in revenue in 2019. If you look at the CAGR presented here from 17 to 18 and 19, we were growing at about a 23% clip. We really expected that to continue in 2020. To give you some perspective, our run rate between fourth quarter of 2019 and first quarter of 2020, before COVID sort of struck, was in that 63, 64, $65 million range. So we expected our growth to continue, slowed down a little bit by COVID, and revenue ended up down about 6%. But importantly, we're very proud of the fact that we grew EBITDA from about $20,000 or break even in 2019 to about $3.5 million in positive EBITDA in this most recent year. Our balance sheet actually got stronger. You can see we added about just under $2 million in cash, and we did not dilute our shareholders at all. Didn't have to go raise money like a lot of our peers did in this challenging environment. There's a lot of opportunity for continued growth for Alimera and for Iluvien. The first is just continued guerrilla warfare out there, organic growth, trying to get more physicians using the product and get those physicians to use the product earlier in the treatment paradigm. And that's really what's been fueling a big part of our growth to date. In addition to that, it's geographic expansion. I'll take you through our geographic footprint in a moment, but we hope to be able to grow from being available in 11 or 12 countries last year to 16, 17, 18 by the end of 2021. So geographic expansion is a big part of our growth, trying to make our product available in new countries. Third, we do have another indication beyond diabetic macular edema that's available to us in our European markets, and we're just early in the launch of that indication, so we expect more to come from that. And then obviously the option value out of the New Day study that I mentioned that could be a big lever to growth in the coming years. We're a small company. We've got about 140 people globally, but we do have a presence in quite a few countries. We sell our product direct in the United States and in 4 countries in Europe, in Germany, the UK, Portugal, and Ireland. Then we have partnerships across Southern Europe, in France, Italy, and Spain. We've recently expanded our partnership with our French partner to cover the Benelux territories, and the postulates of trying to launch in the Benelux territories this year. We recently signed a distributorship in the Nordic countries, and we'll be looking to launch in the Nordic countries this year. We already have product that available in a few of those. We recently signed a partnership for the Czech Republic. We have a partnership in the Middle East where Iluvien is currently available in 3 or 4 countries. And we have partnerships in Australia and Canada as well. So I'm continuing to try to expand this platform, for a couple of reasons. One, it drives revenue opportunity for us, but also, we believe the broader reach that we have from a platform standpoint, the more attractive we are to partners that want to launch products in the retina space as well. And again, there's very few people that have a network or a presence like we do have internationally in the retina space. The other indication I mentioned is for a disease state called uveitis. That's for non-infectious posterior uveitis. This is a smaller disease state than diabetic macular edema, but it doesn't have the headwind of a lot of other competition. It's typically treated with systemic steroids or systemic immunosuppressive diseases. It results in very inflammatory flare-ups in the back of the eye. Happens to younger patients, and they're very debilitating and cause a lot of damage. So the idea of having a long-term consistent therapy on board makes a lot of sense. Quickly in the clinical trials, you can see that in the control arm where patients were getting those systemic drugs, the average recurrence of the disease coming back was at about 10 weeks or about 2.5 months, slightly less than 2.5 months. And Iluvien deferred that median recurrence out to 94 weeks. So almost a 10-fold improvement in that disease-free recurrence period of time. And then just the number of recurrences over the course of 3 years in the study, was about 60 to 65% lower in the Iluvien arm than it was in the control arm. So we do a great job at, again, keeping that eye quiet, providing that long-term durable protection. We've only launched this indication so far in Germany and the UK. That happened in late 2019. Been slowed down getting pricing and reimbursement in a few countries because of the COVID situation. But we do expect to launch in several countries in Europe in 2021, and obviously we'll see incremental revenue growth from that. And then, lastly is the New Day study. We're very excited about this New Day study. As a small company, with 50 million in revenue and about 140 employees around the globe, we think we're punching above our weight, going up against head-to-head against a $7.5 billion standard care. In this study, we are assessing Iluvien as first-line therapy. So the goal is to treat naive or near-naive patients in a head-to-head comparison against the corticosteroid that's the standard of care. Again, $7.5 billion drug. We're going to be looking at a lot of things, the ability to keep that eye quiet for a consistent period of time and reduce the need for injections. We'll be seeing the safety of combination therapy because some patients will see combination therapy. Importantly, we're going to look at patient-reported outcomes. We want to see how the patients enjoy the benefit of Iluvien, from that consistency in the eye. And in addition to that, we're going to be looking at some things that people haven't looked at before. We're going to be looking at some neuronal function, doing some retinography to look at biomarkers and functional imaging of the retina layers to see if we do indeed provide the protection we think we do. It's about a 300-patient study across about 40 to 45 sites, and we hope to get it enrolled, by the end of the first quarter of 2022. And the last thing I'll say about this study real quick is, it's not the typical binary bet that you would get in pharmaceuticals. We've treated about 35,000 patients around the globe. So we sort of know how our drug works. And a lot of that has been factored in this study. So we have high hopes for the outcome of this and think it will help level the playing ground for us to compete with that much bigger drug. That's sort of the end of my prepared comments. So Elliot, if you want to open up for questions or if you have any questions.
Yeah, we're about out of time, but actually an interesting question from Andrew Anderson. Can this still be used if a patient has had laser surgery?
Yes, it absolutely can. It absolutely can. Laser therapy does not prohibit the use of this at all. Laser is typically used for more outer vision, outer issues in the retina than it would be central vision, where Iluvien would be more of a benefit.
And then really quickly, I know you're going to want to give a long answer, but if you could wrap this up in like 20 to 30 seconds here. Does Iluvien require any additional dexterity or training for the retina specialist to insert, or are the injection methods similar?
No, the injection methods are very similar. Importantly, Iluvien is a 25 gauge needle, which makes it a self-sealing wound so the doctor can do it in their clinic. And it's done very similar to all the other injections they do in the eye.
Wow. Rick, I mean, just a value play, my friend. That's awesome. The ALIM on the NASDAQ, right?
That's right.
ALIM. I cannot wait to see the results of that study. I will be keeping an eye on it. And please do come back and update us. I very much look forward to having you back.
Great. Thanks for having me, Elliot.
Yeah. Thank you, Rick. That's the president and CEO of Alimera Sciences. Wonderful interview there and presentation, I should say. Interview lasted 30 seconds for me.
There's a lot to tell in 20 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Thanks again, Rick. We are going to keep it rolling here. Awesome. That was AlimeraSciences.com. NASDAQ listed ALIM. We are going to move right along to a good friend of Benzinga, Kenneth L. Londoner, founder, CEO, chairman, and director of BioSig Technologies. That is biosigtech.com. They are listed on the NASDAQ, BSG. All right. Ken, are you with us there, sir?
I'm here. How about you?
Oh, I'm here, but I'm about to disappear. You like my rhyme? I'm going to turn it over to you. Your screen is up. Take it away.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Nice to be here. BioSig Technologies is a 12-year-old medical device developer commercializing medical technology to treat AFib patients, people with irregular heartbeats. Ticker symbol is BSGM, and we operate in a growth market, double-digit growth market. AFib or arrhythmia is the fourth leading disease in the United States by prevalence. The market grows at about 13.5% per year. It's a global market expected to reach $12.2 billion in 2026. We have a technology that is fully patented. 34 patents issued and allowed. We are commercial. We sold our first systems to the number one hospital in the United States by volume. We have a razor and blade business model, FDA approval, and we're constantly producing evidence that our system has value. This is what the technology looks like. We call it the Pure EP system. It is a signal processing platform that is intended to improve the visualization of intracardiac signals. Those are the signals that come from inside your heart when they're doing these procedures. That information is one of the most critical things that the surgeon uses to make their decisions. Our software is customizable and very valuable to them, and we have a platform for artificial intelligence in our industry. In terms of what our secret sauce is, in the operating theater, where I'll show you in a moment, right now, when somebody goes in for one of these surgeries, the outcomes are not as high as the industry would like them to be. Physicians tell us they can't fix what they can't see. If you look on the left-hand side and you look at what our system produces visually for them, if you look at the bottom 3 lines, you can see a lot of character in the information, a lot of, distinguishment in the signals versus the right-hand side, which is our leading competitive system, a Fortune 500 company. You can see more information with our technology. By seeing signals that they can't see prior, they're able to do better surgeries. In terms of the market opportunity for BioSig, as I said, it's a very large market. There are close to 7,500 operating rooms across the world that do these procedures. So every major city has a hospital that provides this therapy. We believe the total addressable market for our company is approaching $2 billion. In terms of where we are and where we've been, last year was our first year of commercial launch. And as you can see on the left-hand side, these are the number of actual cases or surgeries we have participated in by center in 2020. We now are up to a total of 663 surgeries. We expect that number to be at or above 1,000 procedures by the end of the year. And you can see in the middle, the number of users per hospital are growing. It's important that as many physicians use our system per center as possible. That means they have experience with the technology, they use it more, and that increases our commercial potential. And on the right-hand side, these are all the subcategories of disease in the irregular heartbeat field, and we're used across the board on every subcategory of the procedure. This is a picture of what our technology looks like. There are 2 rooms that constitute the operating theater. On the left-hand side, you see is the control room at the University of Pennsylvania in Philadelphia. You see our system sitting in between Johnson & Johnson and General Electric. That's the pure EP. And we see the signals that are coming from the surface of your heart and inside your heart. And that information is much clearer, much cleaner than the other systems provide. On the right-hand side, you see our hardware. That is the operating room itself. You see the patient is under the blue tarp, and the gentleman with the glasses is Dr. Andrea Natali. He is one of the leading surgeons in our industry. And our system is sitting underneath the hospital bed and records the signals coming from the surface of the body and inside the heart. We have a business model where we sell the hardware to the hospital. And then on top of that hardware comes a service contract. And inside that service contract, which is an annual renewable charge, they get installation, they get training from us, they get all software upgrades that our team produces in an annual term, and they also get a warranty. And again, that will be going alongside the hardware every year. On top of that, we sell software modules. The easiest way for me to explain it is when anyone buys a desktop or a laptop, they pay Microsoft for, Windows, for Office, for PowerPoint, Excel, et cetera. That's a separate fee. So we have clinical modules that go along with our package that allow them to do specific things that they will pay additional resources for. And then the last business we're developing is the data set business. This is the artificial intelligence and machine learning algorithms that we are building right now in partnership with the Mayo Clinic and a leading AI scientist from MIT. Our strategy for 2021 is to roll out our systems in the areas that you see. There will be a few exceptions. As you see, University of Michigan is an exception. We just announced that we're going into that center in the next month. We're also installing at Cornell, which is new, and we have several others that we'll be announcing soon. But we are going to be building out our businesses in these regions, principally because of COVID and also because these markets offer significant opportunity for us regionally. We are a small company, so we want to be focused and concentrated and build up our business in these areas. And we're using leading centers as centers of excellence to showcase our technology, train our people, and bring other practitioners to come see our technology live. And that strategy, we believe, will work very well for us. In terms of this sector overall, vis-a-vis the hospitals, it is a highly profitable elective procedure. EP is clinically urgent. If you have an irregular heartbeat, you have to have it checked. You have to have it treated. 92% of those with an irregular heartbeat actually choose medicine, but medicine does not cure the disease. Medicine only helps you deal with the symptoms over time and the disease progresses. If an irregular heartbeat progresses like cancer, it can be lethal. It could cause stroke. You have to have a normal heartbeat to have a normal life. So delaying procedure is not good. So post-COVID, there is a bit of a backlog of folks who've delayed their procedures, and we expect 2021 and 2022 to be strong recovery years. But we feel that the hospitals will be very interested in our technology because the median revenue they make off of one of these cases is $55,800. And we think the cost of them putting on the procedure is considerably less. So having our system will attract patients, we believe, to the hospitals. We've been doing clinical trials, and we are in the middle of one right now, which is a multi-center blinded and randomized trial. We are at 3 centers comparing our technology to those of the leaders in our field, looking at our signals versus theirs and how it affects the surgical procedure. Mayo Clinic, Mass General, and TCAI are those 3 centers. So we have fully enrolled the primary study, and that's been completed here in the first quarter. The data analysis and the unblinding of the primary study is ongoing. We will be submitting results for an abstract, and we expect to present the results of our study sometime in the summer of this year. So we will unblind and share that data with everyone. We believe it'll be before the Heart Rhythm Society Convention, which is the major event in our industry, which takes place July 27th in Boston. We have a great management team, a lot of industry experience and veterans on the team. Johnson & Johnson, Medtronic, Boston Scientific, Abbott on leadership team, as well as from the business side, we have folks from Fidelity, Royal Bank of Canada. So these are all seasoned veterans. In terms of the value drivers, company just reported its 10K on a week ago. We have over $28 million of cash on the balance sheet and no debt. We've stated that that capital will get us well into the middle of next year. In this year, we expect to triple our customer base with installing systems at least 20 hospitals. Right now, I believe we're in 8 or 9, and we will be in 20 or more by the end of the year. We are looking to increase our revenue every quarter, starting in the first quarter, and we expect CE mark approval sometime in 2022, and then we'll consider going into Europe. We have launched an AI program, an artificial intelligence program in association with Mayo Clinic, and we expect the presentation of clinical data, as I said, right before the Heart Rhythm Society meeting. So with that said, I'm ready to take questions.
Yes, sir, Ken. Really, really interesting stuff you got going on there. So Ken, you know, when looking at the evaluation periods, they seem to be getting shorter from about a year for TCAI to around 90 days. So in helping us understand the rationale, and David Jones, to your point in the chat, presumably this leads to shorter sales cycle. Leads to shorter sales cycles, faster sales going forward. Anything you can enlighten us there?
Sure. We picked a poor year to launch our product with COVID. We were shut out of the market for a number of months and really fought hard to get these systems launched. So where we're now in, as I said, 8 centers, soon to be 9. And we knew that in year 1, forgetting about COVID, just in the first year of a commercial launch like this, we gave a very long evaluation period because we had to learn as much about our system and how it fits and operates in the operating room as the hospital wanted to know about our technology. So that 1 year term was for our benefit as much as for theirs. Because we had such a good first year and got all the information we needed and had excellent response in terms of the liking of the technology, we have shortened the valuation period. So when we install a system now, we're going in and they have a 90-day window to evaluate the technology while our commercial team works to help them either purchase the system. We have rental programs and lease programs as well.
Fantastic. So I'd love to also get your, thoughts on the AI machine learning aspect and the rollout of your product, but just really in the sense of biotech right now, it seems like AI seems to be a bit undervalued except for players such as yourself.
AI, I remember I was a money manager, and I remember when I heard the first time what program trading was back in the late 90s. Everybody was doing it with the human mind and a lot of hard work. And then computers started to come in and software and algorithms started taking over a lot of the decision making on Wall Street. The same thing is happening in medicine, but healthcare is 20 years behind the financial community. So in our area of cardiovascular surgery, we believe with a computer system like we offer in the operating room and getting all the heart data that we get, which is pristine heart data, our teams in Los Angeles and at MIT and at the Mayo Clinic, what they're doing is they're crunching all that information, dense amounts of heart data without the patient record, of course, and they're looking for patterns. They're looking for trends that you can't see with the human eye. So I think where surgery is going to go, not just for us, but for all areas, will be heavy duty machine learning driven, where the surgeons will be getting guidance from the computers. It's also like automobiles. I personally would not be comfortable driving a car with the car telling me what to do, but plenty of people will. So you'll have that AI working for automobiles and frankly everything else. And we think we'll be a leader in AI in our sector. We're lucky to have partners such as Mayo Clinic and one very brilliant gentleman at MIT. So we're going to be rolling that out next year.
Either you're working with the right organizations or they see some ridiculous promise in you all. That's fantastic, Ken. So, with the AI, is Mayo Clinic putting a pretty heavy emphasis on that right now then, it sounds like?
They have said they want to be the leaders in the world. Mayo is, according to U.S. News and World Report, the leading medical center in the United States. They just signed a 10-year partnership with Google to automate all of their data and put it in the cloud. Google actually sits right next door to our offices at the Mayo Clinic, and we expect to be doing a lot of work with them over the years. One other thing to mention is Mayo Clinic is actually an investor in our company. They invested in our company. We signed a 10-year partnership of our own based in 2017.
That's awesome. That is really cool news. Probably not news, but like really cool to mention that.
Great to be working with them. That place is unbelievable.
Absolutely. Ken, sounds like you guys are unbelievable as well, and we appreciate you being on our stage and talking about BioSig Technologies.
Thanks for your time.
Yeah, of course. Thanks again to Kenneth L. Londoner, founder, CEO, and chairman of BioSig Technologies. That is biosigtech.com. They are listed on the NASDAQ as BSGM. Kenneth, thank you so much, sir. We will see you soon.
Thank you. Have a good conference.
Thanks so much. All right, y'all. It's just company after company that I'm loving right now. Just really interesting products. I think you're seeing a new wave of innovation come through, and a lot of these guys are the leaders in what they're doing. Andrew Anderson, I completely agree with you. Can absolutely help with congestive heart failure. We're going to keep rolling, though. We're taking a cool change of pace here. This is a company I am really excited to hear from in terms of, I think they're going to be very important in the future. We have Oliver Peoples here, CEO of Yield10 Biosciences, NASDAQ listed YTEN. They are Yield10Bio.com. Oliver, if you wouldn't mind turning your camera and mic on, I do see your screen, though. Hey, there you go, sir. Welcome. How are you?
Good. Can you hear me fine?
Yes, sir. Now we can. I'm going to let you take it right away. Looks like you're set up.
Excellent, excellent. So hello everyone and welcome to the Yield10 Bioscience investor presentation. I'm Ollie Peoples, President and CEO of Yield10. Today I'll describe our company, recent progress and our goals for 2021 and beyond. Please refer to our recent SEC filings regarding the risks and uncertainties associated with our business. Oops, something's not working. Why is that not working? That's better. So in terms of, why should you be interested in Yield10? We're an agricultural bioscience company developing genetic innovations in crops for sustainable food security. We have excellent business and scientific leadership and a unique technology platform, the Trait Factory for trait gene discovery and development. We have 2 exciting high-value proprietary camelina seed products in development, and leading seed companies are progressing our trait discoveries in major crops, and we have a series of upcoming milestones. So why is that not moving? I'm having a little bit of a glitch between time here. So Yield10's mission is really to address 2 global agricultural challenges. And these are counterintuitive, actually. One is to increase food production by over 50% by 2050 to feed the growing global population. And the second is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from agriculture by 13 gigatons in that same time period. Both challenges, of course, require breakthrough science and adoption of new technologies with the concomitant potential for enormous value creation. In 2020, we diversified our board, adding Dr. Sherry Brown, a former senior Monsanto executive who brings tremendous ag industry experience. We recently strengthened our balance sheet, aligning our capital structure with our mission, providing a cash runway through multiple potential milestones into 2023. We secured the commercialization rights to patented camelina omega-3 oil technology for sustainable aquaculture feed. And we reported proof of concept for producing PHA bioplastic in camelina seed in field trials. Driven by the higher crop value proposition of omega-3 oils and PHA bioplastic products, we estimate a revenue potential of over $4 billion by 2030. This slide illustrates how we are translating science innovation to revenue growth. Using our Trait Factory technology platform, protein value, it's an excellent source of key nutrients, including the omega-3 fatty acids EPA and DHA, which are essential for human development, health, and wellness. We recently secured commercialization rights to EPA DHA omega-3 camelina oil technology through an agreement with the Rothamsted Institute, a technology well aligned with our core capabilities. Our longer-term mission is to establish camelina as the gold standard sustainable vegan aquafeed source for farm salmon production, including essential EPA DHA omega-3 oils, high-quality protein, and other key feed ingredients. Expanding salmon production using current farming methods, and it's currently over 70% of the salmon consumed today, either through current methods or through inland farming to meet growing global protein demand, requires that we replace the use of harvested fish as a source of protein and omega-3 oils in salmon feed. Omega-3 oil supply from harvested fish has reached a pinch point in supply and demand due to dropping supply as a result of overfishing and the growth of new markets for fish oil, including nutraceuticals. Both of these issues will be compounded by the growing global population. This creates opportunities for alternative supply systems, including what we believe is the best-in-class EPA DHA omega-3 oil camelina technology developed by Rothamsted. Professor Jonathan Napier at Rothamsted Institute in the UK, which is the oldest agricultural institute in the world, by the way, has genetically programmed camelina seed to produce a vegan fish oil replacement with combined EPA plus DHA fatty acid levels over 20% in the oil, exceeding levels in Northern Hemisphere fish oil harvested from the ocean. The best camelina line has been successfully field tested in multiple geographies, US, Canada, and the UK, and multiple positive aquafeed and human nutrition studies completed. Rothamsted continues to work on improving the technology to achieve combined EPA plus DHA levels of over 30%, equivalent to or better than Southern Hemisphere fish oil, the current industry gold standard. Yield10 secured the commercialization rights to this technology in Q4 last year, and Professor Napier became a scientific advisor to the company. We are now progressing our commercialization strategy. Our commercial strategy is currently focused on South America to supply the market for salmon feed in Chile, which is around 30% of global demand. The major feed suppliers in Chile also supply aquafeed markets in Norway, the UK, and North America. So by working in Chile, we are laying the foundation for the other markets. We see the potential to expand production into Canada in 2025 and beyond, and to expand the market into other feed applications, including chicken and dairy. We plan to provide business development updates on the omega-3 camelina platform throughout this year. Let me now turn to our second proprietary product, our PHA bioplastic camelina platform. This technology has been under development at Yield10 for some time, and based on the recent successful field test of our new first-generation PHA camelina lines, we are now in position to progress early commercialization. Our PHA camelina captures CO2 from the air and converts it into low-cost, carbon-negative bioplastic in the seed of camelina. This is essentially bioplastic farming. PHA bioplastics are fully biodegradable, enabling zero waste replacement for petroleum plastics in food service and packaging. Given the scale of the plastics industry and the growing pressure to reduce plastic pollution, this is indeed a very large opportunity. Based on our history, we have very deep experience in the PHA bioplastics chain and a deep knowledge of alternative production processes, including fermentation. PHA bioplastics are natural polyester materials, and they're currently produced through microbial fermentation processes with multiple end-use applications. And many of you may be familiar with the recent very successful IPO of Danimer, very active in this space. By genetically programming camelina to produce PHA bioplastic in seed with valuable oil and protein co-products, we believe we can produce these materials at very low cost and very large scale. This will enable Yield10 to serve multiple end markets, including feed additives, water treatment, and plastics replacement. Replacing petroleum plastics with renewable, biodegradable PHA bioplastics is a disruptive opportunity for agriculture, opening up an addressable market of over 200 billion per year. We project 2030 combined seed product revenue from this platform could reach 3.6 billion. This compares the two different methods of producing PHAs. On the right, you'll see the PHA fermentation, which is the current state of the art. And on the left, you'll see essentially direct production in the oilseed camelina. What's different is the cost of the fermentation has a very high capex, typically somewhere around 300 billion per 100 million pounds of PHA bioplastic, very, very expensive. And this and the operating cost result in a cost structure that is a multiple of the current incumbent petroleum-based plastics. Although the PHA bioplastic does have the advantages of being renewable and biodegradable, we believe the markets will be tremendously constrained simply by the higher cost structure produced by fermentation. In the case of oilseeds, which can also be the source of the feedstock used for the PHA fermentation, what Yield10 is we've genetically programmed camelina to produce the PHA directly in the seed. So in order to recover the PHA polymer, we need to essentially add incremental capital, probably around a quarter to a fifth of that required for fermentation, to an existing oilseed recovery facility. We also get 3 products and no waste products out of this process. Based on this and our internal economic analysis, we see a PHA bioplastic cost somewhere around the same as vegetable oil. Now, when you look at the capital cost of fermentation and you look at the scale of the plastics opportunity, somewhere around 350 million tons per year, growing at 4 or 5%, with about 50% involved in essentially packaging, single-use packaging, where the shelf life of the product is probably no more than 6 months. And we see about half of that addressable with PHA bioplastics from camelina. What you see is very expensive to scale PHA fermentation to that kind of scale, whereas in the PHA costs, what we're really doing is contracting with more farmers, and we believe we can make this in a very capital efficient way. This really illustrates just how this has all come about. So in 2019, we filed a new patent application on a new approach. We successfully genetically programmed camelina to produce PHA bioplastic as a third seed product. And in 2020, we demonstrated proof of concept for field production, achieving around 6% PHA in seed at 2 different locations, one in the US, one in Canada. Our vision is that following farming of the PHA camelina, the harvested seed will be processed to produce 3 products: low-cost PHA bioplastics, high-quality protein feed for food production, and low-carbon camelina oil as a feedstock for renewable fuel. So based on our recent field trial success, where we achieved up to 6% PHA bioplastic content in the seed in the 2 best PHA camelina lines, we're beginning early commercialization. For 2021, we plan further scale up these PHA camelina lines to enable larger scale planting in the future, as well as initial seed processing and product prototyping studies. Work is underway to develop elite PHA camelina lines targeting 10 to 20% PHA in seed for future commercialization. So now let me highlight some of our R&D plans for this year. Permitting is underway in the US and Canada for 2021 field trials, and we plan scale up of both the PHA bioplastic camelina and our higher oil content E3902, which is a CRISPR genome edited camelina line that Yield10 developed. We're developing elite camelina varieties, building in herbicide tolerance, disease resistance, yield, and oil content traits, all of which will be essential as we move to larger scale adoption by growers. We're developing commercial events for PHA camelina with higher PHA bioplastic content targeting 10 to 20%. And we know from internal research studies that achieving up to 19% in the lab is certainly achievable, so we're very optimistic about these goals. We'll continue supporting both our collaborators at Rothamsted on omega-3 oils and the major seed companies evaluating our traits in commercial crops. This year, we're providing guidance of cash usage for the year of between 10 and 11 million. The incremental increase is largely focused on commercial operations, and we have sufficient cash in hand to take us through multiple milestones into 2023. We have no debt. Total shares outstanding is around 4.9 million, and we have approximately 17.5 million in warrants priced at $8 remaining from the 2019 financing. Throughout the year, we expect to provide updates and progress against our commercial and technology goals, including field testing and scale-up of PHA bioplastic and high-oil E3902 camelina, progress on establishing the foundation for the commercial launch of omega-3 oil camelina in South America, building the commercial organization to execute the business, including VP seed operations, business development, and regulatory affairs, and progressing our strategic or value chain collaborations, trait licensing, and building our patent estate. And with that, I'd like to turn the call over to questions.
Thank you so much, Oliver. Very interesting company you have there. I'm curious, you actually had a good part of your presentation there on carbon negative and, the bio-friendly packaging. Do you think that's something that puts you ahead of the game here? In terms of if there is respectable competition, do you think we talk about sustainable impact enough in the biotech sector?
I think what you're going to see is increasingly people talking about it. One of that early slide where I highlight these two micro drivers, food production, but also greenhouse gas emissions. What you see is major investment houses like Fidelity, like Bank of America, and many of the other large banks beginning to place an increasing emphasis on sustainability. What we have is I think is two pieces that you really need for low carbon. One is a cost advantage, number one, and number two is low carbon. And we think that's a tremendously valuable combination.
Absolutely. Another question I had, so there's kind of a beginning to a craze, I would say. I'm not sure it's a craze yet, but a beginning to a craze of vertical farming. I'm curious, does Yield10, does that affect Yield10? Is that something that it's transferable from regular farming to greenhouses to vertical? I'm curious where Yield10 could play in that space.
Yeah, I think with respect to vertical farming, I think it's, in my own view, it's going to be restricted to higher value crops, for example, lettuce, where the consumer will pay $4 or $5 for a very small weight of greens in a very large plastic box at a grocery store like Whole Foods because it's fresh and it suits their sort of gastronomic tastes. When you get to large volume food production and feed for animals, I don't ever see that becoming a vertical farming issue.
Fantastic. So I guess my last but not least, it seems like it wouldn't affect you all, but did COVID really play a part in this past year in Yield10?
Yeah, I think like everybody else, I think we obviously did a lot of planning and analysis, got a lot of guidance from third parties, and we executed tremendously well through this. So even with COVID, we were largely able to execute all of our field trials last year. Team did an outstanding job. We increasingly use drones and remote systems as a means to monitor those places. But it has an effect, but it wasn't a major effect. We were able to continue to execute against our goals, which is a tremendous credit to the team here at Yield10.
So adding a little bit more data around the progress of your plants, it sounds.
Yeah, it's as I said, it's the main milestones we actually meet or beat, which is great. But obviously there's a lot more has to go on, and some of those things have to be put on hold while we got through the COVID situation. Now, fortunately, I'm due for a vaccine on Saturday, so I'm looking forward to moving.
I'm jealous. I think I might be last in line. Not to put it down, I'll get one the moment I can. Awesome, Oliver. Very insightful presentation. Super cool company, and obviously super necessary. Looking, several years into the future here. So excited to see the growth of Yield10 ahead of us. Thank you so much.
Appreciate you having us on. Take care.
You as well. All right, everybody, that was Oliver Peoples, CEO of Yield10 Biosciences. They are listed on the NASDAQ YTEN, yield10bio.com. That is YIELD10bio.com. I enjoyed that presentation. I thought it was very insightful, and I definitely think they're worth a watch, if not an investment. All right, so we have been talking about NASH off and on throughout this conference. It is a very big topic. I would say, in biotech right now. We heard from Hepion earlier today. I believe is our second topic we covered in this track specifically. We're going to hear from them again, along with some other insights as well. But bringing him on to lead us is the one, the only Hot Stocks Luke. What's up, Luke Jacoby?
Not too much, man. How you doing?
Oh, I'm good. We have had a fun day over here. We have been talking about everything from NASH to cancer to COVID to Yield10 Biosciences seed production. But I'm excited to hear you lead this conversation. I'm going to turn it over to you.
Absolutely. Thanks for the kickoff. Like Elliot mentioned, we are going to be talking about NASH. This panel specifically is titled "The Race to Find a Treatment." And very excited to dig in here and figure out where exactly the market is going and when will we have something available. I'm joined today by Bill Hinshaw, President and CEO at Axcella, and Patrick Mayo, SVP of Clinical Pharmacology at Hepion Pharmaceuticals. Welcome, gentlemen.
Great. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Yeah.
Good afternoon. All right, guys, just diving straight into it. Why don't you kick us off with just an introduction of yourself and your firms? Bill, I'll start it off with you.
Great. So first, Luke, thanks to you and Benzinga for having us here today, and love the energy there in the transition. So I'll try to make sure we keep that up this afternoon. So I spent the better part of 30 years in larger life sciences at Schering-Plough and Novartis, where I had the chance to lead on a country, global, regional level, including I was fortunate to benefit from some of Dr. Mayo's science when I led the Global Infectious Disease and Transplant organization, which made a big difference for those patients. So, I had an opportunity in that setting to participate in more than 50 launches, products like Gleevec, products like Kymriah, the pediatric cell therapy, and that inspired me to continue to want to work in transformational areas that had the chance to really make a difference in patients' lives and at scale. And so that's what led me to Axcella Health. And we are very simply a platform company that is focused on one of the major trends in life sciences these days, which is how do you work with the body systems? In our case, we're working on endogenous metabolic modulators, or EMMs, as we call them for short. And what they are is powerful master regulators and signaling agents that are important for how the body fundamentally works and when it's dysregulated in disease. Now, we focus on proprietary candidates that are composed of 6 to 10 amino acids to this date, and they're designed to intervene directly and simultaneously across multiple pathways, because that's important when you think about complex diseases. I've had the benefit of working on a number of single targets that have had huge impact for patients. And we're tackling something that's different because we're going after complex diseases where you need to intervene in a simultaneous way, like NASH. Now, we also have a very innovative development program and approach, and that has allowed us to move our 2 lead programs from design to phase 2 in less than half the time that it typically takes companies to reach that level. So speed, efficient, both in terms of patients and in terms of financials. Most importantly, though, it provides a lot of information. And that, we believe, helps us inform our next steps of development and de-risk the opportunity. Now, we have a lot of potential applications for this technology. Our first 2 lead programs are in liver. One is in overt hepatic encephalopathy for cirrhotic patients, and the other one we're here to talk about today that I'm excited about is 1125 in NASH.
Excellent. Thank you. And Pat, same question over to you. Introduction of yourself and firm.
Okay. So yeah, my name is Pat Mayo. I'm a clinical pharmacologist. My PhD was actually in pharmacokinetics. I specialized in disease effects on how they change your normal concentration effect relationships. Through the years, though, I got quite interested in bioinformatics and also in big data analytics. I even do natural language processing and things like that. It's interesting that Bill would have mentioned transplant, because yes, I did work for Isotechnica for, it seemed like it was like 12 years or something, specializing in solid organ renal transplant, and actually did most of the PK/PD concentration effect relationships, and even worked with Aurinia that worked on voclosporin for lupus nephritis, which just recently did receive an NDA. Now our company actually, our R&D group actually is in Edmonton, Alberta, And we're actually the group under Dr. Robert Foster that actually worked on the development of voclosporin, the drug that did make it onto the market. And then our head office is actually in Edison, New Jersey. That's where we run most of our clinical trials from that area. Similar to what Bill's describing, one of the things we like about the biotech or a smaller pharma is we're nimble. We feel like we can adapt a little bit quicker than sometimes big pharma can, but we also feel that we're kind of doing state of the art. So one of the things we've done in our de-risking of our program, and we're already in phase 2 and have moved quite quickly there, is we have embraced big data. We actually have created some AI as well. And so, for instance, we've managed to take not only from our own data, our own models, but also the data that's now shared, because increasingly we're in the area of precision medicine, and you can actually find genomic information, lipid, proteomic, and things like that. And you can actually then study and come up with a panel of responsivity. And we've learned quite a lot about NASH and fibrosis using that. That allows us to move our candidate molecules forward, but also it allows us to even predict before you fail, beforehand, who's going to respond to your drug. So for instance, OCA, obeticholic acid, we really thought that was going to be the first drug to make it for NASH. And then they got to the end and the FDA had a few more questions. We're not sure what's going to happen with that, but rather than doing a responder analysis after the fact, what you'd really like to know is who's going to respond to my drug up front. So I've actually also worked quite a bit in oncology. So we've been kind of mining some of the different techniques that we can use with big data analytics that way. And so that's something that I think we bring a little bit different to the table. And I know we were talking to Bill, I'm pretty sure that people are using AI in everything now. So you can use it for your molecule selection. If you've got a Nest thermostat in your house, it's learning how you're turning it up, turning it down, and then it tweaks it a bit. If you go into Amazon, how does it know that you were looking at this before? It doesn't just keep track of that, but it actually has a little AI in there that focuses you.
So that's how they get me to spend so much money, is what you're saying.
That's how they get you to spend more money. Now, we're not going to try to do that. We're going to try, what we want to do is come up with a molecule that's successful. And we are doing it through a slightly different mechanism. Our lead compound, CRB431, actually works through something called cyclophilin inhibition. It's an older molecule, or not molecule, but it's an older, the cyclophilins have been studied for quite a long time. And we have multiple mechanisms of action that not only just affect the scar tissue, the fibrosis, but may affect multiple sites. And we can talk about that more later as we go into NASH.
Excellent. And so, I want to take a step back a little bit, especially, for people who might not be super familiar with NASH, and where the market's at. But Bill, could you just tell us a little bit about NASH at a high level, and why it's so important that we find a cure?
Sure. So I think in NASH, it is the most severe form of fatty liver disease, which people may be familiar with. And it results in liver inflammation and fibrosis or scarring of the liver, which has major impact on how it functions. Now, what's really important about this too is it affects children, it affects adults, and it affects all races. People with NASH, once they've been diagnosed, they basically within 7 years, they're double the mortality rate of the normal population. And it has other quality of life impacts like fatigue, lethargy, anxiety. You've got discomfort and pain and things like sleeping problems. So even though it's classically thought of in some ways as being asymptomatic, it's really not. And the other aspect is this is developing into an enormous health problem, okay, for our society. Right now, more than 1 in 10 Americans have NASH, and it's growing. And so that translates to more than 40 million people. And to Dr. Mayo's comments or Pat's comments about trying to understand which patients are going to respond better, it's a very heterogeneous disease and it impacts a lot of people. So we're going to need a lot of approaches to have an effect here. And what's really compelling for us with our modality and our safety profile is the fact that 1 in 10 also includes our children. Okay, when you think about obesity, diabetes, those things are trending very highly in that population. So we need to find things that can work there as well. And we're at a time where hopefully we'll in the near term have an approved therapy. We have a great deal of interest and development from the industry, and I'm confident about that going forward. So it's important on an individual level and on a societal level.
Okay. And Bill, that 40 million number that you cited, is that just in the US or is that globally?
That's just the US, and that's growing. Okay, let's be clear.
So it's a huge market, in short.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. And Pat, I want to follow that up with you know, what are some of the key elements that a successful treatment needs to address?
So I really like what Bill said about how it does affect quality of life. It affects quantity. I mean, so as you move and you get more scarring in your liver, your chances of living longer go down quite substantially. So by the time, if you have what's called an F4 classification for NASH, which is fibrosis, that's someone you think of as cirrhosis. And whenever you think of cirrhosis of the liver, you think, oh, it's because people drink. And I think what surprised people is, no, you don't have to drink. All you, as Matt, if you drink high fructose corn syrup like Coca-Cola and Mountain Dew, things like that, that's going to give you fatty liver disease. If you eat Big Macs, if you eat a lot of fats and things like that, it's the fat itself that's toxic. So what you'd like to do is, so everything that you could think of that leads to diabetes, everything that you could think of that leads to dyslipidemia and all the risks that's entailed in that are also a lot of the drivers that lead to fatty liver disease. And I think people have been surprised that, no, I don't have to drink to develop cirrhosis. I can just eat the wrong foods. I can be obese. The same things that lead to me to have diabetes and heart disease are the same things that can kill me from liver disease. And NASH itself is the more severe form of fatty liver disease, is going to soon be the #1 reason for liver transplantation. So I think it's really starting to dawn on people that this has an effect. And if you actually go down to like F3, that's before cirrhosis, anything you can do to slow that down or hopefully reverse it, you actually can move back down the ladder. And that's something that's really important. The other thing is, the more fibrosis you get in your liver, it sets you up for risk to cancer as well. And there's a strong link between fibrosis and many cancers. But also, you can hopscotch it. You don't have to be all the way up to F4 cirrhosis to go on to develop hepatocellular cancer. You can actually go from an early stage directly there. So that's another thing that we need to look at as well. So, but I really like the fact that you also mentioned quality of life, because people are, there's all this, you can't go on the news now without hearing, you should be getting more sleep. Get more sleep. Why aren't you getting more sleep? Well, the fact is you may not be able to sleep because you've actually got liver disease. And you actually may be tired because you've got liver disease. And by the time, maybe you're not seeing jaundice, yellow skin, or having bruising and things like that, but you may be starting to have these symptoms that are actually affecting the quality of your life. Even if you're not F3, F4, you're down at F2 and F1, these lower stages. So fibrosis is certainly one of the things we want to reverse. That's something we want to prevent, but some of the earlier things as well. So, but that's the one that people have linked to mortality. And that's the one that the FDA also really looks at as an endpoint for filing for a new drug.
Interesting. Okay. And I want to follow up on you said people can actually move down the ladder of severity. Can you provide a little bit more context around that?
Sure. So, I mean, you can actually do this by changing lifestyle. So if you lose weight, if you lose at least 10% of your body weight, there's studies that show that can actually decrease, and you can go from, because there's a scale from F0 all the way up to F4, F4 being the worst, F0, not, you're just early. And there's been studies show that you can move down a single point, and that's actually an endpoint that we want to look at. There's also what's called bariatric surgery, so surgery to help you lose weight. And studies with that has shown people going even from F4s down to F2s. And the other thing that I think is really important in this NASH field is to realize that you're laying down collagen, that's causing scarring of your liver. But it's a dynamic thing. So certainly as it becomes more chronic, the cross-linking in that scar, it's like if you've ever had surgery, you know how long it takes the scar to heal. And then it gets softer, more pliant over time and less obvious. Well, the collagen can be laid down, and it's a very dynamic thing. So for instance, people on the placebo group in the study, you can have a very high response rate if they just change their lifestyle. Unfortunately, what we know from type 2 diabetes and we know from cardiovascular disease is you go and you say to people, hey, lose weight. Sounds like an easy thing, right? Not so easy. And it's really hard for people to necessarily lose the weight, change the lifestyle, modify things in order to do that. So that's why we're also looking for treatments that may be more effective, that also might speed that up. But again, it's very dynamic. So you need to understand that turnover of that fat in the liver leading to scarring, that's a very dynamic process.
Excellent. Thank you. And Bill, I know you addressed this a little bit at the beginning when you're introducing yourself and the firm. But could you dive a little bit more deeply into the approach that you're taking? Why you think it's a compelling approach, et cetera?
Sure, and I'll use that a little bit of bridge to what Pat was talking about in terms of the needs here. So this is a multifactorially driven disease. You've got metabolic, you've got inflammatory, you've got fibrosis, and they're all contributing to an end state of fibrosis. And so what Axcella is doing that is distinct, because most therapies typically target a single pathway or mechanism, and we've had great success with this, but this is a complex disease. So we're uniquely taking a direct multi-targeted approach to metabolism, to fibrosis, to inflammation, and we're going after targets that are often seen as individual targets for specific drugs, AMPK, PPAR alpha, TGF beta, NF-kappa 1, et cetera, all mechanisms that play a contributory role. And so since we are influencing those by using amino acid compositions, which have a well-established safety profile, a good oral dosing approach, and what you're really looking for is, can you achieve a multi-targeted effect with an easy to take, safe and well-tolerated product? And we believe we can do that. Now, we also think that there's going to be a need for combinations, okay? This is a very large heterogeneous disease, and because of our modality, our safety profile, our dosing profile, we think will be an excellent foundational therapy that the key opinion leaders agree with us on. And we're also not metabolized by the liver, which is, in difficulty here. We're metabolized by the muscle. So drug-drug interactions and other considerations that you often will have in combination settings, and that Pat and I share with oncology, for instance, you have to consider those factors. Not to mention, these patients are coming in on 5 to 7 medications for cardiovascular and other disease. So you really want to keep this as simple, as easy as possible, and balance that benefit against the safety profile for a large population with a chronic disease. So we're excited about, the opportunity to be a potential foundational therapy. We have data that gives us excitement about differentiation in type 2 diabetics, potentially in pediatrics, but also combinations and, potentially with work like Hepion's as well. We know we're going to have to collaborate with the medical community and the industry to make a big dent in this difficult disease.
Awesome. And because there are no treatments currently on the market, I would imagine that makes things more difficult than diseases that already have something on the market, and there can be combination studies and that sort of thing. Is that fair to say?
Well, I'll start, and Pat, certainly chime in with your background as well. So it does make it that you have to create it. You have to work with the medical community. The great news here, if you can put it that way, is that the medical community is motivated. They understand it's a complex disease. So does the industry. You actually have a lot of combination work already in play, which is uncommon before a therapy is approved, because everybody understands it's a complex disease that you have to address. Now, the FDA has given us a good, clear framework, even for Subpart H approval. And what's happened to date is most of the therapies that have been brought forward have target engagement, but not disease impact, because of the complexity of the disease and that risk benefit that our current leader in OCA is working through right now with the FDA. So the good news is a lot of candidates are coming forward now that have more profound effects like ours, and pleiotropic effects like ours, and we're confident this will develop. And because there's such a need, such an impact, as Pat said, in terms of transplant and others on the systems are going to be motivated to make sure we can address this.
Got it. And Pat, any thoughts there?
Yeah, no, I think Bill and I are singing from the same hymnal. You definitely, it's such a multifaceted disease. They started with a 1 target hypothesis, then 2. It's multiple. And we're also pleiotropic, meaning we work at different sites because we're a pan-cyclophilin inhibitor. So we know we are a direct acting antifibrotic. So we actually have data from animal models from different types of fibrosis. We know that it doesn't matter what the cause is, we can affect fibrosis. So if it's type 2 diabetes, if it's lipid, whatever it is, we can affect that. But it makes a lot of sense to use us in combination, right? So the other thing we also do is we affect inflammation, and that's through cyclophilin A. We also affect reactive oxygen species and mitochondrial function. So that But again, from what Bill's saying, I'm thinking that'd be a nice combination of our drug with his drug. Now, the other thing is we also seem to show really good safety. Our drug actually concentrates in the liver, which is kind of nice because that's actually the site of action. But when you talk about this, there is a real motivation. There's been people working on this disease for a long time, and it's stymied them. If you talk to Scott Friedman, he says, this has humbled us, this disease, because we thought we'd go out and we'd apply our usual paradigms and we'd win just like that. And again, it's a great unmet clinical need. So you are seeing combinations. You know, I mean, Pfizer and Novartis have, before they've got a drug on the market, they are actually working on a combination therapy together. It's a little unheard of, you know, and we're starting to see more and more of that. In Europe, they're actually even doing what are called platform. They're talking about platform trials. So you can actually bring your molecule in and you could actually try it with others. So I think because the need is growing and it's turned into a much more difficult problem than I think people realize. There's a lot more people cooperating, and combination therapy makes a lot of sense.
Okay. And Pat, could you get I got us a little bit off track, but Bill just went through his approach and why it's compelling. Pat, if you could dig into your approach, why it's compelling. I also have a handful of questions about the AI, right, and digging deeper into AI and how you're utilizing that.
Sure.
So if you could do that as well, that'd be great.
Yeah, no, so we would have actually, I think Bill used AI for some of their molecule selection. We were talking. We didn't so much for that because we had all this experience with cyclosporin, voclosporin, and then we went from calcineurin inhibitors to cyclophilin inhibitors. And we had this, so we already have a large library of these different molecules and then started testing them out. So otherwise, I would have advocated using AI at that point. But because the disease is so heterogeneous, in that sense, it's very similar to cancer. If I say I've got cancer, means nothing. What type of cancer do you have? Because the treatment could be very, very different. So we're actually able to we're using a multi-omics approach, meaning genomics, lipidomics, proteomics. We're looking to see every time I give a molecule to a human being, it switches on 1,000 genes and switches off 1,000 genes. Not in your core genes, but in what we call the transcriptome or reactionary. And so, but I can then get a readout. Okay, if I give you this drug, what's it going to do? I also have a readout on the disease state. So I can see that in NASH, there's certain genes are activated, certain genes are inactivated. There's mutations that change that. That leads to different proteins. That leads to changes in lipids. But I can pull that all together. Now, if I tried to use my classic univariate, single statistics, I'd be in trouble because you just run one test, another test, another test. Now, I was trained in multivariate statistics by a guy, Bill Baker, who used to work at NASA. And there's not a day go by, I can't think about, Bill taught me this, Bill taught me that. And so then he's always said it's a multivariate universe. Why are we using univariate statistics to try to solve it? And I think, so that's one thing we've done. But then I was working in grad school with Brian Corrigan, who's now director of clinical pharmacology for Pfizer. He said to me one day, Pat, have you ever heard of a neural net? And I'm like, well, yeah, I'd heard of a neural net. So we decided to go out and build a neural net. Now, this was in 1996 or something like that.
I like how you just decided to go out and build one. Yeah.
Well, yeah, no, and we did a very simple feed forward propagated neural net. And we had some data. I've been a clinical pharmacist, and we had some data on a drug that's very toxic. And we found a better way to dose it. And we cobbled it together on the sides of our desks. I was running a 486 DX33. It took like 2 weeks to train this net, right? I swear there was smoke coming out of the hard drive. And what ended up happening is, well, we submitted it to this conference and we won an award, and everyone's like, what the heck, So it was actually Brian Corrigan that really turned me on to neural nets. So neural nets are kind of really interesting because you can they help you solve a multivariate problem like this. The important thing is to train them and test them. And that's actually become the basis of our AI, are different types of neural nets. Now, I do lean towards a lot of the Bayesian ones. Don't ever tell Bill Baker. He hated those. He was a traditional non-Bayesianist, if you will. I always say they don't like Bayes because Thomas Bayes looks like Charlie Sheen, but that's a whole nother discussion. But anyhow, but that allows us to go through and see what would be a responsive pattern for our drug. but also for other drugs and also the disease state itself. So if you look at genome-wide association studies, they only go so far. You need to drill down into more detail. Like for instance, I can tell you what genes seem to be involved with the inflammatory component. I can tell you what genes seem to be involved with the steatosis or the fat accumulation, and what genes seem to be involved in that. We've also linked it up with fats and that sort of thing. And that allows us to come up with a profile of responsivity. Now, we could do a basket trial precisely on that, but you do have to be careful about, if I make it so precise, I could figure out exactly the precise treatment for Bill, but it wouldn't work for Luke, right? So you don't want to go that far. So we want to see, you know, how far, you know, what is the best fit for this. And then I think that also provides a basis for putting in other treatments a lot better as well. So yeah, I better shut up.
No, that was great. I think, guys, we have about 4 minutes left. So I definitely want to address, you know, what are the next things that investors have to look forward to? You know, are there dates? Are there timelines, et cetera? And also, of course, any other final thoughts and anything we didn't get to? Bill, you want to get us started?
Sure, thanks, Luke. So first, in terms of the catalyst, if you will, then, you know, first and foremost, we came off of 2020, which was an excellent year of execution despite the pandemic. We were able to take our experience and execute our trials, complete it, bring in positive data ahead or on schedule, and really build out the platform to take us to the next level. So as we go forward into 2021, we're translating the positive results in overt hepatic encephalopathy into a phase 2 trial that's starting this coming quarter. We've had the IND clearance. That takes us in a very efficient phase 2 in that important liver disease as well, where we believe we can differentiate versus the standard of care and expand on that and bring in new populations as well. So that's very exciting. In the NASH field, we're poised to initiate a phase 2B next quarter as well. We're looking to clear our IND in an ARM model that's going into late stage development. And that's with the better part of 200 people having experienced the product. So that gives us that probability of success and knowledge base. And then later this year, we'll be talking about the expansion that we have in terms of the opportunity on the pipeline. This application has a lot of potential uses. It's fundamental for our health, all right? And really back to the AI question, and as Pat alluded to, what we do is we're screening all the omics that are relevant in the setting, metabolomics, transcriptomics, proteomics. We also have a tremendous amount of data that's out there already on these amino acid constructs, simple, complex. And what we can do is use that to put together in the advances of systems biology and AI to then design our compositions, test them extremely efficiently, find out, you know, are they going to impact the biologies the way we want, and then rapidly move forward into development efficiently. So we're tremendously excited for this year. We also think that because of the cool innovation that we're bringing to the table, and now that we've got the INDs and these late stage development, it is an excellent time for people to invest in our company. When you compare us to our liver comps, quote unquote, we're an excellent value, and we have a lot of data coming ahead. So we look forward to that.
Awesome, Bill. I appreciate it. And Pat, same question over to you. What do we have to look forward to?
Okay, so we're actually in the process. We should be finishing our phase 2A in Q2 of this year. So there should be a readout on that. We've actually finished the first dosing cohort. We're into the second. That allows us to get a readout not only on safety and exposure, disease state change that, but also efficacy. So, and we've already press released that we've seen quite a clinically relevant change in transaminases. And so then we'll be looking more at some of the biomarkers and markers of collagen and fibrosis. So then that allows us to move right into our phase 2B, which is really, we've actually got the protocol and the synopsis in place. We'll be submitting that to the FDA with the 2A data. So that allows us to then start in Q3, hopefully, of this year. So to start our phase 2B in NASH. Now, the other thing is I've mentioned that there's a strong link between fibrosis and cancers. So there is work ongoing right now as far for HCC, so hepatocellular carcinoma. And and depending on a little bit more of the proof of concept data, there's planning for an IND in HCC The other one that's really seems to have emerged is multiple myeloma. So there's talk of INDs in cancer, definitely, because it seems like the drug has quite an effect in that area. So we're also in the process of possibly looking at some of our other molecules. We've looked at other fibrotic diseases like pulmonary fibrosis. There's also heart failure is increasingly, and that's also, there's a fibrosis component in that. So I think the 2021, we're all hoping it's going to be a better year as far as pandemic goes as well. And I think it will because of the vaccinations. But I think it's going to be quite a year for readout and starting some really meaningful phase 2B studies.
Awesome. All right, gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us today. Bill, Pat, greatly appreciated, and really appreciate all the work that you guys are doing beyond just the time today.
Thank you. Appreciate it. It was a lot of
fun. Thank you very much.
Be well.
And Bill will be back on in 25 minutes, if I'm not mistaken, for his presentation. Patrick's cohort and colleague, Dr. Foster, was on this morning. After this, if you missed it, after the event, you will be able to see it on YouTube. Patrick, Bill, thanks so much. We'll see you all soon. Luke.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Hang on 1 second, Hot Stocks, Luke.
I'm sticking around for a minute.
Well, just 1 minute. I need you for 1 minute, Luke. Give me one thing that you're excited for from this biotech conference. Can you give me one thing, man? I mean, what should hype our chat up right now about what we've learned?
Yeah, I mean, I'll go back to an item that I mentioned this morning when we were just kicking the day off, right? Which is what I think makes this event especially unique from the other events that we do is that there's two really compelling pieces to it, right? The first and obvious one, right, is we're talking to the people who are solving the world's problems, right? When we do an electric vehicle event, right? Cool. Interesting, but the impact that's being made on people's lives is drastically different than what's happening today. So there's one side of it. The other side of it is I start every single morning by looking at, hey, what are the most gaining and losing stocks every single day, right? I open up that page, I check them out, and it's always in the biotech space every day, like 8 out of 10, right? Because I mean, these are major problems that don't have solutions that are getting solved. So I think there's a couple very compelling things that we have going on here.
Amen to that, Luke. I really appreciate that. We see you every day on Power Hour, if I'm not mistaken. So Hot Stocks Luke drops hot stocks for us, talks to C-suites, talks to people who are doing it on Wall Street every single day. Follow him. Luke, what's your handle?
At Luke Jacoby. Very easy.
LukeJacoby.com. At Luke Jacoby on Twitter. Luke, thanks so much for being here with us, my friend. Go back to your own track, I guess. Awesome. All right, y'all. That was a lot of fun. Really interesting panel. NASH is a huge subject, but look at the conversation of AI and big data. Just in my opinion, not talked about enough, but I agree with our chat. Then I totally agree. So much value there. So let's kick it over to Aaron. We're going to be doing a quick video here for, I think, a lovely partner to Benzinga, a huge supporter of us, and somebody that I think everybody should know.
Hello, I'm Tom Zuber. I'm the managing partner of Zuber Lawler. I'd like to thank our friends at Benzinga for the opportunity to speak today. Zuber Lawler is one of the most selective law firms in the United States. Our attorneys represent clients around the world, from offices in Austin, Chicago, Denver, Los Angeles, New York, Phoenix, and Silicon Valley. We focus on high-stakes deals, intellectual property matters, FDA, import, export, and other regulatory work, and litigation. We work in languages covering 90% of the world's population. Zuber Lawler is unique in the sense that the firm represents a long list of iconic Fortune companies and global funds, and has also been representing leading cannabis companies for over 14 years. This provides our attorneys with an ideal perspective from which to manage high-stakes, complex matters in the cannabis space. Indeed, Zuber Lawler practices at the cutting edge of cannabis law. As examples, Zuber Lawler is a pioneer of the two-stage M&A deal, allowing continuity of cannabis operations in the context of U.S. restrictions on the transfer of ownership of cannabis licenses. Zuber Lawler obtained the second ever issued U.S. plant patent for a cannabis strain, as well as utility patents on cannabis processes, machines, and formulations. Zuber Lawler obtained federal trademark allowances for cannabis brands in relation to relevant products. One of our attorneys obtained the first ever issued generally recognized as safe designation from the FDA for hemp seeds and foods. and Zuber Lawler advises hemp companies on international import-export issues relating to North America, South America, Europe, and the Middle East. Zuber Lawler is currently managing major patent, trademark, trade secret, and commercial litigation in the cannabis space. I'm excited to participate in Benzinga's conference. I hope to meet you virtually and in person sometime soon. Thank you.
Thank you to Tom and team. Zuber Lawler, again, a huge supporter of Benzinga. They lead some of the most poignant discussions I see at these events, hugely knowledgeable across many sectors. So thank you. Subscribe to their newsletter. I subscribe to tons of law firms' newsletters. I think they're hugely educational. So also, really quick, I've been telling you all to get into the chat, drop questions. We do have giveaways for those that are participating. We will drop the link again, but we've given away some swag on the first track. We'll be giving away a Benzinga Pro membership at the end of the day. I use this daily. I love this workspace. If you are an investor of any sort, Benzinga Pro is the perfect platform for you. If you want to check it out, pro.benzinga.com, I believe is the website as well. All right, so let's get going here. Next up, we have Scott Powell, EVP and Head of Investor Relations for Volition RX Limited, Volition America, New York Stock Exchange American listed VNRX. All right, Scott, welcome. Thank you for bearing with me on that. How are you, sir?
Excellent. How are you, Elliot? Thanks for having me today and for allowing us to present the Volition story again.
Oh, we are excited to have you, Scott. I'm going to let you jump right in. I'll be back on later with some questions.
Great. Thanks, Elliot. So I think I am able to share my screen so that all of the listeners can follow along with the slide deck. So if you could bear with me while I get our slide deck up.
Yeah, no worries at all. And if you all do want to check out the website, it is volition.com, VOLITION.com.
Elliot, I am having a hard time finding my slide deck on this share screen for some reason.
Oh, it looks like we do have it up. Maybe Nicole got it up for us.
Oh, great. Thank you, Nicole.
Perfect. So if you just tell her when to move to the next slide, we should be good.
Okay, great. Thanks, everyone. Again, we're Volition RX. We're listed on the NYSE American. Ticker symbol is VNRX. Thanks, Nicole. If you could move to this slide, the forward-looking statement and disclaimer. Slide 2, I will be making some forward-looking statements. So I do point you to this disclaimer. And Nicole, if you could slide down a little bit and I'll tell you when to stop. Right there in commercial strategy would be great. Thanks, Nicole. So there are several pillars associated with Volition RX. Our platform is the Nu-Q platform, which stands for nucleosome quantification. And you can see some of the pillars here. On the left, Nu-Q is our human health suite of clinical studies and products, or potential products. In the center, Nu-Q Capture, that's more of our R&D work, and those could fall into our various pillars as we move some of the R&D into clinical stage and ultimately into commercial stage. And it's also where we develop a number of and file a number of our patents. On the right, you can see Nu-Q Vet, and that's probably of most interest to listeners today because this is the pillar under which we've launched our first product, which is an animal health product, a blood test to screen for 2 common cancers in canines. Nicole, if we could, I think, jump straight to Vet, and that's down several more slides, kind of in the middle of the deck. Yeah, keep going. And right here, which says introducing the Nu-Q vet cancer screening test. So let me just start with a high-level explanation of Volition and what we're doing, how our approach is a little bit different, and how I believe our approach is more advantageous to a lot of the other diagnostics companies out there. We are, as I mentioned, we're a diagnostics company. The difference is we are working exclusively in blood, and it's a very advantageous modality through which to screen for cancer and other diseases. If we take cancer, for instance, and look at the current screening ecosystem, there are very few blood tests that are used as frontline screens for any cancer types. The one that most of you are familiar with is the PSA blood test for prostate cancer in men. Beyond that, there really aren't any other blood tests that are in common use as frontline screens for any cancer type. That may surprise some of you today to hear that, but if you think about the cancers that afflict us the most, colorectal cancer, the screens tend to be colonoscopies or fecal tests. For breast cancer, a mammography. For lung cancer, it's often a CAT scan or a lung biopsy. So a lot of the screens that we currently use are scanning, imaging technologies, biopsies, which are surgical procedures, and other invasive and or unpleasant screens. So these screens suffer from a number of disadvantages: cost, expense, the fact that many of these are much better at late stage detection than early. The fact that some of these screens can actually harm a patient through radiation exposure, risk of infection, and so forth. Blood is really a very advantageous modality. Blood is relatively easy to collect through a venipuncture. It's relatively inexpensive to collect blood samples. People generally comply with blood testing. There's not as much resistance to giving a blood sample as there would be with perhaps going in for a colonoscopy procedure, for instance. So blood has a number of real advantages, and that's the platform or modality through which we're working. And all of our pillars, if you will, come from the same technological platform, our nucleosomics platform. And from that platform, we've been establishing these pillars over the past 11, 12 years as a company. So again, one pillar is the blood tests that we're developing for human health, and those are primarily focused on oncology. Then we have our other pillar, which is our veterinary product that we're developing right now for canines, also a blood test to screen for two of the most common cancers. Sort of the third pillar is our NETs research, and that is focused on seeing if we can prognostically identify those individuals who have been infected with either COVID-19, sepsis, pneumonia, or influenza. Those are the four ailments at which we're looking currently to see if we can triage and identify those patients that are likely to develop the very severe symptoms of any of those four ailments. And then our fourth pillar, as you saw earlier, was Nu.Q Capture, and that's largely our R&D program through which we will then funnel clinical studies and potential products into various pillars depending on where they fall, and also where we'll conduct a lot of our intellectual property protection filings of patents and so forth. So what is probably most interesting to the listeners now is our veterinary product, because that is our first commercial product. And as you can see here, we've named it the Nu.Q Vet Cancer Screening Test. And if you look at the slide just below, titled Significant Market Opportunity, you can see some of the statistics here in the veterinary health space, particularly with regard to canines. You can see that 38% of all US households have a canine. There are about 20 million canines aged, Nicole, you could just stay on the slide 2 above there. That's significant market opportunity. That would be great. Thank you. So again, 38% of all US households have a canine, 77 million canines in the US. You can see that 20 million canines are age 7 and older. That's important because canines, upon turning age 7, become more likely to develop cancer after age 7 than before. And you can see that 83% of all dogs visit a veterinarian at least once per year. So we do pay a lot of attention to our canines. The market is fairly substantial. As you can see, 6 million cancer diagnoses of canines annually in the US alone, which is about 3.5 times more than the number of human cancer diagnoses. And If we scroll down to the next slide that says our product proposition, you can see the pricing of our blood test for canines. Our cost of goods is around, it's under $10. It's around $5 to $7 for us to manufacture our blood test for canines. We sell it contractually to Texas A&M University at $45 per test. They resell it to veterinarians for $122. And the veterinarian suggested retail price to the consumer or the pet owner is $160 to $200. So the significant margin available for all of the participants in the supply chain. And we're really excited to be working with Texas A&M University with their Veterinary College of Medicine. In fact, in 2019, we formed a wholly owned subsidiary of Volition called Volition Veterinary Diagnostics Development, LLC. And we granted Texas A&M University a 12.5% equity ownership stake in that wholly owned subsidiary. So they are stakeholders, equity holders in Volition RX through our subsidiary. So their interests are aligned with ours in terms of helping to get the word out about the availability of our blood test. It's currently available only through Texas A&M University, through their GI lab, and you have to be a veterinarian and go onto the website to purchase it. So we announced earnings a couple days ago. We're starting to see some initial sales of our veterinary blood test. So really excited to watch the trajectory of sales over the course of this year and beyond. How does our test perform in the clinic? You can see on the next slide, which says Nu-Q Vet Cancer Screening Test has high specificity and sensitivity. You can see some of our clinical data at the studies we ran at Texas A&M University. On the left, you can see canine lymphoma, which is a very common canine cancer. We had an area under the curve of over 87%. By breaking out sensitivity and specificity, sensitivity being your false negative rate, specificity your false positive rate, you can see we were at 74% sensitivity, which if you subtract that from 100 is a false negative rate of 26%. So in other words, we accurately identified about 3/4 of all canines that had canine lymphoma in this study through our simple blood test. And we had 100% specificity, which means subtracting that from 100 gives you 0 false positives. So we had no false positives in this study. So very good results in canine lymphoma. You can see hemangiosarcoma. The results were even more striking. We had an AUC of over 97%. Breaking that out into false negative rate and our false positive rate, you can see that we had, again, by pegging specificity at 100%, we had no false positives, and we had 11% false negatives. What that means is we accurately identified 89%, the vast majority of canines with hemangiosarcoma, with not one canine being a false positive. So very, very good results that we achieved in these studies at Texas A&M University. That prompted A&M to jointly launch the test. And it's being sold, as I mentioned, through Texas A&M University. You can see that, that lymphoma is a bloodborne cancer. And so if we go down a couple slides, we decided right here, blood cancer in humans, you can see that we decided to turn our attention, while we were getting such good results in lymphoma and canines, we decided to see if we could get similar results in lymphoma in humans, and also looked at some other bloodborne cancers, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, acute myeloid leukemia, and a couple others. And if we just tick down just a little bit to the next slide, which says setting the scene blood cancer, you can see that there are 700,000 new cases of non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, acute myeloid leukemia, ALL, and other bloodborne cancers globally each year, with 415,000 deaths annually. So it's a significant problem. The issue really lies in the circle to the right there. You can see that non-specific symptoms often delays diagnosis. So the issue with a number of these bloodborne cancers is that the symptoms associated with it are often confused for other underlying causal factors that are not nearly as serious as having a bloodborne cancer. And so what we aim to do with our blood test is to have it act as a adjunct test or a companion diagnostic that the doctors could run on a patient who is suspected of potentially having a bloodborne cancer, or it could be some of the less serious causal factors. Would be a very useful tool to rule in or rule out bloodborne cancer early on at the onset of symptoms, because what often happens is the doctors don't really have great tools to identify some of these bloodborne cancers. And so most of the time, the symptoms are being caused by, by diseases or ailments that are not as serious, of course, as having a bloodborne cancer. But in the event that the causes are coming from a bloodborne cancer, it's important to know as early as possible, because early detection obviously allows for a confirmatory diagnosis and then faster treatment, and ideally catching the cancer when it's at an earlier stage, potentially before it's metastasized, so improving outcomes and saving lives. So really excited to move forward our research in bloodborne cancers in humans. And then if we scroll down a little bit more, this slide is fine, the blood cancer summary of studies to date, and the blood cancer plan studies. We have some initial data here. Again, you can see sensitivity and specificity kind of in the 60, 70, 80, 90% ranges. We're hopeful we will be able to replicate similar results and improve upon some of these results when we move to larger studies. We have selected a CRO to launch a fairly significant US study in bloodborne cancer. So we'll have more news on that study as 2021 progresses. And then if we move down a little bit more in the slide deck to this slide right here is fine. Other cancers, proof of concept data of product grade NuQ assays. So before I wrap up, I'll just talk briefly about our other human cancer clinical programs in colorectal and in lung. In colorectal, so we're in clinical stage, working to develop blood tests to screen for both colorectal and lung cancer. The issue with colorectal cancer is not that we lack a good screen. We have a good screen in the colonoscopy. It's one of compliance. Not enough Americans, not enough citizens globally comply with their screening obligations and get screened for colorectal cancer because very few people look forward to a colonoscopy procedure for obvious reasons. So this compliance problem is largely solved or obviated by the introduction of a blood test, because while a person may refuse a colonoscopy or delay year after year after year that colonoscopy procedure, that same person probably would not hesitate to take a simple blood test if there were one available to him or her. And then looking to the left at lung cancer, the issue with lung cancer is the doctor deciding whether or not to have a lung cancer patient progress on for a lung biopsy, because a lung biopsy causes a collapsed lung about 15 to 20% of the time. So they're generally relying on CAT scans, so images of your lung or your lungs, and they're trying to interpret the image to see if there's anything on the image, any lesions or nodules that appear malignant, and they have to make a decision whether to send you on for a biopsy or not. And both decisions have risk to the patient, right? If a patient does not have lung cancer and is sent on for a biopsy because there's something that looks suspicious on the CAT scan, that person undergoes an unnecessary procedure and risk of a collapsed lung, infection, and even death. And if a patient is not sent on for a lung biopsy because the doctor doesn't feel really certain that what he or she is seeing on the CAT scan warrants a lung biopsy, but in fact the patient does have lung cancer, there's a risk of time, of course, because the cancer, so the patient may be sent home for 6 months and then have another CAT scan, but the risk there is, is that the cancer is progressing to later stages and potentially metastasizing to other organs. So a blood test that could sit as sort of a gatekeeper between the CAT scan and a lung biopsy would be very useful for doctors. And then if we could kind of scroll down to the bottom, I think we have a financial slide on here somewhere. Right there, key financials. So I'll sort of wrap up with this key financial slide. We're on the listed on the NYSE American Stock Exchange, ticker VNRX. Market cap's been around 200 million. You can see the 52-week range. Cash on hand of 19.4 million. We supplemented that with another $20 million in February. We conducted a secondary offering with Cantor Fitzgerald. So we're now sitting on about $40 million in cash, burning about 1.5 to 1.7 million per month. It's the strongest cash position we've ever had. We don't need to go out to the market in the short term to raise any kind of dilutive funding. So investors can feel confident that we're going to proceed with our commercial efforts and our clinical efforts as we move through 2021. 5 analysts cover the company: Cantor Fitzgerald, Maxim, Benchmark, Aegis, and Zacks. Insiders own about 17.5%, 18% of the shares. Institutions own about 25%. Very clean cap structure, common, no warrants. some straight debt from the Walloon region of Belgium, no convertible debt, no convertible preferred, no equity lines. And again, very strong insider ownership. Website is www.volition.com. Hope all of you will continue to follow our news flow over the course of 2021 and beyond. I think it'll be a very exciting period of time for Volition. Thank you.
Scott, great presentation. We have people looking for your ticker in the chat here. VNRX, by the way. We do have a couple questions from Lindsay Reese, mainly about how your products are comparable to those that are already in the market and those that are coming to the market. Is there an email that she may be able to reach out to ask those specific questions to?
Sure. So anyone that would like further information on Volition, you can email me at s.powell@volition.com, s.powell@volition.com. And you can find that on our press releases as well.
Perfect. Great questions, Lindsay. I do recommend reaching out to Scott there. Scott, thank you so much for being here. Volition RX, also known as Volition America, NYSE listed, VNRX. Very excited to have you all here with us and looking forward to seeing more updates down the road. Thanks, Scott. Appreciate it. All right. Bill is already up and running, the man with the plan over here at Axcella Health. How's it going, Bill? Welcome back, man.
Going great, Elliot. Good to be back. And hopefully I'm not only ready to go, but you can see the screen properly. So
all of the above is good. I'm going to let you take it away.
Okay, fantastic. So Elliot, thank you for having us. Thank you, Benzinga, and everybody who is here spending your time with us to learn about the exciting opportunity we believe that Axcella Health represents as a transformational science platform. And what I'd like to do is get into this with you right away. So, of course, during the nature of this presentation, I will be making forward-looking statements. So I will refer you to our safe harbor statements in our website and our SEC filings. Now, in our case, this will also include important information about our clinical development model, where we evaluate safety, tolerability, structure, and function biological markers under the FDA guidance. And that has led us to a point where we are ready to declare IND stages for our clinical programs as we go forward. So let's talk about why we think this is such a great time to be talking to y'all right now. So it is an exciting time at Axcella Health. We have two rapidly progressing phase 2 and phase 2B programs in important diseases in liver. So the first is 1665, you'll see on the left, entering phase 2 next quarter. This is an opportunity for cirrhotic patients who have a neurocognitive impairment, where we can believe we have an opportunity to improve on the standard of care and then become the standard of care in a more than $1 billion and growing marketplace. Now, in the middle, you'll see 1125 in NASH. And we just had a panel a little while ago about how big and important and complex this disease is. And we're excited to initiate a phase 2B coming up in the next quarter in this area where our profile, the medical experts believe we're an excellent position for first-line therapy with potential differentiation in important populations like type 2 diabetics, pediatrics, and indeed in combinations. And then our platform and our pipeline is really part of what gets us very excited, both in terms of how, which I'll touch on in a minute, but also the magnitude of opportunities that this represents. So I've just touched on 2 metabolic diseases. We see important information we've already generated in atrophy, inflammation, and other metabolic diseases, and then opportunities in neuroprotective as well as immune. So lots of opportunities to move forward with, and we're well capitalized into the third quarter of 22 and have an excellent leadership team that has allowed us to execute extremely well and deliver on or ahead of all of our targets to date. So let's start with the science and why that was so exciting for all of us to join. So we are at a tremendous time in science. In fact, this conference talks about the innovation aspects that are here. One of the major themes that comes from that is really how do you work with the body systems? And whether that's in cell therapy, gene therapy, immunotherapy, and what we're working with are endogenous metabolic modulators, or EMMs, as you'll hear me refer to them as for short. Now, these are fundamental for managing your organ systems and your overall body, as you see illustrated on the right-hand side of this screen. They're also important and powerful master regulators and signaling agents in human biologies. And so what we're really looking to do that is distinct is work on complex diseases, to do that in a multifactorial, simultaneous way that works with the body systems. We've had tremendous advances in working on single targets, but they're not adequate for complex diseases where you have multiple dysregulations at the same time. So what Axcella Health is doing that is distinct is we are focusing on amino acids and the derivatives, which have a proven track record of activity and safety. And we're using the advances in systems biology and machine learning to identify novel compositions that we can put together, again, to target multiple targets at the same time. And these are products and candidates that we advance to have an oral administration, excellent mouthfeel, palatability, and taste in 4 to 6 ounces of water in our current trials, and compliance has been very good. Now, they're already protected by composition and method of use patents, and we have an important trade secret aspect that feeds into our overall platform. So great opportunity in terms of the fundamental nature of the science and the power that it has to impact our health. Now, our model is a really important one, and I've had a lot of experience over 30 years in larger life sciences at looking at key clinical programs, and that's what you see represented across the top here. Typically, you'll see a target identification, a lead, preclinical work into phase 1, and then into phase 2. And in less than half that typical time, we have been able to move into not 1, but 2 later stage phase 2, phase 2B studies. We design our compositions understanding the biologies, where they're dysregulated, what we want to put in the composition, how much and what ratios, based on a significant amount of data that is both existing in the literature, but also proprietary to our tools. We then test in the most relevant setting possible for these complex diseases, the people with the disease. That allows us to have significant amounts of information on safety, tolerability, biological functions, and dosing. And so the net of that is you have a lot of information that can help you inform, and we believe de-risk our next stages in development. And it's really exciting to have been able to do this twice in a very short period of time and have excellent data in 2 consecutive studies to build off of. So let me take you into the programs at this stage. So first in 1665, this is for cirrhotic patients. So their liver is broken, it is damaged, it is not functioning properly. What occurs in this is you'll see imbalances in amino acids, elevation in ammonia. The muscle itself starts to waste because it tries to help the liver serve its clearing function. And what ends up happening as a major manifestation of that is neurocognitive impairment, or hepatic encephalopathy. There is confusion, there is hospitalization, there's comatose, and there is mortality associated with this. The current standard of care basically only focuses on one of the multiple disease drivers of this, that's ammonia, and it does it in an indirect way, meaning downstream in the gut. And in fact, one of the leading products, what you're doing is dosing to loose stools, which is obviously a problematic approach for the patients and the healthcare providers. It's a large market at already $1 billion and growing, and we believe that 1665 can differentiate on mechanism and then expand in terms of the standard of care. Now, let's take a quick look at some of the key data that allowed us to move forward into our phase 2B. So on the left-hand side here, you'll see amino acid metabolism and a graphic called the Fisher's ratio. This is a validated ratio of branched-chain amino acids over aromatics that is associated with outcomes in the field. And this graphic represents a normalization and sustained statistically significant improvement in that. If you move to the right, you'll see the important pathogenesis of ammonia handling. Now, while ammonia is difficult to measure, it is important for the disease process. And what you can see in these more advanced patients is, in fact, we are showing a decrease in ammonia versus placebo. And this is consistent with what we saw in our previous study. Now, on the bottom left, you'll see muscle metabolism. Now, again, I'll remind you the muscle is trying to play a functional metabolic role because the liver is not functioning properly. And what ends up happening is it wastes away. And so you have these patients who have a very difficult disease situation getting worse and worse progressively. And what we see in this graphic is a clinically important improvement in something called the liver frailty index, which is strength, speed, and balance. One of the key measures that the FDA looks for is function. And this is a validated tool in this liver field. And what you're seeing is that our active doses reach an important threshold there of impact. Now, if we move to the right-hand side, this is frankly the most important data on this slide, because the regulatory endpoint has to do with neurocognitive impairment. The other data I showed you is proof of mechanism, proof of impact, and can differentiate the product. But neurocognitive impairment is what we're seeking to improve from a regulatory standpoint. And while we tested 3 distinct individual measures, and all of them showed dose-dependent improvements, this data is the PHES, which is the gold standard for understanding, do you have minimal hepatic encephalopathy? And 3 major takeaways from this data. Number 1, you're seeing a statistically significant improvement in PHES for our high dose arm. Number 2, you are seeing a clinically relevant greater than 2-point improvement, which is comparable to the existing standards of care in this setting. And thirdly, you're seeing it in a majority of subjects in just 12 weeks of study. So this data compelled ourselves and the medical experts who were struck by its congruency, its consistency, and its magnitude to go to the FDA and clear our IND into a phase 2 trial. And we're excited to begin this trial next quarter. And we already have excellent inbound interest from the medical community and are well set up to start screening in the next few weeks. So what it is a 2-arm study looking at AXA 1665 versus a placebo for a 24-week dosing period. Now, one note on that dosing, we're entering into phase 2 and we only have 1 dose because we've already gathered the relevant information, and this will translate into an efficient and fast recruitment process. Now, we have also enriched this patient population by looking for patients who have already had an overt hepatic encephalopathy event and have a PHES score less than -4. So these patients are more likely to have another occurrence, which will allow us to test our impact of 1665 on top of the standard of care stratified for rifaximin and lactulose. And what we're looking to see is a 2-point improvement in PHES in 24 weeks. That's what we already saw in our previous study. Now, we're also gathering important other information on OHE events, time to hospitalization, as well as other important measures like physical function. This, we believe, sets us up very well to have an important impact with a differentiated profile, hopefully change the standard of care and expand on that. We have a very well-tolerated profile to date, and we're eager to work with the medical community to make an important advance in this unfortunately underserved population. Now, if we think about another important liver disease and NASH, where we spent time earlier today, this is a very large population. More than 10% of the American population has already been identified as having NASH. That's more than 40 million people. It's complex metabolic disease, meaning that you need to address metabolism, inflammation, and fibrosis, and ideally in a combinatorial way like we do. Existing therapies are yet to be approved because they're looking at one single target. And now we have some great progress in the field, and we're eager to see that go forward. We believe we have a differentiated mechanism, an easy oral dosing, and a safe and well-tolerated profile that sets up for differentiation. So let me take you through just a couple of the key data sets here. So on the left-hand side, you'll see metabolism. This is critical for this patient population. And the slide is set up so you'll see all subjects on the left-hand side and subjects with type 2 diabetes on the right. This is a really important subpopulation, and it's difficult to call it a subpopulation when it makes up more than 40% of the patients. They're difficult to treat, and the metabolic drivers are a critical aspect of this. So what you can see in all of these charts, and this is very consistent, we're looking for consistency, congruency, and magnitude. And on all of these charts, you see an important separation from the AXA 1125 arm, that's the orange graphic, versus the placebo. You see it in MRI PDFF, HOMO-IR in metabolism. In inflammation, ALT and CT1. And in fibrosis, FIB4 and ProC3. Now, we've also looked at the important emerging thresholds that exist that indicate that these markers translate into clinical, histological, and thus regulatory endpoints. And we see an important improvement reaching that threshold in more than 35 to 40% of all subjects, and a majority of them in the diabetic population. So we were very excited and compelled by this data. And we are in the final stages of our IND. We look forward to sharing the clearance of that in the near term. And what we were able to do based on our Type B meeting that we had with the agency last year is share this information with you. So we are already clear based on our dialogue with the FDA. In fact, they guided us towards a 48-week biopsy-confirmed study. We'll be testing 2 active arms versus placebo. Again, very efficient in this field. Standard histological and state-of-the-art endpoints. We'll be stratifying by type 2 diabetics to confirm that differentiated impact we've had to date on that population. And we will be planning an interim analysis. The time and details I'll share once we clear the IND, like we did with 1665 in the near term, where we will be able to inform our opportunity to differentiate and grow our program, as well as share with the external community. Now, there's another really important population, and that's the pediatric population. And there we're excited in order to be able to advance that once we've initiated the study and look to see if we can help those patients, because more than 10% of our children are already affected by this disease as well. So overall, we're very excited to be able to, in parallel, basically advance these 2 important liver disease programs. Later this year, we'll be sharing the next stages we'll be taking based on our technology, which additional areas and experiments and trials we'll be doing as we continue to pioneer in the field of endogenous metabolic modulators, and we hope transform the lives of patients with complex diseases. So Elliot, thank you for your time and the opportunity to talk to your audience today.
Wonderful presentation, Bill. You went through that like a champ. Yeah, a couple questions, man. What distinguishes Axcella from other biotech companies? You know, this seems like a general question, but something you may want to speak to.
Yeah, and I think it's actually a very important question for us, Elliot. There are 3 aspects I would highlight. Number 1 is our modality. We are approaching endogenous metabolic modulators for complex diseases. Okay, so it's fundamentally a distinct and leading area where nobody else is doing it the way we're doing it. So that's a distinguishing factor. Number 2, because these are endogenous metabolic modulators, we're designing them and we have so much information on activity, safety, tolerability. We believe we have a very informed and efficient model to do our evaluations, which helps de-risk the decisions as you go forward. And number 3 is the innovative development model that we have. It brings it forward. We understand important information that in my career, I've never had an opportunity to see at this stage. And now that we've delivered on the IND with the FDA, we're set up to advance these key programs. We believe we're in a great position. We have data that in essence is at the state-of-the-art, best-in-class oral agents in NASH with a well-tolerated oral platform, and we have a potential major differentiated in cirrhosis, and we're just getting started.
That leads me into my next question there, specifically about data and potentially AI, if you want to jump into that. Okay. How it compares with your peers in the liver space. And I'm curious if you feel, I've asked this question throughout the day, if data and AI are a bit undervalued.
Yeah. So first, let's talk about OHE, okay, in terms of that. So the data that we have there, 2 consecutive studies where we have demonstrated consistent impact on the drivers of the disease, the biologies, amino acid imbalance, muscle metabolism, ammonia handling, and neurocognition. So that data, we believe, differentiates us from the existing standards of care, which only focus on ammonia handling and do that, in fact, in an indirect fashion. You combine that with a well-tolerated profile. My medical team is always excited to present our safety data because it's so short. And that's partially because these are, molecules that are adapted to our body, and we use them on a daily basis. So it's really that opportunity to differentiate on the hepatic and muscle opportunity, and then set that up to become the standard of care and then replace, hopefully, the standard of care over time. Now, if we look at NASH, again, I'll reinforce that we are a multi-targeted direct approach to metabolism, inflammation, fibrosis. That separates our approach fundamentally. It's why the physicians, when we presented our data combined with a simple oral dosing approach and our tolerability, they said to us, look, this is a great position for a first-line agent. Now, the data on type 2 diabetes is a potential, and Dr. Harrison, who's probably the most quoted and most active investigator in this field, said this is a potential game changer for these difficult to treat patients. Now we're set up as, you know, I'll call it best-in-class oral agent that has a well-tolerated safety profile, potential differentiated in diabetes, potential early application in pediatrics. Now, there's another important point I should make, and we touched on the panel. NASH is very big. It's heterogeneous. You are going to have patients who probably need combination therapy. So what you're looking for there is a product that has a broad mechanism, is safe, easy to take, and does not have the potential for drug-drug interactions. And that's one of the things we think we differentiate. Now, in terms of AI, just very quickly, we use machine learning to understand the massive amounts of information that are out there on the data that's being used here. And so we're well set up to then design our combinations, test that in our primary human cell models and lines, and then create new compositions. And that will help us unlock and move faster and faster, Elliot.
Fantastic. Bill, wealth of knowledge, my friend. We're glad to have you twice in this track. I feel like I've grown smarter listening to you. And I look forward to hopefully seeing some awesome updates down the road in the coming months. I know I didn't get to ask that, but definitely looking forward to that. Thank you so much again for being here, Bill.
No, I appreciate the time, Elliot, and the energy. And we indeed look forward to updating you on the important milestones the company delivers on again. Okay.
Fantastic. Thanks again, Bill. That is Bill Hinshaw, President and CEO of Axcella Health. That is AXCELLA health.com, listed on the NASDAQ, AXLA. We are going to keep moving right along with the Chief Financial Officer, Steve O'Laughlin, for Actinium Pharmaceuticals, listed on the NYSE, actiniumpharma.com. actiniumpharma.com. Steve, I haven't struggled so much in my entire life. That's my own fault, man. Welcome. We're glad to have you. How are you?
Doing well, Elliot. How are you?
I am well, man. It has been a wonderfully education-filled day for us here, and I'm excited to hear what's going on at Actinium. So I'll turn it right over to you.
Great. Let me share my screen here with the audience. Okay, can everyone see the title slide?
Looks great.
Wonderful. Okay, before we begin, just a quick touch on the safe harbor statement. As I may be making forward-looking statements, please reference our filings with the SEC from time to time. So a quick highlight on Actinium, as you mentioned, we're listed on the NYSE American under the ticker symbol ATNM. We are a biotechnology company developing targeted radiotherapies, which take the cell killing ability of radiation and combine it with the targeting nature of certain molecules. In a sense, we like to say that we're creating heat-seeking missiles against cancer and other cell targets. Our lead program is in a pivotal phase 3 trial we call the Sierra trial, over 75% enrolled, and we expect to complete enrollment of that trial in the first half of this year. We've leveraged our experience from Sierra and IMAB, and we're moving into the exciting fields of bone marrow transplant, CAR-T, and gene therapy, all of which are potentially curable therapies for patients with high unmet needs. We are not a one-trick pony. We have multiple clinical assets. IMAB is complemented by Actimab A, which is being developed in multiple combination trials. Just this morning, we announced we completed a dosing cohort in our Actimab A combination trial with venetoclax. Very excited, as we expect now to have proof of concept data in the second half of this year. And then underpinning our clinical programs is our technology platform that we refer to as AW. Very interesting. We are working in a research collaboration with Citius Pharmaceuticals, top 20 global biopharma, who's using our AW technology platform. We just announced that at the beginning of this year. We have a strong balance sheet. Last reported cash balance of $48 million allows us to meet several clinical milestones that we think have the potential to be value creating. So why are we excited about our technology? Radiation, which is essentially the modality that we utilize, is used to treat over 50% of all cancer patients today. It's been used for decades. It's arguably one of the best weapons we have against cancer. But today, it's largely delivered from outside of the body. And as a result, it hits normal healthy tissue, cells, organs, and creates toxicities. We deliver radiation inside the body at a very precise level by attaching small bits of radiation radioisotopes to targeting agents that can seek out cancer cells that present unique features on their surface. And that's really what we exploit. We have a strong IP portfolio, over 140 patents and growing. And we have strong R&D capabilities that we're continuing to invest in. You can see some pictures of our research facility here in New York City that we're very excited to be growing and investing in. So a quick snapshot of the pipeline led by I-Mab and the phase 3 Sierra trial. Several milestones expected in 2021, including completion of enrollment. We have advanced and evolved and moved into CAR-T, which is a multi-billion-dollar industry. We're working with Memorial Sloan Kettering in a collaboration trial. We just announced this week that we have initiated patient enrollment in that study, which is funded by an NIH grant, and expect proof of concept data in the second half of this year. And then, as I mentioned previously, we have 2 ongoing phase 1 trials with our Actimab A program, with phase 1 proof of concept data expected also in the second half of this year. So 2021 expected to be an exciting year for Actinium. So I've spoken about bone marrow transplant, CAR-T, and gene therapy, and why those therapies matter. And the reason is they're potentially curative. That is, something that not many treatments can claim, but they have tremendous potential. And today, in order to get these therapies, patients receive chemotherapy to essentially condition them, to put them in a position to receive these therapies. And I'm sure we all know somebody who unfortunately has been afflicted by cancer. Chemotherapy is not great. It's not targeted. It creates a lot of side effects and toxicities. Because we're a targeted therapy, we think we can improve access to these potentially curative treatments and also improve outcomes. And to quantify this market, if you just look at bone marrow transplant alone, there is well in excess of 100,000 patients by our estimation who could benefit from a bone marrow transplant who are not able to get there today. And we believe that's because of the conditioning therapy being reliant on chemotherapy. So easily a multi-billion-dollar market, and a growing one that we are very excited to be going after. So just to briefly touch on the phase 3 Sierra trial, this is a 150 patient study, multi-center. It's being conducted at over 20 of the leading transplant centers in the United States, including MD Anderson, Memorial Sloan Kettering, the Mayo Clinic, and several other notable centers. These centers do approximately 1/3 of the bone marrow transplant volume. So we're very excited to be working with the key opinion leaders in the field. So the primary outcome for the Sierra study is 6 months durable complete remission. That is what we will be evaluated for in order to get approval. And as I mentioned, we're over 75% enrolled and expect to complete enrollment in the first half of this year. Now, recently, we presented data from the first 75% of patients on the Sierra study at the American Society of Hematology meeting in December, and then just this February at the Transplantation and Cellular Therapy Conference. And in multiple oral presentations, we were able to highlight that patients receiving I-Mab B were able to go to a transplant, and in all patients who received the therapeutic dose of I-Mab B, 100% of them engrafted, which is the first sign of transplant success. So we're very excited by that. If you contrast that to the comparator arm, which is physician's choice of salvage therapy, unfortunately, only 18% of patients were able to go to a transplant and engraft. So there's a very marked difference. In addition, IMAB was very well tolerated. There was very minimal serious adverse events and very low 100-day non-relapse transplant-related mortality compared to the control arm. So in order to gain approval, we need to show a 2 times difference in the primary endpoint of 6-month durable complete remission. And we're very excited to complete enrollment in the first half of this year, which would then lead to top-line data in early 2022, which we think is very exciting to be looking at a potential BLA filing that could lead to our first approved product if successful. So we have made great advancements with the Sierra trial. We did have an ad hoc analysis in the second half of 2020. The Independent Data Monitoring Committee recommended that the trial continue as planned with no safety issues raised. So again, very much looking forward to completing enrollment of this study because we believe there is a large patient population that could currently benefit from a bone marrow transplant, but unfortunately with chemotherapy-based conditioning regimens, they're not able to get there today. And despite several drug approvals over the last several years, overall survival in this patient population remains low at only several months, whereas patients who successfully get a bone marrow transplant and remain in disease-free for 2 years after transplant can go on to live a very extended life. So potentially curative outcomes is what's driving us in this patient population and to really focus on targeted conditioning. Very excited to be working with Memorial Sloan Kettering and CAR-T. They are a leader in the field. CAR-T has emerged as a revolutionary medical therapy. It has transformed the way certain patients with blood cancers are treated. It's also resulted in very large acquisitions. Several companies have been acquired for multi-billion dollars, including Kite, who was acquired for over $10 billion, and Juno, who was acquired for nearly $10 billion. Sloan Kettering is a leader in the cell therapy field. The CAR-T construct that we're collaborating with them on, data presented in the New England Journal of Medicine showed an 83% remission rate, which is on par with the approved CAR-T therapies. So we're very excited to now be enrolling patients and looking forward to presenting proof of concept data in the second half of this year. Conditioning, whether it be for transplant, cell therapy such as CAR-T or gene therapy, is a very large and growing market opportunity, and we believe we have a clear strategy to capture a large portion of that market. Beyond our targeted conditioning assets, looking at Actimab-A, right now we're excited to be advancing several clinical trials where we're studying Actimab-A in combination with other therapies, including a chemotherapy regimen called CLAG-M, where we presented that 100% of patients in the most recent dosing cohort achieved a remission, and 70% of those patients became MRD negative, which means there was no detectable disease at very finite and specific levels. So we're excited by this data and looking forward to presenting additional data from this phase 1 study. Equally exciting is our combination trial with venetoclax, which is an approved therapy developed by AbbVie and Roche. It's approved in multiple blood cancers. By combining Actimab-A with venetoclax, we believe we can eliminate a resistance mechanism that limits patient responses to venetoclax, and we can resensitize them. Early data from the phase 1 trial did show that one patient achieved a remission, and this was a patient who had a very difficult genetic and molecular profile. So exciting early data. We just completed enrollment in the second dose cohort and look forward to presenting additional data from that dose escalation study. So looking ahead at 2021, I think we have several exciting milestones ahead, including completing the phase 3 Sierra trial, proof of concept data with our CAR-T collaboration with Sloan Kettering, multiple phase 1 trial updates from our Actinium program, and our technology platform, which is being utilized by Astellas and that we're leveraging for our own R&D. We expect to provide additional updates there. And as I mentioned earlier, we have a strong balance sheet that is capable of funding us through several of these milestones with $48 million of cash on our last reported 10Q. So thank you everyone for your time and attention. Thank you for your interest in Actinium. Happy to take any follow-up questions that the audience may have.
Yes, please do submit your questions. I'm just sitting here thinking, Steve, what a game changer targeted radiotherapy would be. You know, I know you're all so close to approval there. How do you penetrate what's the plan to penetrate the market?
Yeah, great question. So bone marrow transplant conditioning, which is our first indication, bone marrow transplant's a very concentrated field. There's essentially, 75 to 100 centers, but really the top 50 centers do a majority of the transplant volume. As I mentioned, the 20 plus centers in our study account for over a third. So we feel like we already have strong inroads into many of the leading centers and have a very clear pathway to get our foot into the door. Despite being in late stages of enrollment, we've actually seen new centers coming on board into the trial, which we think speaks to the interest that is there in the medical community.
Super interesting, man. So 140 patents, did I hear you say that right?
That is correct, yes.
Could you live off licensing alone? My God.
Well, we certainly won't stop there either. It's an area that we've invested in heavily over recent years. Over the last several years, we've grown from 70 patents to where we are currently. And I think that that trend will continue.
Fantastic. Steve, anything you want to leave the audience with? I mean, maybe some timelines or re-emphasizing, I would say, the timeline on when they can keep an eye on some news potentially to come from you.
Sure, yeah. So one thing I'd like to say, targeted radiotherapy is an area of growing interest. We're seeing, acquisitions by big pharma in the space. We're seeing new company formation. We're seeing investments in the space. We believe we have a leadership position led by our phase 3 program. So one of the more advanced programs in the clinic, and with nearing enrollment completion in the first half of this year, we see a line of sight to top line data. And then we've been focusing on enhancing our R&D capabilities, investing into R&D and earlier clinical to augment that pipeline. So I think there's a cadence of milestones that are coming in 2021 and beyond that we're very excited about.
Fantastic, my friend. I look forward to keeping an eye on that, and I do hope you'll be back to update us very soon. Actually, I think you will, if I'm not mistaken. Perhaps we'll hear from you in May at our small cap conference then. So maybe we'll be talking about some updates there. We'll see, Steve. We'll see, my friend. But thank you again for being here.
Looking forward to it, Elliot. Thank you.
All right, you be well, man. Awesome. That was the Chief Financial Officer of Actinium Pharmaceuticals, Steve O'Laughlin, listed on the New York Stock Exchange, ATNM. You can find their website, actiniumpharma.com. Super interesting. If you're learning a ton, I know we just had a bunch of people come into the room. So please do make sure after this conference is over here in the next hour, go check out some of the other topics we've discussed already today. We've hit on NASH, we've hit on everything, but we're so far from done. We have some amazing companies, and I am truly blessed to introduce Waqas Al-Siddiq, CEO and founder of Biotricity. That is NASDAQ listed BTCY. Waqas, how are you?
Very well, thank you. And we're actually OTCQB listed, but looking to a national exchange soon.
You know what? My apologies. I obviously gotten the wrong information there. I'll take the blame. Again, my apologies, Waqas. OTC, but honestly, Biotricity is so cool. Everybody's about to see why. I'll turn it over to you, Waqas.
All right, no problem. Let me just share my screen here. Thank you.
Perfect.
Perfect. And just before we get started, forward-looking statement, obviously some of the discussion that's going to take place today are projections and forward-looking statements that the company is anticipating, and future performance may be different. So to kind of get started, we're super excited here at Biotricity. It's an exciting time for us. We're growing. I mean, COVID obviously slowed down our growth, but it also created an awareness in the importance of remote patient monitoring. And so, Biotricity as a company, we're a remote patient monitoring cardiac play. We have an FDA-approved product, which is really designed to diagnose patients remotely. So the idea is it's a reusable device. It's put on a patient. They go home. It collects the data continuously, and it's a smart device. So whenever it detects a problem, it actually communicates it to a call center where you have nurses who can review the data and then alert the doctor or alert ER if there's an emergency. And this is all insurance reimbursable. And what we've done at Biotricity is we recognize that technology in healthcare has really been difficult to acquire. Mainly because of cost, mainly because of accessibility. And so what we've done is we've really tried to focus on providing technology to physicians, to healthcare organizations in a SaaS model. So technology is a service model. And everything that we do at Biotricity is really designed around understanding reimbursement. So, physicians and practices and hospitals can actually bill for our technology. And so that allows us to really play a platform and a tech play while enabling physicians who can then take care of their patients. And so we just broke our first $1 million quarter last quarter. We've been experiencing triple-digit growth. We expect to continue that growth for the next 2 years. And that has really been a result of the fact that we are enabling and we are doing this recurring revenue model. And so we're already at a run rate of $5 million in revenue, and we see that we will get to $50 million with our additional financing and our additional plans. Currently, the product is around across 20 states, 700 different cardiologists that use the product. And we're very excited about a pipeline in terms of what we are doing in the company, which is a pipeline of products really designed to continuously enable cardiologists to service their patients. And to kind of talk about that, why do we look at cardiology? Why is that important? Well, 30 million people are at risk for cardiovascular disease. 17 million patients have already received a diagnosis. And the total addressable market for our space, which is remote high-end cardiac monitoring, is $1 billion market. But that's growing because you're getting new and new patients. And as people live longer, they're suffering from multiple conditions, cardiac being the biggest one. And the problem so far in the marketplace has been that typically all of these tests, and we've seen it with COVID, that patients are referred out. They have to go to a hospital or they have to go to another center to collect information. So what we really need is we need a one-stop shop. We need physicians to have access to technology within their practice so that they can give it to the patient right there. The patient doesn't have to go or wait. And that really reduces patient risk and facilitates faster diagnosis. And so, what are we doing and what is our plan? Because obviously, we have a product that's in the market, we have FDA clearance, but I talked about having a pipeline of products. So really, Biotricity as a company, we're focused on following the patient through their journey. So what does that mean? A patient walks into a cardiologist, have no idea what's going on with them. The cardiologist needs to do a diagnosis. And then once he's done a diagnosis, which is in our case would be our first product, he's going to give them a prescription or he'll do a procedure. But then the patient goes into this continuous management and follow-up scenario. Whereas, I'm feeling something, or I'm feeling, I've been taking this prescription for 3 months, but I'm still not feeling right. So the doctor again needs to make an adjustment. And so part of that really comes from, again, doing diagnostics again, but also managing the patient in between visits. And that's where we see Biotricity. So right now we're in the first ring, and we really see us as a company in our pipeline of products to start hitting rings 2 and 4 and 5. And so while we hit those rings, it's also expanding our total addressable market. So we're doing a unique thing here at Biotricity. Everything's a platform play, but every product also not only gets us more touch points with the patients, it's also expanding our total addressable market. So the first product, it's $1 billion market, which is growing, as I mentioned earlier. We have another product that we applied for FDA and we hope to hear soon within the next month or so, which is the Biotrade product, which is for low-risk patients. That's a $3 billion market, and we'll talk about that in just a little bit. And then we're moving into care management and complex cardiac management, which then again expands our market to 30 billion, 35 billion, and 50 billion when you start including the entire patient journey. And so what that's going to do is it's also going to change the way the company is going to be generating its revenue. So right now, when you look at us as a company, 100% of our revenue is coming from Bioflux, which is only touching about 5% of the patients within the ecosystem, right? So I talked earlier about we have 700 cardiologists across 300 centers. Well, they each have about 2,000 patients, but we're only touching a small fraction of them because not every patient needs a diagnosis every month. And so the next product which we are coming in, which is the Biotrade product, which is a low-risk cardiac product that allows us to touch a few more patients, but it's still in the diagnostic space. So that'll create a revenue stream. But chronic cardiac, which is going to touch a lot of patients, that's where our revenue, the service model, that's where our revenue, the bulk of our revenue will start coming, 3-4 years from now. So as you can see, we have a strategy, a long-term strategy, which is not only about expanding our network, but going deeper into the practices that are already our customers. And so the question is, why is remote monitoring important? Why is it growing? Well, COVID is a perfect example of how this awareness created and how it increased. So most solutions in the monitoring, in healthcare monitoring, are actually not monitoring, they're passively recording. So you record the data, you bring the device back or you mail it back, and then you download the data, and then you get a report. And real-time monitoring, what we do at Biotricity is everything's active, meaning it's continuously connected, it's transmitting the data, it's smart, it's analyzing the data. And so what happened with COVID is you've got all these high-risk patients and they're like, I don't want to go to the hospital because I don't want to get COVID. Well, what are you going to do? Send them home with the device that's just going to record data and you have to mail it back or wait 3 weeks for a report? Something could happen to them. And so this is why the future really is in connected healthcare monitoring. This is why there's a huge growth in the space. And what we've done as a company is we've focused on this and said, hey, what's the gap here? Well, the gap not only is the fact that devices are not connected, but also because they're expensive and there's no platform, and you've got patients with multiple conditions. So how do we address that? And so our approach was, we're going to develop technology, but we're going to provide it in a service model. We're gonna charge a platform model. So instead of trying to be a clinical provider where the doctor is sending a patient to us and we are doing all the clinical work, we're going to provide the technology to the doctor. They bill insurance. We charge a usage fee. When they use the device, they pay for our technology, and that includes all the data and the cloud and all the support for the technology, but it allows them to generate revenue. And so what that has done in the Bioflux case, we've created a business model that creates 10 times increase in the revenue for the physician with very low upfront costs. And what we're really changing is not the fact that these dollars are new dollars. The dollars are already there. But instead of the doctor, me coming into the doctor and the doctor saying, okay, Waqas, I don't know what's going on. I'm going to send you across the street. Go get this test done and then come back to me. Well, now he'll hook me up in his office. And then when I come back, he takes a device, cleans it up, and puts it on to the next patient. And so, why is that important? Well, first of all, real-time monitoring means you can put the patient out for a longer period of time. You put a patient out for a longer period of time, that means more data. And more data means that you can actually look at what's going on with the patient, and that's safer for the patient. So ultimately, I think that is the advantage when you go into real-time monitoring, is you are able to put the patient out, especially COVID is a perfect example, for a longer period of time without having the risk that something's going to happen to this patient. And you can collect more data, which leads to better diagnosis, And so what is our solution? And I'm going to kind of remind you guys, because I've been talking for a little bit, what is the BioFlux today, right? A BioFlux is an intelligent cardiac monitor for high-risk patients. So it's a reusable device. It's put on the patient. It collects the data. When it detects an emergency, it alerts a call center. They determine if there's an emergency, and then they deal with it. And if not, at the end of the study, there's a report. So the device is given to the patient from the doctor's office. It's returned to the doctor's office, cleaned up, and then put onto the next patient. And so when we take a market comparison, because a lot of people talk about cardiac and they say, oh, it's a very saturated market. There's a lot of things. And actually, it's not the case because there's 3 different markets in the cardiac space. There's the lifestyle, so an Apple Watch or a Samsung Watch. And to be honest, a doctor's not going to cut you open and put a pacemaker based on what your Apple Watch says. But the Apple Watch is great because it drives awareness. It'll tell you that, hey, you need to go see your cardiologist. Now there are 2 other markets. There's the low risk market, which is the Holter patch, which is a company like iRhythm, which is a 1-channel device. You put it on the patient, you send them home. 3 weeks later, you get a report, or 2 weeks later, you get a report. Great for low risk patients, but not somebody who can have an issue. And there's a lot of players in that space. And the space that we're in is the high-end, high-risk patients, meaning patients that can have a heart attack, patients that can have a stroke. What do you do there? You need to have a connected device. And in that space, there's 5 players, including us. And we are, to simplify, cheaper, better, faster. We've got the 3-channel device. We've got the smallest device. It's fully integrated. And that allows us to really compete on a technology perspective. In terms of the business model and in terms of the technology, to kind of summarize. So we are cheaper, better, faster on the technology side. On the business model side, we are an in-source solution, recurring revenue play for Biotricity, and a recurring revenue play for the doctor. And so this is, if you take our device, it's reused on a monthly basis. It's got a 2-year lifetime. So every time the doctor uses it, we charge. And that has created this recurring revenue play, which is why every month we've grown, and we're very excited because outside of 1 month for COVID, we've grown consecutively for 23 months. And in terms of what is our current footprint, we've got 700 cardiologists that service about 1.4 million patients across 300 centers over 20 states. And the idea is to organically grow this, obviously, continue hiring salespeople, continue to grow our footprint in the United States, but also use our product pipeline to go deeper and generate more revenue from each of these accounts. So kind of talking about a little bit about, I talked a little bit about competition. We're cheaper, better, faster, but let's talk a little bit about, what's differentiating us, right? So one of the things is we are in a space where we are very new, right? So many of these companies have generated very good revenue. They've grown very well, but they've also been in the market for a decade. So we've only been in the market. We got our clearance at the end of 17. So 2018, we spent figuring out insurance. So and then we launched the product in 19. So we've been around for about 2 years from a product standpoint. And yet we're growing faster than these comps at the same time. And we've spent less money. So I think that's an important thing to find out. And our business model is different because we're not doing the clinical work. So we don't have the staff the same way where we're billing insurance directly. We're getting the prescription and we're basically running a clinic. No, we're enabling the physician to build the revenue. And that's why the revenue is going to the physician. Another company that just got acquired was Preventive Solutions, $1.2 billion. And it did $158 million in revenue. Again, it launched its real-time product in 2012. It's been around for almost a decade. And we're growing faster comparatively to when they were during the same stage. And another company that came out is iRhythm, which is doing really well. I think the market cap has dropped a little bit from what I have on the slide. But to give you an idea, they spent $65 million developing its product. We spent $22 million. I bring all of these things up because to try and illustrate the fact that we're only 2 years in. So when investors are saying, okay, well, why aren't you? We're 2 years in. We've spent half the money or even less compared to some of the other players, and we're growing faster. And there's only a few players in the space. So there's a huge opportunity here. And the last company that I'd like to mention is Livongo, because The previous companies I mentioned, they're really focused on providing a service and taking the script and billing insurance directly. Livongo is more of a clinical platform play, and they're more aligned to what Biotricity is doing. They've got 328,000 patients, and they're touching them. We've got out of that 1.4 million, an opportunity to 500,000 patients. And to quickly just kind of go through, and then I'll turn it over for questions, is some of the products that we're going into. Telemedicine, which obviously enables remote shipment of our bioflux. We have a post-diagnostic product, BioHeart, which is coming out. And then we've got an application which is really designed around data collection to enable patients in between visits to collect their information. And then the Biotrade product, which I mentioned earlier, which is for low-risk patients, and we expect, it's been filed with the FDA. Hopefully we hear from them, very shortly within the next 30 to 60 days, and hope to launch that within Q2. And in terms of the team, I just kind of quickly summarize our team. Everybody we hire at Biotricity has experience and has done everything before, and has been at companies that have grown. So that's a very important part for the companies, finding people that have had that experience and have gone through a growth life cycle so that we can scale. And with that, I'll turn it over to questions.
Thanks so much, Vikas. That was very insightful. I'm curious personally, does this fall under a segment of, say, remote medicine in that kind of mindset? Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, for sure. It absolutely does. I mean, at the end of the day, we think the future is going to be, you're going to get diagnosed, you're going to collect data, you're going to show up to the physician to basically do procedural work. And in between, you're just going to be collecting data and have all these devices at home. So by and large, your follow-up, your initial diagnostics, all of that can be done remotely. And we've been seeing that, with COVID, it certainly accelerated that adoption.
Absolutely. And I'm thinking about what we've heard the past couple of days, seeing as how COVID is not something that's going away anytime soon. And I would imagine that's a little bit of a boon to your business in terms of silver lining.
No, 100%. So it's created the curve was already going this way. What COVID has done is it accelerated everything, right? And it created the importance and the awareness of why a device should be connected. Because if you've got a patient that can have a heart attack and you don't want them getting COVID, you're going to send them home, but you can't send them on a monitor that's going to take 2 weeks to get a report. And I think that's what COVID is. It was a double-edged sword because obviously it slowed down our ability to go in and sell, but it also increased awareness.
Yeah, I'd like to turn sights a little bit to the data. So this data collection, to me, as somebody who, is definitely interested in potentially participating in this, that data collection seems to be the most valuable part, or one of the most valuable parts here. And I'm curious, as that grows, you all become more valuable. I guess my overall point here is that's probably a hugely important to you in terms of how you're protecting that data, how you're going to utilize that data in the future.
That's very astute, Elliot. It's absolutely. And not only that, so this is why we focused on a platform play. This is why we focused on providing all the data and providing it to the physician, because the thing is that once you understand a patient, right? Like I showed you the patient journey earlier in my presentation, that patient's constantly coming back to the cardiologist. So in order to take care of them better, you need more and more data on that patient. And we continuously have that data. And so as they use each of our solutions, we've got a better and better picture. And so we can treat the patient better.
Yeah. And I love the aspect of the sales people going to the doctors, and then the doctors basically become a second wave of Biotricity reps in a way. It's very interesting to me how you've set that up. And honestly, it sounds like a much more efficient use of funds.
No, you're absolutely right. And we did that strategically. And we also saw the most successful medical device companies always did that. They always found reps that did directly and then got the doctors. And the fact that we've developed a great relationship with the doctors. I mean, we've got 100% reorder rate and nearly 100% retention rate. So it's crazy and it's very exciting. And we're excited about 2021, and we're hoping to get onto a national exchange this year. So I think there's a lot to come. And if people have tracked the company, we have a track record of doing what we say.
Fantastic. Vikas, awesome insights here. Great presentation. Biotricity, OTC listed, BTCY. Thank you so much for being here with us today.
Thank you, Elliot. Appreciate it.
All right. Fantastic discussion there. Remote medicine, data, cardiac I guess, monitoring, if you will. I mean, so much in one company. You don't normally see all that. So thank you again to Wakas. All right, everybody. We are to the last presentation of the day, but I got to tell you, so far from the least, it's not even funny. I think I said the same thing yesterday. Mean it even more today. Please welcome to the stage Executive Chairman of Citius Pharmaceuticals, Leonard Mazur, listed on the NASDAQ CTXR. Leonard, how are you today?
All right, Elliot, thank you very much for that introduction. You've saved the best for last. So
there it is. Absolutely, sir. I'm going to let you turn it right over.
Okay, terrific. Thank you. So I am speaking to you from, am I up on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. I'm speaking to you from our the worldwide headquarters of Citius Pharmaceutical, which is located off of exit 136 in Cranford, New Jersey. And I invite our shareholders, if they ever have the opportunity, most certainly feel free to stop in and say hello to us. So let me tell you about the company a little bit. First, we have some forward-looking statements that we've got to get through. Hold on a minute. Okay. Those forward-looking statements, basically, I just want to strongly advise you that you should do everything you can to consult sec.gov and find out everything you can about our company. So our company is one of the most exciting companies that you'll encounter here during this conference for a lot of reasons. First of all, we're all Olympians. And that means that we're all champions. The company is a champion, and we who manage the company are champions. So our name comes from the Olympic motto, Citius Altius Fortius. Citius means faster. Altius is Fortius is higher, and then the rest of it is stronger. So basically, we have 4 lead programs. We are a late-stage biopharmaceutical company. Part of our company is pharma, part of our company is biotech. Right now, our late-stage asset is Mino-Lok. It's in late phase 3. We've had favorable reviews from a drug monitoring committee. There's been reviews that were done in September 2019 to September 2020, and then we're going to have a final review in the second quarter of 21. We'd like to think that we address large markets with unmet medical needs, and the first one is where Mino-Lok competes, or will be competing, is in the catheter-related bloodstream infection market, which is estimated to be over $1.8 billion potential on a worldwide basis. Our most recent entry of the company in our portfolio is in the ARDS market, or ARDS, stands for acute respiratory distress syndrome, where there are no approved therapies at the moment. And then we also have a tissue expander infection prevention product, Minorap, estimated almost at $500 million worldwide. And our last product that we have is a prescription hemorrhoid drug, which is the market there is estimated to be at $2 billion, since there are no approved FDA drugs, prescription drugs in the marketplace. There are approved over-the-counter products. So we've got a great team that can execute on our strategy and our program. We have the best KOLs and advisors in infectious disease and pulmonary disease and breast surgery. What you see last on there about financing and management commitment is something you're not going to hear from anybody during this entire conference, and that is that management has invested $26.5 million of its own funds into the company, and that is not stock options. That is direct cash, direct investment, primarily by Myron Holubiak and the CEO of the company and myself. So the team that the company has is a team that we've put together. It's a great team. It's got a lot of depth and experience, starting with myself. It's a combination. I've spent a number of years in big pharma, little pharma, mid-sized pharma, went on to the entrepreneurial route, had formed several companies with very successful exits. Myron Holubiak, our president and CEO, is the former president of Hoffmann-La Roche Laboratories here in the U.S. and was instrumental really in transforming Hoffmann-La Roche from a tranquilizer company, for the most part. They like to describe themselves as a CNS company, and into a multinational company with genetic engineering primarily. He was there when Hoffmann-La Roche merged in with Genentech. Jamie Bartushak is our EVP and Chief Financial Officer with a lot of experience and background in strategic planning and finance. couple months ago, Dr. Myron Schuchman was brought on board to the company as a chief medical officer, executive vice president. Myron has an extensive background in oncology. He spent 23 years as the head of oncology in lymphoma at Strong Memorial in Buffalo, where he published 180 clinical papers. He's a true KOL, as we'd like to refer to him. And he then went on and spent 5 years at Celgene as the vice president of clinical research and development on their lymphoma programs. Gary Talrico is the EVP operations. Alan Later is our PhD in charge of clinical operations. And Andrew Scott is in charge of special projects as well as investor relations for the company. So the pipeline that we have is an extensive pipeline in terms of its diversity. We have Mino-Lok, which is our lead product for the treatment of catheter-related bloodstream infections. We're in phase 3, as you can see from the chart. We've had the interim analysis conducted where we got good signals from a drug monitoring committee that said, continue on with your trial. You're hitting all the endpoints that you're supposed to hit. So we also have Halolido, which is a drug about to enter into phase 2B. That's or as we call it, Citius 2. That's a drug for the hemorrhoids. And then Minorap is pre-IND, and that's to prevent infections associated with breast implants. And last but not least, we have our latest addition to our portfolio, which is City 401, and that is for the treatment of ARDS in connection with COVID-19 or without COVID-19. So that's in the IND stage. So let me first address for you Mino-Lok. Mino-Lok is a combination drug containing minocycline, which is an antibiotic, EDTA, which is a chelating agent, and ethanol, which is alcohol. And it's for salvaging catheters that cause bloodstream infections. So what happens is that the central venous catheters are implanted in cancer patients. And most of these catheters are a lifeline to these patients. They're long-term in nature. There's something like 7 million catheters implanted annually in the United States, and about almost 500,000 of those catheters can get infected. When they're infected, it can lead to a life-threatening situation for those patients. There's really no treatment for this except to remove the catheter. That's a standard of care today, and replace it with a new catheter. That procedure is a painful procedure causing severe physical and psychological symptoms in almost up to 25% of the patients, and it's something that everybody likes to avoid on the medical side, if at all possible. There's been nothing around for it at all, nothing available until the chief of infectious disease came up with a solution for this to be able to save the catheter. Now, what I want to highlight for you also is that this does not go into the human body. The solution itself stays within the catheter and within the lumens of the catheter. Okay. So this is what it would look like. Normally, what you would see is if there was a catheter being removed, the patient would be subjected to anesthesia, would have an anesthesiologist, a surgeon present. There's 2 separate surgical procedures that take place with removing and replacing a catheter. One to implant, the second one to remove, and then implant again. So basically, that costs almost $8,000 to $10,000 according to the estimates that we have. What you do with Mino-Lok is the nurse comes in, as you can see, the patient's just sitting there, will inject the solution into the catheter, locks the catheter, the solution stays within the catheter and the line, so it doesn't go into the body, and it'll sit there for 2 hours. At the end of 2 hours, the nurse comes back in, aspirates the contents, and then flushes the line and basically reconnects everything, and the patient has 22 hours of uninterrupted IV flow. This is very important to be able to maintain the IV treatment flow for these patients, because the IV treatment flow is a lifeline to them. You do this 5 to 7 days in a row, 2 hours a day, and at the end of that time, that catheter and that line is completely sterilized. It's free of everything, including any biofilm, which is bacterial slime that forms on the interior walls of the catheter. So we ran a phase 2b trial at MD Anderson in Houston on 90 patients, 60 in the control arm, 30 in the active arm. And as you can see, we had 100% efficacy in terms of results in that we had 0 complications, 0 side effects associated with the Mino-Lok arm as opposed to the control arm, which was a remove and replace. And as you can see there, we were able to treat patients that had blood tumors as well as solid tumors, plus gram-positive, gram-negative, all types of bacterial types. But nevertheless, on the remove and replace side, you can see that there was relapse, complications, and significant adverse events related to remove and replace. So what we did is we went to the FDA and we submitted our data. They approved a phase 3 clinical trial design for us. We've gone through some changes in that over the last couple of years, but where we are right now is we have 2 active arms. As you can see, the Mino-Lok arm, it's a 144 patient trial, and a control arm, which is an antibiotic lock solution that the hospital will brew or put together. The endpoint is the time to catheter failure. It's a comparison of both arms. We actually would have had this trial completed by now if it weren't for COVID-19. COVID-19 really took the wind out of our sails because this is a hospital-based trial. A lot of the trial took place in ICUs. And as you know, I don't have to tell any of you what's happened with hospitals and ICUs primarily. So we have managed to keep the trial open in a select number of hospitals. So we had 31 hospitals signed up previously, and now we're starting to come back. We've got a handful of hospitals now that are starting to generate a little bit of data. We think that we're hopeful that we can get this trial completed in the second half of towards the end of the second half of 21. We said that in the second quarter of this year that we would also have a DMC readout on our trial. This will be the 3rd one, and that's the Drug Monitoring Committee that reviews the data. We are blinded to it. We're not allowed to look at it. They review the data, and their options are at that point they can tell us continue with the trial, or they can also say stop the trial because your data is so compelling that it would be unethical to continue. And we think that we're hopeful that we can get a readout of that type because that could accelerate everything for us. But I can't represent to you that that's going to happen since I have no access to the data. So basically, the competitive landscape here is there is no product really that's competitive to us. There is a product out there for prevention that CorMedix has called DefenCath. This product was studied primarily in hemodialysis patients. That is not in our marketplace. They're not in our marketplace. We wish them well, but they did get a complete response letter from the FDA just a little while ago with issues related to manufacturing. So in terms of, no, come back. Okay, there's a second slide. Okay, so basically, so where we are right now with Mino-Lok is Mino-Lok treats catheter-related bloodstream infections. It penetrates the biofilm, as I indicated. It salvages central venous access in patients, and it's expected to be indicated as an adjunctive therapy for the treatment of catheter-related bloodstream infections. I do want to highlight something, and that is that we do have a special status with the FDA, and that status is primarily one that gives us accelerated reviews with the agency. We're able to submit a rolling NDA. So our plan right now is we do have the QIDP, as it's called, Qualified Infectious Disease Product, and with that, our plan would be to submit our NDA as we complete the sections of it. I want to highlight something for you also, and that is that our manufacturing side of this is we have 3 manufacturing batches completed. We're working with top flight and the best CMOs that organizations that you can use in this area. And somewhere towards the end of this year, we will be submitting our data once we have that clinical trial completed. So we think that Mino-Lok is a major step forward. Our price point for this is we expect it to be somewhere between, we think, $200 to $400 a day. So on a 7-day basis, $1,400 to about $3,000 per a course of treatment. So that is cost savings to the system as well, because this is a catheter-related bloodstream infection can be costly for the patient and for the hospital. So let me now go into Novocyte, which is the subsidiary company that we created when we licensed this drug, which is a mesenchymal stem cell drug from a company called Novelis in Cambridge, Massachusetts. This drug is this is a biotech drug. This is really something that is brand new on the scene. We think that mesenchymal stem cells and cellular treatments are going to become an advance in terms of the whole pharmaceutical and biotechnology market. So this this cell reprogramming that we have with the IMSC is based upon an mRNA, non-immunogenic mRNA process. That's where it starts, and I'll cover that in a bit and explain that, because all of us have heard that term mRNA recently in the press, especially with vaccines. So this is called clonal, which means that we don't have to go back to donors all the time. We use a donor one time and one time only, and create a master cell bank, and that master cell bank will then continue to produce cells in perpetuity. We never have to go back to another donor for those cells. So basically, the production of this is pretty rapid. There's 4 weeks to go from the iPSC creation, as it's called, to a master cell bank. We have greater expansion possibilities than donor-derived cells. There's a higher level of secretion of immunomodulatory proteins associated with this as compared to donor cells. And it's referred to as being allogenic, meaning it's off the shelf. It doesn't come that you have to use a donor every single time and use their cells. This is something that you can use, get the clonal process underway, and then supply it in frozen, ready to use IV bags. So this is at the core of the technology. This is non-immunogenic mRNA technology. Let me explain the difference here for you, because when you've heard that term mRNA before, it was in connection with vaccines. And that process there uses an mRNA process that's immunogenic in reality, and that's because they need to produce an allergic response or an immunogenic response in order to stimulate everything to make the vaccine work. Here, it's just the opposite. So what we have here is something that was invented by 2 brilliant scientists at the company Novelis in Cambridge, Massachusetts. This has almost 100 patents behind it, and it's non-immunogenic. It's the only non-immunogenic mRNA process in the world, as far as we know. And with it, you're able to use the mRNA, which creates proteins multiple times without getting without having an immunogenic or allergic response. So, and as I highlighted before, the production of this is done in about 30 days. First, it goes through 6 days of a non-immunogenic transfection or process where it is then ultimately becomes characterizes and becomes an iPSC, and then the iPSC goes through its own process, and ultimately we then have an MSC at the end of it all. So I'm gonna hurry this along a little bit because I realize we don't have that much time. And what I said before about these MSC cells, that they exhibit enormous expansion potential, meaning that they restore telomeres to yield greater than 70 population doublings can be done with these MSCs. So what's happening here is a single donor donates a fibroblast, and that fibroblast then is transfected or modified, becomes an iPSC. The iPSC then is further modified, and we start a process where we create a master cell bank. That master cell bank starts growing cells. That master cell bank can last in perpetuity. As I said, you can divide that that master cell bank and ship it to another manufacturing source and just keep creating and producing cells. So it also this has a higher expression of chemokine growth factors, which is a whole process here where it secretes higher levels of the chemokines, growth factors, and remodeling factors as compared to regular donor-based MSCs. So this is what we've all been hearing about, reading about for the last year. This is the COVID-19 virus and what it looks like itself. And it's been described as being a killer with I like to use this description, a killer with a crowbar, breaking and entering human cells with impunity by injecting its RNA directly into the cell. And once it does, it starts creating all its damage. So there's a comparison of what a normal lung and an ARDS lung looks like, where there's a complete deprivation of oxygen at some point. Also, what happens is ultimately the ARDS lung will morph into pulmonary fibrosis, scar tissue that forms on the inner lining of the lung, and the patient's unable to breathe. That's why they either go on ventilators or on oxygen. Okay, so a mouse study was done to compare this MSC treatment to donor-derived MSCs in a study that was done recently for use in multiple sclerosis, and it showed that it had a clear-cut advantage over the donor-derived MSCs. We also have a sheep study that you've heard about. We're going to be publishing some data on that shortly. That sheep study basically is one that shows that the effect, there's a clinical effect that we're able to see with sheep. The reason we use sheep is because the sheep model is one that has a lung structure that closely approximates the human lung structure. And basically what it showed is there was improved oxygenation, less systemic shock, good pulmonary lymph flow, and less pulmonary lymph protein loss. So the clinical plan for this is still preclinical. We did submit a pre-IND package to the FDA very quickly after we initially licensed this, and our goal is to have an IND somewhere in the first quarter of starting first and second quarter of 2022, and then we'll move from there.
Couple more minutes here, Leonard, if you wouldn't mind giving us a few final thoughts.
Okay, so let's go to the end. We'll keep going here. So just to give you a quick profile here in terms of, we did a recent financing. We have right now in the past, roughly in the past 6 weeks, raised close to over $100 million in reality, counting some warrant exercises that were completed. The company is trading at roughly around $2 a share. Our market cap has increased significantly. As I highlighted before, the insider holdings, they're not, this is based on our proxy statement that was issued at the end of September. It's more like right now, because of the last raises that were done, management has about 16% of the company. So previous one. So with that, basically what we have, as I said, you saved you saved the best for last. So our company has multi-billion-dollar opportunities in cancer care, infectious disease, GI. We've got a great partnership actually with Novellus and MD Anderson Cancer Center. And our portfolio does address and recognize unmet medical needs. We've got multiple very near-term milestones, as you can see. And of course, great management team, great board of directors, and a great scientific advisory board. So hopefully I still might have time for a question if you have a question.
Emphasis on great management team, Leonard. Come on, man. Now you're putting $26.5 million into your own business. Are you kidding me?
Correct.
That's awesome. I mean, that's just belief. That's faith. I love that.
We have a lot of confidence in the technology that we have. We looked at this very carefully before we took this in and in-licensed it. In fact, everything that we have, we've looked at very, very carefully. We want to make sure that there's no hiccups here. You know, it's a race to getting your NDA approved, and that's why we took the name Citius.
Yeah. You know, there are a couple of questions. You know, we've had a lot of similar sentiments in the chat. Also, you got a lot of fans here, Leonard. You've had some great, yeah, you've had some great traction here, my friend. So referencing a couple of questions here from Rory and Uger, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, is, you know, more on the market permeation side post phase 3. You know, your preparations for that, product distribution, things of that nature, and your plans to attack that.
Correct. So we're fortunate in the sense that this is the Mino-Lok would be introduced into the hospital market. We think that we can do that with a smaller, there's not that many hospitals that we're going to focus in on the cancer hospitals, and we'll use a sales force of no more than 30 to 50 probably. With that, we think we can penetrate it. We've had both Myron and myself, and especially Myron Halubiak, had a lot of experience in introducing hospital antibiotics to the hospital marketplace. We think we know that market very, very well. We think we know how to penetrate it, and we think we'll do that with, we'll have an outstanding team of people that work on that with us.
Fantastic. We've also had some questions on, when I say some questions, I mean several questions on the timeline of the phase 3. Probably something you can only answer to a certain extent here, but if you could maybe hint, tease, or perhaps just discuss that.
Well, sure. So as I highlighted before, you know, this DMC meeting coming up, that's really critical for us right now. So that's going to happen in the second quarter. If the DMC really says, hey, it's unethical to continue, then we'll have to make a decision about whether or not to stop the trial and go to the FDA and start a whole process. If they say continue because everything looks great, you're hitting all your endpoints, then somewhere towards the back half of the second half, we expect to complete the trial totally. And once we complete that, we'll initiate a whole process. Now, what I should highlight for everybody, because we do have QIDP, Qualified Infectious Disease Product, as a designation from the FDA, we have a 6-month review time for our application once it's completely in, as opposed to 12 months like most other pharmaceutical drugs have when they submit their applications into the agency. So that's a significant advantage for us here that we can anticipate. We're hoping that we can have this drug on the market somewhere in the course of 2023. We believe that it's or 2022, pardon me. I didn't mean 2022. So I misspoke. Sorry.
2022 is the hope.
I was thinking more about our ARDS drug. Sorry.
Oh, you got a robust pipeline coming up. I mean, This is just the first of many. So feel free to claim the fifth on this, but there are several questions around the timing of this pre-14A filing. So if you want to address that, we can, or we can move on.
Which filing?
The pre-14A filing.
You're talking about the proxy that we just issued, basically. So that's in connection with what happened was when we did our financing, we actually ran out of shares outstanding. So we had to basically now put a shareholder vote out to authorize additional shares. We need that, and along with that, we put in place a shelf pull down as well. So all that is coming up for a proxy vote in May.
You're too popular. That's what I heard. Leonard, it's been an absolute pleasure. You have a ton of fans out there, a ton of people who are following your company, and I think it sounds like you're doing some amazing work. So we are thrilled to have you with us, thrilled to have you represent your company. And I think this is the first of several events you're going to be with us this year, and we're excited to hear the updates as we move forward.
Correct. And I want to tell all the folks that are out there listening in that we really, truly appreciate all their support. Without that support, we wouldn't be where we are. We thank you.
Beautiful. Leonard, thanks again for joining us. We'll be in touch very soon, my friend. Well, I believe see you at our May Global Small Cap Conference. Until then, stay well, stay healthy. We'll see you then.
Thank you.
All right. Everybody, you know him. I don't even need to say. That was Leonard Mazer, the executive chairman of Citius Pharmaceuticals, NASDAQ listed CTXR. Again, I didn't need to say any of that because all of you apparently know it. Well, it's been a fun 2 days. So I have the host of our Track 1 track with us. It looks like he's here, Patrick Lane. He is my older, shorter brother and also the senior vice president at Benzinga.
When you say shorter, it makes me sound like I don't know, Gimli from Lord of the Rings. So I guess thank you. I'm not quite sure how we should take that.
Isn't that a compliment if you're immediately assuming Gimli?
I mean, yes.
Listen,
can we talk about Leonard for a second? Oh, Leonard was a badass.
Yes.
Leonard, I could listen to all day, right? I mean, it's clear that the guy has passion for it. Yes, Lyriacs, if that's how you say it. I would like to bring Leonard back if we could, but the guy's probably off to, I don't know, found 17 more companies and invest $20 million into each of them. So we can't blame him. He's got other things to do, but that was so cool. I really enjoyed that.
Yeah, and we're thrilled everybody was here to watch them. You know, I would say throughout the entire event, a lot of these companies are very well capitalized. That's not something I was honestly fully expecting, but it makes sense given where we are in the pandemic, given the higher interest in biotech. And I think CTXR, Citius is just, they're at a certain point in the game where there's a ton of excitement around them.
Yeah, and rightfully so, right? I think we've heard from a lot of companies today, really over the last couple days, that have had a lot going on, you know, where they are in their trials, in their commercialization. It's been really cool to see. You can't take it away from Leonard though, man. That guy, he's got a plan and you can very clearly see it.
One for the model, or one for the books, to model after. I combined a lot of words there.
You did.
Awesome. We appreciate everybody being here. You can watch all of this again. You can go through and look at these presentations on YouTube. They're going to be available evergreen after this. Please do go back and watch. You can see the full agenda at bzsmallcap.com. All right. So we do have a winner of our Benzinga Pro giveaway. Pulling that up now. Congratulations to email is under the email HAIADAN hyadam@icloud.com. If that is you, please email events@benzinga.com to claim your Benzinga Pro membership. One of my favorite parts of Benzinga. Do you use Benzinga Pro, Patrick? I would assume you do, but it's
every day. I love it. I'm on there. I've got my watch list going. You know, and a lot of the folks who were on here today, we were writing headlines about them so that we could see, and the folks on Pro could see that they were presenting and what they were saying. So, I mean, it's real time, right? You talk about news that moves the markets, right? Benzinga Pro is where it's at.
Absolutely. Explore with me. Quick question. What was my favorite presentation? I cannot get caught on camera saying that.
Come on, explore with me.
But
although, where are we going to explore? Explore with me.
Yeah,
where are we going?
You send me a free trip to Hawaii, and I'll shoot you a direct message. But I got to tell you, tons of value plays here.
Who's McLovin? The chat's going crazy over McLovin. Is that you? Are you McLovin?
Do I look like McLovin?
No,
like
you don't have the crazy nerdy glasses like I do. McLovin? Shout out McLovin.
I mean,
all right, some clarity,
now
Adam
I
Stevens.
Super bad. But
great movie.
Yeah, Adam, let us know who McLovin is, man.
That'd be great.
Blessed. I agree with your sentiment about Leonard. Matthew Downey. We just gave a McLovin shout out. Everybody comment. Honestly, it's been fun. Patrick, any parting thoughts, on this biotech conference? We have a ton of events coming up. This is one of many to get in with these C-suite, see what.
Yeah, why don't we talk about this for just one quick second? So you guys have been great. You've been a great audience all day long, right? And really for the past 2 days. Here's the thing. Our goal here, as much as we want to get the newsmakers up on camera here and get them talking, the goal is to give you interesting trade ideas and to give you the companies that are making the news, right? And let you hear from them yourselves, right? So coming up next, go to BenzingaEvents.com. You can see the full schedule. That's BenzingaEventsPlural.com. We've got Clean Tech coming up on April 22nd. We've got a boot camp coming up on April 10th. So that is what is most, in the near future. Oh, Arbiter, stop it. I'm blushing. I'm blushing. But listen, esports, cannabis, healthcare, we are literally all over the map for the rest of the year. FinTech. So we've got education for you guys. We've got companies for you. You tell us what you want. We'll get it for you. Somebody shout out Elon Musk. Maybe you meant him for McLovin. I don't know, but maybe we'll get him.
McLovin is an apostle of Leonard. According to Larry Axe, who also is one of my favorite people on this chat, just due to some of the lovely comments Larry Axe has left. Thank you, Larry Axe. But McLovin is apparently an apostle of Leonard. But I do want to echo Patrick. Send us what you want, right? So we are here as a community. You are Zinger Nation, and we're here to provide you the best info possible. We have shows streaming 8 to 5 every day, and I think actually longer now. 8 to 7 or 8 now?
Just because we don't sleep. We don't like to sleep. Mitch, Spencer, Jason, Luke, you guys have seen those dark bags under their eyes. Like, it's just, they don't sleep. It is what it is. But one more thing, Elliot, the post-event survey, right? We're going to send this out to all of you guys who registered for this. And if you didn't register, again, next time, make sure that we've got you listed, and all kinds of fun stuff can come from that. But the post-event survey that's about to go out, we want to hear what you liked, what you didn't, what we can do better. We crave feedback here. And I think if you fill it out, you can win a gift card or something, right? Well, so make sure to do that.
And biotech, heavily regulated, difficult space to invest in. So, I mean, this conference for me was hugely educational, and we will continue to try to bring that valuable content. Clean Tech, next event, it's got to be one of the most important topics right now in terms of sustainable investing. I listen to Kevin O'Leary.
Look at the administration. Look at what they're doing. I mean, there's a ton of focus on the environment, a ton of focus on electric vehicles. There's a lot that we're going to talk about in April, specifically with that event and all those different subsectors, right?
Yeah.
So make sure you tune into that one.
Absolutely. Archimoto, Cooler Technologies, Charge, so many others will be there. This has been fun.
Yeah,
I'm excited. We're back on tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. I actually think we have some shows upcoming now, 3:30 and 4. So stay tuned. Hit the like button. Subscribe to us. I think we surpassed 83,000 subscribers today. So thank you all for supporting us. And please keep sending it to us. You can follow me, Elliot Lane 10, on Twitter. Patrick, I'm not sure if you get on Twitter.
I'm at Patrick Lane BZ. I could use the love as well. Maybe I'll rename myself McLovin and see how that goes. I don't know.
Yeah. So DM me, follow us here. Listen to us every day, 8 a.m. on. Thanks all. Again, HAIADAM at iCloud.com, Hyadam at iCloud.com. Email events at Benzinga for your Benzinga Pro membership. Outside of that, we will see you guys later.
Been real. Thanks, everyone.
Hello, I'm Tom Zuber. I'm the managing partner of Zuber Lawler. I'd like to thank our friends at Benzinga for the opportunity to speak today. Zuber Lawler is one of the most selective law firms in the United States. Our attorneys represent clients around the world, from offices in Austin, Chicago, Denver, Los Angeles, New York, Phoenix, and Silicon Valley. We focus on high-stakes deals, intellectual property matters, FDA, import, export, and other regulatory work, and litigation. We work in languages covering 90% of the world's population. Zuber Lawler is unique in the sense that the firm represents a long list of iconic fortune companies and global funds, and has also been representing leading cannabis companies for over 14 years. This provides our attorneys with an ideal perspective from which to manage high-stakes, complex matters in the cannabis space. Indeed, Zuber Lawler practices at the cutting edge of cannabis law. As examples, Zuber Lawler is a pioneer of the two-stage M&A deal, allowing continuity of cannabis operations in the context of U.S. restrictions on the transfer of ownership of cannabis licenses. Zuber Lawler obtained the second ever issued U.S. plant patent for a cannabis strain, as well as utility patents on cannabis processes, machines, and formulations. Zuber Lawler obtained federal trademark allowances for cannabis brands in relation to relevant products. One of our attorneys obtained the first ever issued generally recognized as safe designation from the FDA for hemp seeds and foods. And Zuber Lawler advises hemp companies on international import-export issues relating to North America, South America, Europe, and the Middle East. Zuber Lawler is currently managing major patent, trademark, trade secret, and commercial litigation in the cannabis space. I'm excited to participate in Benzinga's conference. I hope to meet you virtually and in person sometime soon. Thank you.
Welcome to the Benzinga Cannabis Hour.
There are more people who are in favor of legalization.
I saw the benefits of it for myself.
I just have to ask, was there pot pasta in the cannabis cookbook?
Oh, it was gorgeous. There was pot pasta.
We were talking about cannabis pasta.
That opened my eyes to the cannabis industry.
Is this new industry where now billions of dollars are being made.
We're here to bring cannabis into culture.
Coming to you live from downtown Detroit, this is Benzinga